The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
It's the home stretch of the Sinquefield Cup and the climax of the Grand Chess Tour here in St. Louis. The penultimate round set the stage for an epic final day as all games ended in fighting draws. MVL holds on to a narrow lead, but it's not a runaway. Can he fend off his pursuers and clinch the cup, or will he run out of gas before the finish line? The final round of the 2021 Sinquefield Cup coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome back to final round action of the Sinquefield Cup. Well, Wesley So has already guaranteed himself a second tour title, but can he pull off the double and win the Sinquefield Cup itself for the second time? Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who leads him by half a point, will look to secure his own second title with Fabiano Caruana and Leinier Dominguez hot on their heels. To call all the final round action, let's jump to the studio with Alejandro and Yasser.
The beautiful city of St. Louis, the capital of chess in America. We've had an amazing tournament here at the Central West End for the past few days, but it's time to put an end to it and to the entire Grand Chess Tour 2021. To call the last round of action, I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Hello, Alejandro. As always, a great pleasure to call all the action with you and Maurice. It's been a wonderful tournament.
For me, it's been a wonderful tour, and it's been capped off by a wonderful Sinquefield Cup, especially those days where we had so much decisive action.
Yeah, that was so good. Hello, everyone, and thank you for sharing your day with us. We're in the last round, and it's been a storied tournament, but the question is, whose will be the fairy tale winner? Will we have back-to-back wildcard winners? Could we have a three-time winner or a two-time winner? Well, let's take a look at the tournament standings and see who's in the mix. Alejandro, please do the honors.
We still have 4 people up there that could claim the top prize, but it's the favorite with 5.5 points, half a point lead over everybody else. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's had a spectacular event with many decisive games.
Yes,
he's
indeed.
being followed very closely by America's Olympic team, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and Leinier Dominguez, all which have 5 points out of 8. Very narrow lead for the Frenchman. Still, anything can happen. Richard Rapport has 50%. Jeffrey Chong, Shakira Mamedyarov, and Sam Shankland, -1. Peter Svidler, unable to find his form, really, 3 out of 8. And Darius Schwartz, he was thrown into the Lions, didn't quite survive.
And our format.
1 round left. That's it for this round robin. It's a 90 minutes for the first 30 moves. 30 minutes for the rest of the game, classical chess, a 30-second increment all throughout the entire game. No draw offers, we already know that. You gotta vacuum the board, king versus king, or a stalemate, or some kind of repetition to draw the game. Traditional scoring system, 1 point for a win, half for a draw, no points for a loss.
$325,000 prize fund makes it the most lucrative chess tournament of this format in the world. But first of all, we've got to give a big shout out to Wesley So, our Grand Chess Tour winner 2021. An outstanding result, Alejandro.
The most consistent player in the tour, a deserved one with 1 round to spare. Wesley So crowns himself winner of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. He still could win the Sinquefield Cup as well. Let's see if he makes this a fairy tale tournament as well. Let's take a look at what that means historically, as we have our favorite Grandmaster, Maurice Ashley, with tons of statistics.
Thanks so much, Alejandro. Well, as you said, it's going to be history in the making no matter what happens. We're used to history in these parts, both Grand Chess Tour history and Sinquefield Cup history as well. And as we take a look, we see the GCT milestone. Wesley now joins only Magnus Carlsen as repeat winners in the history of the Grand Chess Tour. Magnus doing it there in 2015 and 2017. Wesley had 5 years before he went back to the top of the mountain, with absolutely an amazing accomplishment for this young man. He will be all smiles. The Sinquefield Cup itself has its own milestones, and let's talk about if MVL wins the Sinquefield Cup today. He will join the two-time Winners Club. All of these, Magnus, Fabi, and Levon, these gladiators, have won it twice. In 2018, they shared the title in a three-way tie. MVL won in 2017 by himself. If he wins by himself here, he'll become the only player to have ever done so, winning twice. MVL certainly has the pressure on him. It is still very, very close. He does know, without any question, that if he loses, he could be overtaken. So that is a big concern for him, making sure he at least draws this game. And another milestone, well, you mentioned it, Yaz, $325,000, the largest in Sinquefield Cup history, 300 grand for previous years, and also the first Brilliancy Prize award, the generosity of Brian Priester. He wanted to see some great chess. We got some great chess for this tournament and some candidates for that Brilliancy Prize. Indeed, that's $5,000 extra will go in somebody's pocket after it's all said and done. Let's hope there's more brilliancies to come in this round.
Thank you, Maurice. And it's all about the round 9 pairings. Alejandro, please do the honors.
We know some of the key matchups. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with black will be defending against Shahryar Mamedyarov. But there's key ones. These are going to be Richard Rapport against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi with the black pieces. You think he's going to try to hunt down Richard despite starting second. And Wesley So versus Lenier Dominguez. If either one of these players wins and MVL draws, they catch the Frenchman.
Exactly. It's so much to play for with the amount of money at stake. Let's break that down for our viewers.
$90,000 for first prize, $60,000 for second, $45,000 for third, and it keeps going down. And you can see at the right the GCT points. Only 2 people are now interested in those points. It's Shahryar Mamedyarov and Fabiano Caruana as they are fighting for third place in the entire Grand Chess Tour. Fabi must win, I think, to take third place, or really have realistic hopes for that. And if he does, the math starts getting complicated.
Well, it's $100,000 bonus money to Wesley So. There you see Wesley as we start to get ready for this final round. $50,000 has already gone to MVL for his second place finish in the Grand Chess Tour, and the $25,000 bonus money that you're talking about, Fabiano and Shaq are fighting over that.
We should point out that Fabi, with a draw, could secure more or less, if there's not a win on this board that we just looked at with Wesley and Lanier, if he draws, he would secure a tie for a second, assuming that game ends in a draw as well. And they would split second through fourth. They would take $45,000 as a result. But the thing is, instead of 45, if he wins and ties for first place, he gets $75,000. That's a $30,000 difference for winning this game, and then add the additional $25,000 that he would likely get for coming in third place in the tour. That's a lot of cheddar to win this game. There's one game over $50,000 on the line.
That's a lot of money. What more incentive do you need?
Well, take us through the mindset of Fabiano for a moment, if you will, on Alejandro. And why is it that because he has the black pieces, we think that he has an uphill battle trying to win this game?
Of course, at the amateur level, playing white, playing black, playing with the green pieces, it doesn't really matter. Problems and mistakes will happen later, but at this professional top-tier level of chess, it is a big advantage to start with the white pieces. You can generally take the game towards channels that you want to. You need to have extra preparation to be able to surprise your opponent, and Richard very rarely steps into opponent's preparation. He's the one that tries to start a fight from the beginning, and I think that for Fabi, that's a plus.
Exactly. Richard is not the traditional D4, C4 open up the game and control the center kind of player. He plays these dodgy openings that he knows extremely well, by the way, but he goes into these weird lines and sometimes gives his opponent positions that look perfectly fine. I think Fabi's happy to play an opponent like this at this elite level who he knows doesn't normally just go right for the center of the board, grabs the space, and forces you to defend right away.
On the other hand, Richard Rapport, over the last 65 classical games, has lost once. Once.
That's kind of tough.
That is very tough.
Absolutely.
And his clock is ticking. And
E4.
all said, he plays E4 for what has to be the first time we've seen.
I think he heard us here at the studio. He's like, those fools don't know what they're talking about. I have a full-fledged repertoire. Thank you very much. I can play E4 against the best of them.
And
wow.
Isn't Fabi looking a bit frozen?
Right.
Well, because he didn't
Fabi's
expect it.
E4? Like,
He's
what?
thinking.
Exactly.
He's thinking. He was like,
What?
E4? Richard?
E4.
Hilarious moment.
Well, we've said that Richard is such a creative player, and he can play a lot of systems, but one E4,
Is not
to
his-
play that, you have to be so well prepared. And from Fabi's point of view, he's sitting there saying, what could he have possibly prepared for me? I can play any Russian defense. I can play a Berlin. I can play one of the Archangel variations.
He plays
of the Ruy
Sicilian. He
Lopez.
plays Sicilian
I can play a
Khan.
Sicilian.
He played Najdorf against Chirov once. He's played Sveshnikov against
He's gonna
Hikaru.
see this often.
But this is the
He's
problem.
scratching his head.
He didn't
like,
expect-
what is this?
He didn't expect E4, and his repertoire is so broad that he's going through every single line and saying, do I want to play that one? Do I want to play this one?
What a moment.
I think Richard is kind of inwardly chuckling.
Yeah,
And
like, I got him, right? I got him.
Right? Like, okay, he did not expect this.
And I think we expected this. Sicilian
Fight
coming up.
time.
Wow.
If I had to guess, if it goes, I don't think
That's
it'll go.
a fighting move.
I don't think it'll go to an open Sicilian because it's not Richard's style.
No.
Knight F3, D4.
But if it does, my money is on either Khan or Poulsen type of Sicilian.
Wow. I remember a very famous game that Michael Tal, the Soviet championship, had to win with black in the final round, and he played the Caro Khan.
Okay.
and made a draw. And everybody said, well, why didn't you play an open Sicilian? He says, well, when I want to draw, I play an open Sicilian. But when I want to play for a win, I play the Caro Khan. It's like, what? Everybody was very confused. Knight F3, not Knight C3 in a closed Sicilian, but an indication, dare I say it, that
Give it time, give it
an
time.
open
This is
Sicilian is
crazy.
on the menu.
I
I'm
wanna-
pretty sure on Knight C6 we'll see Bishop B5. We'll see
Right, but
Rossalimo.
I think he's gonna play E6. Oh, I'm good. I know my Fabi.
Nice.
I know
Well,
my
when you
Fabi.
hang out with him and prepare with him for a World
Right.
Championship match, we would hope that you know a few things about the guy.
Exactly. And just looking at the game between Shaq and MVL, as Fabi went into a thing on move one.
But now look at this. It's Richard's turn to also go into a
Shaq and MVL have been quickly blitzing through a very topical Grunfeld, and of late, we've been seeing a number of draws in this exact same variation.
thing. You say topical, we say draw.
We say draw.
We don't care anymore.
Okay.
It's fancy, but it may be that Shakriyar just feels like, who cares about this event? I played terribly. Let me just make a quick draw, and that'd be the end of it.
Right.
That would be
Yeah.
a shame, but looks like they're going in that direction.
And for Shakriyar, again, we kind of talked about it at the opening. Does a draw clinch him the bonus money?
It does not. The
does not.
Bonus money is not clinched by Shaq. If he draws, he would need to depend on other results, but especially the Fabiano Caruana result against Richard Rapport. It's not the only one he would be waiting on because he does have to see how the players around his score level do.
Okay.
How if Jeffrey will surpass him, if Shankland will surpass him.
Because of his point, Grand Chess Tour point money. But it basically, a draw for Shaq puts all the pressure on Fabi's shoulders and says, you have to win.
You have to win, and that is not an easy thing to do, of course, at this
course.
level with the black pieces.
And again, the players are blitzing their way to the very
And we should point
well-known-
out a draw, and we have a two-time Singfield Cup champion. Done. Start, stop.
At the very least, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Start-stop. He will win for the tour for the second time.
The tournament.
The tournament,
this-
excuse me.
yes.
The Sinquefield Cup. Maxime guarantees himself the Sinquefield Cup title with a draw. There is no playoff for him to worry about. He'll know the title's in his pocket. He'll know he'll get at least a split of first place.
Very nice.
So he has no incentive not to make a quick draw. Like zero incentive. Just go right, and they're going straight down
Straight
this
into
path.
it.
And Shakhriyar is saying, whatever. I'm happy to get away from this tournament, or maybe even St. Louis. Like, he might be on the first plane out after this is up. I mean, he's had nothing to play for. He's played poorly this whole time, but he's played this move E5.
E5 and got up from the board.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That's
Whoa.
E5.
not what we expected.
That was not the drawing line that we've seen on quite a number of occasions. Maurice, let me jump over to you and say, how often has the move E4, E5 appeared in? Oh, you're ready for the database. You're still making that comparison. Are you aware, Alejandro, of the move E5?
I know that the only move after E5 is knight A6.
Okay.
But I don't remember too much.
And very
that.
quickly, by the way, the
But I think
move
this
knight
is
A6 did appear.
Isn't this the drawing line? No, because the rook gets hit with tempo.
Rook.
I'm trying to remember this.
I know.
They all
I'm
kind
not a
of,
Grunfeld
when you don't
expert.
play a particular opening and you see
Exactly.
it a lot, it sometimes turns into total mush.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly so. Rook takes E7 on the board, and again, the players are playing very quickly. Thanks
And this is
to
nothing
this
new
move.
yet. Mamedyarov did play this against Cheparinov in 2013. That game ended in a draw.
Okay.
There's plenty of draws still from this position.
Okay, the move E5 did open up the diagonal of the bishop on F3. Rook A D8 was the last move, and
E6?
right.
And I think E6 is either new or I haven't seen it.
E6 is new.
And F takes E6 played almost instantly.
I can't imagine that this was new, really.
I don't know it at the very least.
Well, nothing's
Queen
new in this
E1.
line either. Everything is leading
oh,
to
never
draws.
mind then.
Vasyl Agraf has been in this position at least 5 times. With 5 times.
Never mind about new.
Exactly.
Forget about it. My database
And
just
all of them draws.
Draws.
Of course.
All of them
Okay.
easy draws. He's just playing memorized moves at the moment.
After Queen E1, Shaq got up from the board.
This is knight C5, right? It's knight C5.
Knight
they
C5
attack
or
the
bishop F6. This is actually
No, it's knight C5. Attack the bishop with the bishop, like bishop C3 or something. Knight D3. That's where they take on D4, take on
And
E1.
that's the perpet.
That's the perpet. He's played this before this year. This was Karyakin MVL from the World Cup,
That's
Kriszczuk
what I
MVL
wanted
from
to-
Bucharest,
Right.
and Rajabov MVL from Bucharest.
And we do have bishop C3 on the board, and this is
Yeah.
the what Alejandro is saying. Knight D3, bishop takes D4, knight takes E1, and we have seen perpetual checks occur in just this fashion that I'm showing,
Exactly this fashion.
And here it goes.
And
A
it
queen
goes.
sack. That's not a queen sack.
because there is a perpetual check that's about to appear.
And that's it. This is
MVL knows.
This is over.
Knows.
This
It's
is already over. You are down a queen. You must make the draw as white.
Right.
And that's it. Congratulations to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. At least
the tie.
tie for first in the Sinquefield Cup.
Right.
A 2-time winner. A big
Two-time
deal.
winner.
He also assures himself somewhere guaranteed about 75,000.
$5,000.
Well, not guaranteed because
Yes. Oh, because
Well, 2 people could catch him.
two
two
people
people
could catch
could.
it.
I apologize. That's right.
So, but it's up there. It's
Yeah.
definitely
It's-
a good chunk of change.
It's a great payday.
And a great second title. He could not have supposed or known that it would end this well for him when he had played dead last. He placed tied for last, I should say. And congratulations as the handshake has occurred. He tied for last place in
the first.
Bucharest.
Correct.
It's kind of funny that these two are playing now because the man on the left won
The
Bucharest.
Bucharest and put
And-
himself in pole position.
Right, and he was the one who was like setting himself up. And it turns out this player who tied for dead last not only has won the Sinquefield Cup, he's also guaranteed himself second place on the tour. What a comeback story this is. given that he actually tied for dead last in Bucharest.
Right, and Alejandro, he broke the Singfield history. He will have either clinched clear first or tie for first, despite losing.
For the first time, but that just explains how many games Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won with the white pieces, scoring a huge 4.5 out of 5, +4 with white. Incredible performance from the Frenchman. Deserved winner.
Yes.
Deserved winner of the tournament. He just played better than everybody else. He took his chances and ran away with them.
Yeah, and I think it was that game with Jeffrey Zhang that really put the wind in his sails. Just that one flawed move, H5 takes G4 by Jeffrey, and it was good night.
But I was certainly impressed by many of his games. His game against Schwiertz, I
Yes.
thought it was beautiful, the way he maneuvered his knight.
Right.
Had this one weakness, and that was enough for him.
And overcoming a pretty devastating loss, dare we say it, a brilliant loss
I mean,
to Dominguez.
it's-
I mean, Dominguez just played a perfect game.
And for many players, that would be a confidence shatterer. Your opening, your prep, your comfort zone, and you get, might be, the brilliancy prize played against you.
Right, victimized by that. Let's pick up some of the action in the other games that could potentially tie for first. Wesley So and Lanier Dominguez looking on the outside, looking in. Any win by either of these two players will catapult them in a tie for first with MVL. And we have a Queen's Gambit accepted by Lanier. I think Wesley actually stopped for his third move as they have gone into a very traditional, the most traditional line of the Queen's Gambit accepted with Bishop takes C4, A6.
Actually surprised that Wesley's taking this long. I thought Lanier played Queen's Gambit accepted
Yes.
against Richard Rapport a couple days ago.
Yes, and that was that crazy
Oh, with
game that
E5,
went Queen
right? Yeah.
A4 check and Knight C6 and Queen takes C4. So this, they slowed played it. And, well, we'll keep an eye on this game, but we have somebody very special in studio, Alejandro.
Winner of the 2021 Singfield Cup. We're not sure yet if a clear winner or he'll have to share his first place. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is here with us.
Well, the title is so nice. You do it once, you want to do it twice. And it has happened here. Maxime, congratulations on guaranteeing yourself at least a tie for the Singfield Cup. It must feel really
you.
sweet to accomplish this.
It is, especially as I had a tough year in general. I've been putting my play back together basically since July, and my results have improved. And yeah, here's the culmination of all the efforts I made, you know, to get back in good shape.
You had a tough game against Lanier, and no one has ever lost a game at the Singfield Cup and won the title. What made you so tenacious and determined to win it all?
Well, I knew I was playing well. I was not making many mistakes, if any. I mean, of course, against Lanier, I did make one mistake, but I mean, apart from the fact that I confused the lines, it was impossible over the board to predict that this was a mistake. Same against Fabi. I think I made one mistake at one point, but it was just impossible to assess the mistake properly from a human point of view. So in general, I've been playing as good as I've ever played, and that gave me confidence.
How do you contextualize this win versus the first time?
Oh, it's absolutely different. The first time it was, and well, first of all, I haven't won yet, but
I mean, you're at least tied for first. That's
at least tied for first, of course. That still counts very much for me, but it's not exactly the same, of course. And yeah, last time I managed, I mean, I had to win the last game to win clear first, and I did. But yeah, last time I was really eager to prove my worth, basically. And in general, in the past few years, I've proven my worth, even though like this first half of the year was I was playing uncharacteristically bad. So it feels more like redemption. So it is quite nice.
Redemption, great word. I think you're back in the top 10 in the world where you belong with this performance. Talk to us about coming in last place, tied for last in Bucharest. Well, you couldn't have imagined that it would be this long haul back, and you come in second. You win this tournament for one, and also come in second place in the Grand Chess Tour, an extra 50K.
Yeah, it feels absolutely great, I have to say. Of course, in Bucharest, I had extenuating circumstances for my players. I was feeling sick during basically the whole tournament, and this definitely didn't help. But yeah, my player has come a long way since Bucharest.
Will you be celebrating or waiting eagerly to see the results of these games?
I'll be chilling. I mean, it's it's good to not have to suffer the whole day, of course, and yeah, I'll be waiting to see what they do, but you know, I'm not gonna stand every second in front of the computer to see any mistake from my colleagues. So no, I'll be chilling, and whatever happens from there.
I hear they have a couple of nice pools at the chess houses. You might be able to chill by the pool and relax. Congratulations on a fantastic performance.
Thank you, Maurice.
And our congratulations to Maxime. Very, very nice. Well done. Well done.
And we're going to do something that we're going to do many times throughout the day. We're going to take a look at the predictions for this tournament.
Oh boy.
It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty.
The predictions for this. Who knows chess? Who knows good classical chess? Let's take a look.
Wow! Alejandro, look what you have done.
What a surprise.
Wow, well done. I mean, that is shockingly good. Oh my goodness, look at me.
Wow.
I'm shockingly bad.
And there's Maurice sweating, trying to get his boy to win the last round, see if he can catch up with me.
Let me ask a question. After I won my prediction, Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
To get a first place finish, and now it looks like at least a second place finish. Who's sweating, Alejandro? If my guy ties your guy, like, I'm all golden. I'm all golden.
I didn't know there was a tiebreak criteria in the prediction competition.
There's no tiebreak criteria. I would have just owned the summer, period. Now, on the other hand, who doesn't know chess at all? I mean, Mama Diarra?
I want to just say to everybody who's watching the show, you see what I have to put up with here? The three of us are brilliancy judges. You think we're going to come to a unanimous decision? No way. No way.
You're probably going to pick some bogus draw. You're probably going to pick Maxime's draw.
What?
I mean, come on. And by the way, VAR picked Wesley.
That was brilliant.
Another great pick. VAR, kudos, congratulations for having some knowledge that some other colleagues don't. I'm not worried about it. I know I had a good pick.
Any names.
It's tough. Everybody makes a blunder once in a while.
He did it twice. He did it twice.
Nobody's talking to you over here.
Some people blunder consistently.
Thank you. Thank you. Consistency is a hallmark of genius. That's what they say.
By the way,
Bishop F4.
Would you please explain to me who has ever seen Bishop F4 in this position?
I've actually seen this. I have actually seen this
at some amateur tournament. Like what?
No, the reason I saw this is because I play this with Black. I play the Poulsen with Black, and at some point I would turn on my stupid engine, and I was just going through the motions of getting to the position, and the engine was saying not knight c3, bishop f4 is the best move. And I was like, are you insane?
What?
So I put it on. I put bishop f4 on the engine to see what it thought. And I didn't think it was so stupid. Like, it actually thought it was a legit move and that you could get some kind of Sicilian channels through it and you would just get a game. Like, if you just want to get a game, you don't want to get an advantage, you just want to play a normal game, don't go down the theoretical duels of the sharp Poulsens or some kind of Taimanos, or you don't want to transpose directly into a Scheveningen, which I am obviously mispronouncing, sorry for people from this town. I think this is a great option. It's a very underestimated option here of bishop f4. Will you get an advantage? No. Will you kill the guy? No. Will you get a position? Yeah, why not?
Okay, and let's just go through it, because I would have thought that instead of the move bishop f4, moves like knight b5, c4, and knight c3 are so popular that they overcrowd everything else, and there are just simply no alternatives.
I would say knight c3 is a 90% chance it happens. I would say knight b5 has like 7%.
Right.
If that.
Exactly. And bishop f4 has almost a 0%
Almost
chance.
zero.
But the fact that, as you just said, that your engines not only say it's a legitimate move, but maybe its top choice, what's the idea if I play an absurd move? I go queen
It's not
f6,
absurd at all. Actually,
and
when I looked
attack
at this,
2 pieces at once.
Yeah, when I looked at this, the computer was suggesting queen f6 in the top 3.
Okay.
And you kind of have to go back with the bishop to e3.
And
but
that was my question. Yeah,
Yeah.
the bishop actually. So you've lured
the queen to f6, but
to a developed square.
But it's not a good
a good square.
It's not a good square.
Right.
The problem is that in many variations, the move knight b5 is actually going to be useful.
Right.
And you just don't want to develop the knight to e7.
No, no. You're more than likely to move the queen so that you vacate the f6 square. Fantastic. I mean, seriously, opening up my eyes to the amazing number of possibilities that you can get into a chess game. We're like move 4, move 5, move 6 into the, and I've never seen this move bishop f4. It's just so new to me. And Maurice, how about you? Have you seen this move?
I've never seen it, and
Yeah.
well, really good reason. The bishop doesn't really belong on f4.
True.
But again, engines may just be like, you guys don't know anything. We've decided everything. We might call this the Warmerdam variation. Warmerdam. That sounds like
Warmerdam.
the dam that's warmer than the colder dam. You know,
Right.
Warmerdam variation. Max
Max.
Waterman. Well, I'm not sure where he's from, but he played
The
this.
Netherlands. He's a young, talented player from the Netherlands.
Okay, there you go. And he's played this online at least. And he's played against the 2600. His results with this, with the white pieces, 2.5-1/2. 2 wins, 1 draw, and he's played a 2600 player, like I said. And here's one of his games. I'm sure he never expected to see one of his games on a Grand Chess Tour, especially not an online game at that. But I have to show this one because this is how the game went. This is the variation just pointed out. E5, bishop e3, f5, takes on f5. His opponent was very aggressive. He played bishop d3, bishop e6, castles, knight f6, queen d2, and black decided to play ultra aggressively and faced this hit, give me the pawn, and now knight b5 and bishop d7, and boom, give me that check, give me another check, and another one, and a sacrifice, and a mate in the middle of the board.
Pretty.
Pretty finish indeed, all forcing at the very end after the bishop g6 check move. Very nice line. I don't think Fabi's going to fall for this.
A shout out to Max because he, despite only being 21 years old, actually has an accomplished career as a coach in 2021. He was the second of Van Forest when Van Forest won Tata Steel earlier this year.
Nice.
And I believe he was the second of Anish Giri for the second half of the candidates tournament.
He's working with some very serious players.
Yes.
Good player, 2,500 player, definitely a good player. And it looks like Richard has decided to follow in his footsteps in a line I don't think Fabi could have possibly anticipated.
After the move d7, d6, knight takes c6, b takes c6, and a c2, c4, just establishing a kind of a Maroczy bind against this pawn structure. And knight f6, knight c3, was it knight f6 or was it e5 first? e5 makes a lot of sense.
In this position?
Yeah, just to kind of take away this pressure against the pawn on d6.
If I mean, again, I saw this super briefly with the engine.
Yes.
And I remember that it was saying rook b8 was kind of the best in this position because it's awkward to defend the pawn.
Okay. We saw Max play queen c2, not in this particular position. I do believe the moves e5 and bishop e3 were included in the game that Maurice just showed us. But queen
That's
c2,
correct,
for
but rook
example.
b8 is given as the best move by the engine.
And the idea is that on queen c2, you have queen f6, which is a real double attack. And the bishop does have to retreat all the way to c1 instead of retreating somewhere comfortable like
E3.
And then the question is the queen really well placed, but you
Probably
undeveloped the bishop? Not so easy to evaluate during a game, I would say. But
Right.
I remember that was what the engine, my weak engine, was saying. If there's stronger engines that say, look, the bishop's fine on c1, the queen on f6 is kind of dubious, I wouldn't be surprised.
Let me ask a question that when I hear you say my weaker engine, as a member of the audience, that immediately makes me want to ask you the following. You say weak engines and you say strong engines, and for the people at home who, and again, thank you so much for participating on the show and sending us your tweets, would ask you, Alejandro, what would you recommend as a chess engine? And what's a strong chess engine and what's a weak chess engine?
So right now, the best chess engines are all available to the public. We don't have any more Deep Blues, or we don't have any Alpha Zeros that are considered to be top of the top, but they're not available. No, right now, the best engines, you can just download them. Some of them are even free. And
Such as a Stockfish?
Stockfish 14 is currently top of the line. Very close behind, maybe around the same. In some positions, definitely better, will be Leela. Different approach to chess, completely different approach than Stockfish does. So the Stockfish has added some of those ideas into its core. But I'm not talking so much about the software. Those are all available for all players, but the hardware that they're running on. If you run it on these engines on a website, let's say Chess24, Lichess, what have you, odds are these are not very strong engines. They might be okay, but I would never trust them for my opening analysis.
Gotcha.
If I open my laptop, which is a couple of years old and can barely run video games, it's okay. That's what I would consider a weak engine. I could ask it some things about my games, and it would obviously be right. But if I'm searching for the truth of an opening
Like
variation,
very, very deep insight.
very inside, new ideas, I wouldn't ask my laptop for it. At this point, I'm going to be asking a serious cluster of processors, either from a cloud engine, that means the dedicated servers that lend their computing
like a
time.
Fat Fritz.
No. Same type of. It could also be a Stockfish 14.
Okay.
But run on a super cluster of cores, or having your own supercomputer. And every person in this tournament has a supercomputer of their own, where they're consistently running Stockfish 14 and Leela, finding new ideas. But it's not the ideas that you're going to come up with your laptop.
Like custom made.
Custom made, you know,
Cool.
extra cooling so that they go running all night.
Wow.
Oh yeah, the whole shabam.
I
They're
love it.
expensive.
Wow. Okay. So that's a strong engine is almost a customized hardware engine running on some software that may be publicly available
Yes.
or commercially available. And if you were to trust a website, at chess.com, for example, and you would trust that website for their database?
I would trust that if, for example, I'm blunder checking a game. For 99.9% of our audience, that's more than good enough. It will definitely indicate your mistakes in the opening. But when you get to this level, not even close.
Yeah.
I mean,
at this level, that could make the biggest difference.
and it definitely could. You could go from losing from the opening to winning at the opening. It's just like that. I mean, there's a big difference between the engines that these guys use and the engines that most of our audience.
Thank you so much for your insight. Seriously, I know that you have to teach the St. Louis University and tell everybody what they should be doing. But that's really, really great stuff. We do have, by the way, Rook B8 by Fabi, and that already shows to me that Fabi is at least familiar with Bishop F4, because the move Rook B8 isn't what I would call the most natural move in the position.
I'm just cheating a little bit because I do know what the weak engine said, so it gives me an indication of what you're supposed to do. You could play Queen C2, which was, I remember what the engine said.
Okay.
And you could just chuck the pawn and say Bishop E2, I'm going to castle, take my pawn, I don't care.
I like that. Jettison the pawn. I mean, how dare you? Such heresy.
No, is that good or not? I really have, at this point, I have no idea. I have no idea if this works for black.
It's quite a gambit. I mean, you do have a very significant lead in development, and I can see that, a lot of issues could go very wrong for black. A move like knight f6 might just walk into, an uppercut with e5, and bad things happen. The rook on b2 could also be a target. Very intriguing idea. Is Richard prepared to take such risk? Let's take a look around the horn, by the way.
We must.
Let's go immediately over to the game of Wesley So and see how he's doing with Lanier. Uh-oh. This looks like one of those Queen's Gambit accepted where the queens come off the board quite early. Well...
It's a try. It's not a dead draw.
Okay.
We have seen people win from this position with white.
For sure. And I remember in their 1992, not 72, 1992 match, Boris Spassky, Bobby Fischer, the return match, these endings were tried. Bobby was under pressure as black, but yeah, I tend to think of them as, you know, you need to make something seriously wrong to lose it. But
yeah,
the lifetime between these two players, Alejandro.
It is pretty even. One win for each. 3 draws. I can't really remember too many of their games. The only memorable game that I have, Wesley So smashing Dominguez, was the other way around, in a Tata Steel Petrov, where he like just mated him down the H file in 22 moves.
Wow.
Yeah, we're gonna have to bring that up. I want to say it was Wesley with white, but
I'm thinking the 5 draws, U.S. Championships. You mentioned Tata Steel. Because Lanier has not been a tour player, they haven't met as often as the tour players do when they have their head-to-head matchup.
Sometimes I am surprised when 2 people that are top 15 have really not met so often.
Right, because you almost are expecting them to cross swords a lot. In this particular position, the move Bishop E2, by the way, strikes me as a kind of a strange move. Why would you move a bishop that's already been developed? Mm-hmm. Okay, like why wouldn't you, for example, develop your knight? Let's take for example, a move like knight here. Why am I playing knight here? Because I want to play knight here and tickle this bishop for a second. Like, what's the purpose of Bishop E2?
The purpose is that the bishop has to go back at some point anyway.
I'm waiting for the move B5.
You're waiting for the move B5. I want to see,
you know, it's going to cost you a tempo. Why did I play the move Knight D2 a moment ago? Because I'm thinking that after you play the move B5 and bishop back and bishop here, well, now that you've put your pawn on B5, the squares A5 and C5 are potentially weak, and I could try a tickle along these lines with knight b3. Therefore, I'm not saying that you should play b5. Maybe you should play a move like king e7 and kind of wait, right? But I'm just kind of curious why bishop e2 in this exact position.
Well, bishop b2, the idea is that when you do play the move b5, and black almost always at some point goes the move b5, you're ready to meet it with a4 without wasting the tempo of moving the bishop back. So you could immediately hit it. For example, after bishop b2 immediately,
which is, oh, okay. He did play king e7,
yeah.
but what the point you would like to make is that had black in this position played b5,
then the move a4 is quite annoying. You are threatening the pawn, and you don't really want to advance it because then obviously the knight on b1 does get some squares. Both b3 and c4 are available for it. It's supposed to be slightly better for white.
Okay.
So you're patiently waiting for black to go b5, and you're ready to meet it with a4. That's the point of putting the bishop on e2. Also, in many cases, it allows the bishop to transfer to f3, and it's allowing some pressure. Now, the move knight c3 is very rare. This move I do not know at all. I know the move knight bd2.
Okay.
So again, you meet b5 with a4, and you're kind of playing this game that,
right.
You know, I don't want to play b5.
Strategic mastery over the c4 and b3 squares if I can get the pawn on b5 to commit itself.
But the move knight c3 I do not know, because normally when I play b5, you want to answer with a4, but if you can't answer with a4, because here you go b4.
And now who's winning the tempo?
It's definitely black.
Right, the knight on c3. So I think it basically means after b5, a4 is kind of, maybe here's a trick. How do you like this as a trick? Bishop to d2. And the idea is that if you play bishop b7, I can't do it. I wanted to play b4. I wanted to be very clever. I wanted to play a4, but not allow b4 by getting in some kind of b4 action myself. No, it's not working.
I'm sure Wesley has an idea, but
sure.
I just don't understand it because the knight doesn't belong on c3. That's what I was taught. But this is the beauty of chess. Chess evolves.
Exactly.
And maybe what I was taught on this particular position is just wrong, and the knight does have a sense on c3. I don't understand it because after b5, I am at a loss at what to do. But I'm sure he'll show us.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Just again, is there something like we've been talking about trying to induce this move, b5, b4? It feels like I'm losing a lot of time by maneuvering my knight, kind of around.
It's too much time.
I don't think I'll get an advantage from this.
And Lanier asked the same question. What's wrong with b5? B5 on the board. I think it's the best way to fight for equality.
It looks very practical. And Maurice, I've been seeing you over there. You've been doing a heck of a lot of research for our viewers. What has drawn your attention?
Well, when you guys speak,
and we're boring, and you got to work hard.
You see the negativity on this show. Sometimes
what do I have to deal with?
What kind of negativity? The exact opposite of what I was going to say.
I'm just mad about the pick. That's what's going on here. You guys know that, right?
When you guys make a reference, I want to support that reference.
Correct.
And Alejandro made a reference about a brilliant game. And I said, well, let me support my guy. I mean, Alejandro clearly knows his stuff.
Right.
Other than some people. But anyway, let's get to it. Alejandro referred to this game from Tata Steel 2014. It was actually Dominguez on the winning end with the white pieces against Wesley So. And this game would win our brilliancy prize. No question about that. In this position, with the white pieces, Dominguez played takes, and queen f4. D5, no problem for Wesley. H5, we know this H-pawn should be going down the board. Rook to E8 and G4. No pretense here. He's coming for the big-time attack. And after this move, G4, Wesley played D4. Excuse me, I jumped there with that move, but still, he played D4. G5 was played. All right, let's get back to here. Sorry. In this position, he played G6. That's what happened. He played G6, H-G6, H-G6, and now G5 and bishop to G7. Now, everything looks hunky-dory. Everything looks fine. Although there's an H-file, the bishop is guarding. What did Lanier do? Rook to H7, baby. Put the rook on a square, not even taking anything. Just drop the piece in. Hey, knock, knock. Here I am. A beautiful square for the rook. You cannot take this piece. If you play king takes, in this position, after queen takes, you're done. This pawn's hanging, rook h1, mate is coming. It's all over. This bishop is coming along the line. So rook h7, a move that Wesley just missed. He tried the move d4, opening up this diagonal for his bishop, and Wesley said, wait, you open up another diagonal for my bishop. Hello, still leaving the rook hanging. f7 is still in trouble. Now here, the only chance was to get rid of this piece. Bishop takes on f3, trying to distract White's attention, but White would have played rook takes g7. Imagine this happened in a game. Beautiful sacrifice. Give me that with check. And now don't take the bishop and allow the rook to come in to defend. Take this pawn. Now this line is just beautiful. The rook's hanging, mating threats. It's not dead loss. Rook e7, a great defensive move. And then rook to g7. Give me the bishop now. And now king b1. And here White would say, your king is terrible. Your rook's hanging. You could probably hold for some time, but man, who wants to defend the position with this king on h8? So this was the best defense. He did not see this line. Of course, it looks terrible, but still, it was better than what he did. Queen e7, because then he faced the move queen to h4. Another beautiful move, hanging this piece, but that's it. The threats are just too strong. Wesley actually resigned here, because if you take this piece, bam, a sacrifice. Queen h6, you don't let the guy do all this. Isn't that a shame, guys? He wouldn't let him just do the do right here and play, squeeze him, G6 game over with the threat here. Queen H7 mate with Queen H7 with mate to follow on H8. Too many threats. Just a beautiful game. Rook H7. That's a move you just want to play. Woo. So Wesley knows full well that Lanier can play some chess, and they're going to be watching each other very carefully, and that's why we see what's probably not going to be one of those wild attacking games in front of us now.
Knight F3 to D2 was Wesley's intention. Playing for the E4 square, you mentioned that one of the reasons you retreat your bishop from C4 to E2 is that sometimes you can play bishop out to F3. And, well, I just want to say this is a very different approach than what I'm used to in these Queen's Gambit accepted positions. The pawn on B5, once again, I'm boldly pointing out the obvious. The pawn on B5 is not on B6, where it doesn't control the A5 and C5 square. Knight F3 to D2 to B3, going for those squares. Can it bring Wesley So, our grand chess tour tournament winner, a victory, an advantage?
It's a try. It's one of those positions that's dry, but you still have to be careful with black. I feel that the king being on E7, the fact that the bishop cannot stay on C5, you'd really like to stay there, so it controls all of the squares. And it actually...
Lanier quickly played the move, knight D7. Want the bishop? Take the bishop.
Take the bishop. And I think it's a very logical decision right now. Maurice consistently calls this the Grandmaster exchange, knowing when to give up the bishop and for what. Right. And in this case, you give up the dark squares and the dark squared bishop, but you do have a lead of development.
True.
Imagine white played knight f3, d2, b3, takes on c5 that cost a lot of tempi.
It certainly did.
And in the meantime, he's hoping to play rook c8, rook d8, hide the king, I would guess, on e8, and play with a bunch of extra squares.
Exactly.
You control the d file, you can stick a knight on d3. If that's taken, you have at least equality. It's a very logical way to try to diffuse white's play, in my opinion.
Okay, very intriguing imbalance going on here in this particular game with the knight on c5. I mean, I find myself automatically drawn to the move b3 just because the king is sitting on, well, we know it's a common square in this variation, but for this specific position, it does draw the ire of the bishop wanting to go from a c1 to a3.
But here we get the awkwardness of white's position, correct?
How so?
Because I play b4 with black, and I ask you, where is your knight going?
You kicked me back, that is for sure.
That is for sure, and let's say I try to, hustle it. I go knight e4 at some point, maybe start with knight d5 so that you don't kick
knight e4,
knight d5, just giving ideas in this position.
Right.
Maybe start with rook h8. There's so many options for black. Let's put the move rook h8 on the board, for example.
Rook h8 to d8 on the board. And I was thinking that, in this battle of squares that we're having, your knight, you kind of referenced it, that would love to go to the c3 square. When I put my knight on d1, I was fighting to put my knight on the c4 square. I think your knight on the c3 square is boss.
Oh yeah, definitely.
To my knight on the c4 square. So I might want to play the move f3 to try to freeze this guy out of the action. But also, I have issues with my bishop right now. Your pawn on b4 is very
it's controlling.
Yeah. It doesn't make it easy for me. And I feel the fact that I spent so much time, like my rook on a1 hasn't moved, my bishop hasn't, all to win the two bishops, but
sometimes not worth it.
Exactly. Shall we just switch very quickly and see some of the other games? Okay, this is the Fabi game. This is the queen c2. This is where you had mentioned, Alejandro, queen f6 with a double attack against the pawn on b2, the bishop on f4.
A mention with no guarantees made. I do not know if it's a good move.
It doesn't come with a money-back guarantee.
No. I mean, you play queen f6 on your own accord, no refunds.
No free shipping and handling.
No free shipping and handling. Queen f6, I saw it in an engine a long time ago. It was pretty weak, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't.
I gotcha. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But what about the Jeffrey Jean game here? We haven't haven't seen.
Yeah, we haven't looked at it at all.
This is the Peter Svidler,
That's the one,
Jeffrey Jean game. And it's funny because we've been talking about the Wesley So game where you prepare A4 against B5. And then you get the guy to play G4, B4. And we've got some kind of a dance similarly, a kind of an echo, but this time on the king side going on between Peter Svidler and Jeffrey. I mean, what can I say? Again, some kind of a weird Joko piano that I don't understand
when
at all.
this H6 G5 started to get introduced into, let's say, chess, right? It really wasn't common until 6-7 years ago, maybe.
Okay.
And people thought this is actually a very interesting way to play for black, especially white castles, and then you go H6 G5.
Right.
And a lot of people started delaying castling, saying, well, when you play H6, why would I castle short? Let me just make some other moves. When you eventually play the move Bishop E7 and castle yourself, then I'll castle and I'll be okay. I'll think H6 kind of a waste of time. The bishop on F8 not as active as a bishop on C5.
Right.
So you get some strategical play. And at some point, black said, I don't care that you're not castled. I'm going to go G5 anyway.
Wow. And since Peter hasn't castled, that was why he took this moment and said, hey, look, I can play H4. Maybe I can castle queenside with my king. Very important in the opening when you reveal the address of your king.
Right.
Sort of it's a signal, the bell's tolling, I'm over here, everybody. And so very cagey game going on over there. But Alejandro, we have very special guests in studio.
Yes, with Maurice Ashley, we have Dr. David Lenihan and Connor Lenihan. Maurice, take it away.
Well, we've got some big fans of the game with us now, and we'd like to welcome them to the show. I'll start with you, David. I know that you are a fan of the game, but you also work in the medical school.
Yeah.
And tell us about your work at Ponce Medical.
So Ponce Medical School is a medical school in Puerto Rico. It's part of the U.S. health system, and we just announced that we're building a new medical school in St. Louis.
It's exciting.
And we concentrate on getting more people from underrepresented minorities into the healthcare workforce to become doctors.
And your expansion to St. Louis, why? Why
So
here?
we're building it into St. Louis, in North St. Louis, up on the Pruitt-Igoe site in the north side, for two reasons. One, when you build medical schools in communities of need, it really improves the health outcomes to those communities. And second, St. Louis is a great place to expand what we call cultural competency in medicine, how well that patient interacts with the physician and concentrates on that. And St. Louis, sitting right in the middle of America with the large demographic changes happening in the Midwest, can position us as one of the leaders in health delivery.
Very strategic indeed. And speaking of strategy, I know, Connor, you're a chess fan, and you were telling me that you're a big fan of the streamers. You must follow Hikaru regularly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love watching Hikaru. Watching Wesley So and Karuna right now in the studio was actually a fantastic experience. So it's very exciting to be here.
You're saying Hikaru, you're only a fan, you're a fan of who else? What are the other big names?
Oh, I watch Levy Rosman, Gotham Chess, and I watch Eric Rosen quite a bit.
Eric,
so,
one of our own.
And the Botez sisters. So big
You
fan
watch
of
all the big names.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Do you watch a guy named Maurice Ashley at all?
Sometimes, you know. I definitely watch the Stewart, I'll tell you.
What the heck? They tell me to interview these guys out here.
No, Maurice, I love watching it too, don't worry.
What about the battle between the two of you? Father and son go at it. What happens?
At about age 10, he started to beat me. So, it's the way it goes in life, right?
It sure does. Tell us where you are right now at university, Connor, and how much chess goes on there.
Yeah, so I'm actually overseas in Dublin, Ireland right now, and go to a school called RCSI, but there's a ton of chess there, actually. I mean, if you watch and go through the Dublin streets, there's more chess games on like Grafton Street than I actually would be expecting. So it's very fun just to walk. You can just sit down at any of the seats and just start playing, kind of like it is here. Yeah.
And what happens when you play the Dubliners?
Oh, sometimes I lose quite bad, you know? But other times it goes all right. You know, they're a very mixed range of ratings there. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for being fans of the game. Thanks for the work that you're doing Dr. David Lenihan, as you bring more medical intelligence and access to the community. We really appreciate it. David and Connor Lenihan, we got fans from all over, but they're not too smart about the streamers.
I think
I'm gonna take that personally.
I think Connor's got it down pat. He knows what he's doing.
Haters.
They all become friends. You know how it goes, Maurice. More haters become friends. Thank you both for joining us. Thank you. Thank you for coming online, David and Connor. And Alejandro.
We're going to have more special guests throughout the show, including a certain Grandmaster Garry Kasparov will be joining us here on the show. But first, we're going to take a small break. We are going to leave you with a KasparovChess.com lesson with Anish Giri actually on gambits. And right after that, well, stay tuned. We're going to have the action of the last round of the Sinquefield Cup. And shortly after, we will be joined by former world champion Garry Kasparov. Stay tuned.
There are quite some gambits within 1d4 as well, although if you are a gambit player, the e4 is probably more likely to be a choice. But still, after d4, it's possible to play a few gambits, although it's harder to find reasonably correct ones. I've tried to brainstorm a little bit, look into the various possibilities. Now, first of all, there are some gambits that are very correct. Now, the so-called Queen's Gambit is not exactly a gambit. If black accepts it, sorry, we just recapture the pawn after e4 or e3, b5 will hang on to the pawn only temporarily. Black cannot save this pawn. So this is a fake gambit. It's not a real gambit. But there are some gambits within d4. For example, in the Vienna that arises after knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, d takes c4, e4, the Vienna bishop b4. Here, white can sacrifice the pawn. I speak about this in different videos when I speak about the Vienna, when I speak about the main lines or the most aggressive ways of playing the d4. Now, this is simply the main line, a very correct way, a correct gambit. It's possible to sacrifice the c4 pawn in many different openings. For example, in the Ragozin, in the main line, it's possible to play the move bishop g5, h6, and bishop h4. Without c takes d5, e takes d5, it loses the pawn, d takes c4, but there is some compensation. Now, idea is that after e4 there is g5. There is some compensation here. a3 is a move takes, and this is not called a gambit, but it is one. It's a sacrifice on c4. This pawn can also be sacrificed in various Slav positions. For example, in the main line of the semi-Slav, the bishop g5, the move I recommend in the as the main line approach to d4. Also leads to a gambit in particular after the anti-Moscow. h6, bishop h4, d takes c4. It's called the anti-Moscow gambit, another critical way of playing. The c4 pawn can also be sacrificed in the Slav after d takes c4. Main line is a4, stopping b5, and then regaining the pawn. And that's the most critical way of playing in terms of soundness and objectivity. But it's possible to play here e4. This is a reasonable gambit too. Black goes b5. We'll most likely never see this pawn back. But white has control of the center, and this line is experiencing a renaissance. It's been played at the top level. Magnus Carlsen used it once. Daniel Dubov also a big proponent of this c4, sacrificing that c4 pawn. It's a motif that we see often in various Slavs. Also, for example, the a6 Slav here, you can play queen c2 and then sacrifice this pawn this way. It's also possible to sacrifice it in the Slav, for example, after queen c2 and after d takes c4, which is the main move, to go e4. Again, it's hard to enforce a gambit. If your opponent will never take the pawn on c4, it's hard to. You can keep giving him stuff, but but he was not going to take it. So you cannot enforce a gambit upon someone, but you can. If you're lucky, you can definitely end up playing one. In a way, the Catalan can sometimes also be a pawn sacrifice, but it's not called a gambit, and I think that's not exactly the terminology. But there are variations. For example, dc bishop g2, a6, castle, and knight c6, where white sacrifices a pawn. This is not called a gambit, but this is a pawn sacrifice that's very sound. Again, just a part of one of the main lines again, of d4. In terms of gambits that we usually think of, there is a move d4, knight f6, g4. this was suggested to me by Simon Williams. I have come to Simon with my head facing downwards. I said, Simon, you are the godfather of gambits. Can you tell me, are there any gambits in 1d4? Because I honestly don't know any. And he told me that there's this gambit called Kilkenny Gambit. I've never heard or seen this. Also, the Kilkenny Gambit, I have a strong suspicion this is the name that Simon gave to the opening himself. But I see the point, knight g4, e4, control the center. But definitely rather nonsensical stuff. But definitely, I'm sure there are tricks there if you get very lucky and if you know all your stuff and your opponent is not the strongest player in the world and makes few mistakes, it could work out. There is, of course, the gambits like such when you sacrifice the e4 pawn, for example, after d4, d5, e4. But these are really incorrect. D takes e4, knight c3, knight f6, f3. It makes more sense, at least in the Caro-Kann or the French, when black is already committed in c4. So after the move e4, c6, and then you sacrifice this e4 pawn. There, it's a little bit more to the point. Let's say here, knight c3, de, f3. Obviously, when black hasn't even played c6, this is really even less tempting. So highly incorrect. But if you are really eager to play 1d4 and give up a pawn and force your opponent to take it, you can probably do that by playing this move e4. But again, I personally don't see the reason to do so. You can play aggressive chess without sacrificing a pawn, but if your life goal is to sacrifice one, you can do that. And against the Dutch, fortunately, there are a few decent gambits. The Dutch is rather committal, weakens the king somewhat, so whenever black plays a committal opening, white can also afford some flexibility and doesn't only have to follow the main line. Here, it's possible to play g4. It's reasonably popular. I've seen this gambit. e4, a very sound gambit, I believe, decent move. Again, not the most critical, but very possible here. Now that, unlike the d4, d5 here, the f-file is open, the king is somewhat weak, so very sensible. But again, the gambits, by definition, I would think the gambit is an opening where you sacrifice material or a pawn. So in that sense, you can build a d4 repertoire based on main lines, and then you sacrifice the pawn whenever possible, like the anti-Moscow gambit, or for example, in the Grunfeld. Yes, when I asked my gambit guru, Simon Williams, if he has any gambit suggestions against the King's Indian or the Grunfeld, he said, I don't know, but I probably have some, which would really impress me. I don't know how you can sacrifice a pawn against the King's Indian, because black is very passive at the start and does not attack anything. But I'm sure you can feed black some pawn if you want to some h4, h5. But these are all highly incorrect and unnecessary. Against the Grunfeld, I believe the line with h4 could sometimes turn into a gambit. It's one of the critical lines, and also my suggestion is the aggressive weapon. After d takes c4, e4, c5, d5, b5, you do sacrifice the c4 pawn. It's a sound one. So again, as a rule, from what I can tell, sacrificing the c4 pawn is a reasonably correct gambit. Sacrificing the e4 pawn in the d4 openings. But again, the gambits. Gambit is an interesting way of life. You can do that in one e4, but also in one d4. It is your choice. So do as you please and enjoy the gambits.
I'm Emily Allred, curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame. In August 2021, people around Missouri commemorated the state's bicentennial. As part of these celebrations, a life-size granite chessboard will be installed at a new park on Adrian's Island in Jefferson City, Missouri. Surrounding the board will be 32 images representing the contributions that Missourians have made in varied fields, including agriculture, music, literature, and sports. The board will also educate visitors about significant historical moments and personalities from the state's history, including President Harry S. Truman, Dred and Harriet Scott's courageous efforts to gain their freedom, innovations of George Washington Carver. The project was spearheaded by Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, the co-founder of the St. Louis Chess Campus. The chessboard is the Eagle Scout project for Andrew Dowden, a Life Scout and student at Helios Catholic High School in Jefferson City, Missouri. He completed the engravings on the stones surrounding the chessboard using an epilogue laser at the Scouts BSA Invention Campus. Around the board will be benches made from 200-year-old wood by Life Scout Maya Thomas, a student at Kirksville High School in Kirksville, Missouri, as a part of her Eagle Scout project. On August 9th, the efforts of both Scouts were honored during a ceremony commemorating the dedication of the Bicentennial Bridge, which was attended by Governor Mike Parson, Lieutenant Governor Mike Kehoe, and the Mayor of Jefferson City, Carrie Turgeon. A free brochure is available on site at the World Chess Hall of Fame and for download at worldchesshof.org. It contains passages about the historical moments memorialized on each of the squares, as well as information about the efforts of the Scouts who made this project a reality.
We are back on the last round of the Sinquefield Cup. We already have a Grand Chess Tour winner, and we have at least one winner of the Sinquefield Cup, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave quickly drew his game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, guaranteeing himself a share of first place. The question is, can somebody catch him? It could be up to 2 players, as Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces is seeking a victory against Richard Rapport. If Fabi wins, he'll catch Maxime. And a winner, doesn't matter who, between Wesley So and Lenier Dominguez will also catch the Frenchman.
Exactly. It's funny to think that Hikaru came in as a wild card and became the first wild card player ever to win a Grand Chess Tour event.
Outside of Magnus.
Outside of Magnus.
Outside of Magnus, yes.
And then we might see a back-to-back if Lenier was to pull off a victory against Wesley So.
That's very true. However, realistically speaking, we don't think the game is heading that direction. It does seem like a very solid affair between both of them. If anybody is pushing for the edge, you kind of expect it to be white in those positions. Of course, that's what Wesley So has. But let's take a look at the other games that we haven't really been able to pay so much attention to.
I have the game of Sam and Dark up on our screen. This is from one of those readies where D5 takes C4, says, I want a pawn. What have you got for it? And after castles, we get to a position I believe is quite well known in theory, knight g5, and this move e2, e4. Okay, why the move e4? Well, it's about winning back this pawn on c4. And what this move does, and it's sort of a camouflage idea, is after, for example, a move like h6 takes, how are we going to attack this pawn on c4 again? Well, we've got this idea of rook e1 and bishop f1. And obviously, the player is being aware of that variation. Black goes and gives back the pawn right away. And the players have very quickly got to this position. I don't know what the theoretical evaluation is, but my first, I would say, knee-jerk reaction is black is fine. He has given up the 2 bishops, though.
Black seems okay, but we have an important guest with us, one of the greatest players of all time, arguably the greatest player of all time, Garry Kasparov, here with us on the show. Hi, Gary.
Hi, Gary.
Hi. Yes, good afternoon.
Your first impressions of the 8 rounds of the Sinquefield Cup, Gary. Where have you been enjoying the action?
Yes, absolutely. Look, it's I always say that Grand Chess Tour was the best proof that classical chess was not dead. So we had, of course, quite of the games were not as exciting as we wanted, but it's understandable because players are tired. It's a long season, and obviously, the pandemics had an extra pressure on all of them. But so many games, great games being played. Yes, mistakes, but that's what makes games very exciting. And I think this Sinquefield Cup, was again really good demonstration that classical chess still attracts tremendous attention of the public. And again, I was quite happy to see there's so many fighting games and great fighting spirit of all the players.
Thank you, Gary and Alejandro.
Gary, we have a special prize in this tournament. We have the Brilliancy Prize. Now, we're the judges. We don't want you to tell us our opinion and pollute our minds. But tell us a story about a famous Brilliancy Prize you've won. You must have many through the years.
You just said it, I had many through the years.
He's so many you can't even count them.
Yeah, that's quite tough because, I can, I'm not sure, whether tournaments had a special prizes. For instance, my game was Topolov. I'm not sure there was a special prize in Vikings.
That is a crime.
Yeah, that's the... actually, it was a one Brilliancy Prize, I remember. That was a very good game. So there was not a clean, perfect game, but no games are perfect. Even with Topolov, So if he wouldn't have taken Rook on D4 and exchange queens, he would have probably slightly better endgame. So you always need the cooperation of your opponent. But I would recall a game from Manila Olympiad, Yasser, the last round.
Absolutely.
Actually, the penultimate round. It was my last game, but I didn't play in the last round.
In fact, you won the Brilliancy in the Olympiad in Manila. But the problem I think the judges had is you had two candidates for the Brilliancy, and they had to choose which one.
but Nikolic was really good
was one.
Yeah, it was a really good game, good opening. So that's and then this is Peace Sacrifice. So out of the blue, yes. So again, it's tough. You're testing my memory, and just actually, it's not a testing my memory. It's I would say it's the opposite. So pleasant because now I'm just trying to recount all the games I played. So.
Nice. Of course, Gary, this is the final leg of the Grand Chess Tour 2021. It was a very difficult year for the organizers. The pandemic had so many challenges, but it was completed, it was fulfilled. 2022 has been announced. There are more tournaments. Tell us a little bit about the new event in Poland. It's very nice that we're expanding the competitions, and I'm very happy that we have a new sponsor from Warsaw.
It's not just a new sponsor because it was also be sponsored partially by the same sponsor who is behind the Bucharest and Zagreb, the Superbet company.
Okay.
But there are local sponsors, and I was recently in Poland just 2 days ago. Had a great trip. I was in Warsaw and then traveled down to Ustron. It's a small town in the Katowice region, and met a new Polish sponsor from a company called Mokate. This is the largest seller of tea and coffee in Poland, and this is actually international business, great family business, and the man who runs it, it's a big chess fan. So he's joining now the group of other Polish sponsors. And it's sometimes things work in a concert. You say it's a coincidence, maybe it's chicken and egg, but you have a rise of chess popularity in Poland. You have Polish sponsors, and believe it or not, what a coincidence! Young Krzysztof Duda is on the rise. So he just won the World Cup, beating Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, and one of Magnus' former challengers, Sergei Karyakin. So in the semi and in the final of the World Cup. Now qualifying for candidates, and again, that gave another boost both for chess fans in Poland and also for Polish sponsors. So now Duda, definitely will be part of Grand Chess Tour, and of course, they get an extra wild card in Warsaw. So I'm very optimistic, so that the event in Warsaw will not be just one-off. So we're looking for long-term setup in Eastern Europe, so between these three capitals, and again, it's I think great news great news for our, sponsors in France, and of course for St. Louis, that now we have reliable partners in Europe that can offer us the expansion in the region that had long-term chess traditions. I mean, let's be honest. The traditions of chess in Eastern Europe, they were rich, and they went down history for at least 150 years. So the fact is that all these countries now are joining the Grand Chess Tour gives us a lot of confidence that our event is going to be a dominant chess network in the years to come.
Wonderful. And I just have to ask you, I don't believe you're in the United States, and I don't believe you're in Croatia, but you're in Greece?
Yeah, I'm in Greece.
What are you doing in Greece?
It's a traditional event that also, was canceled last year because of the pandemics. It's a conference organized by Stavros Niarchos Foundation. It's a summer conference here, Nostos Conference. And this year, the event is concentrating on AI and humanity. And I'm one of the speakers. Actually, tomorrow I'll be joining the panel. That's the last day of the conference. So, as you know, I'm very active on this field as well. So, and I'm in the room. Actually, I close the curtains, just to have sort of a better backdrop. Yeah. Otherwise, the night Athens behind me.
Well, Gary, that's so wonderful. First of all, thank you for all the work you do on the Grand Chess Tour. Much success in Greece. And, well, guys, if there's anything else you want to ask the founder of the Grand Chess Tour, now's the time.
By the way, what's happening today, Yasser? So we didn't talk about chess. Let's assume I know I don't play as well as I used to, but it's probably doesn't.
I do have a question.
Giving comments.
I do have a question.
Yeah,
Gary, we're finishing up the tour here. This is the last day of play for the entire tour. Wesley So won. But besides Wesley, what impressed you, or who impressed you from the tour participants?
Look, it was a very hectic year because, as I said, I think the players had so much to deal with, and again the event was interrupted by the COVID restrictions, and it's a great pity that Levon Aronian couldn't take part in the last leg of the tournament. Again, Wesley won because he proved to be the most stable and most reliable player. And by the way, it's not just in Grand Chess Tour. We look at this online events organized by Magnus Chess. So Wesley also did extremely well. Yes. So it's just it shows that everything is being paid for your hard work and for your devotion to the game of chess. And Wesley is that's today in this current environment he proved to be the most resilient to all the challenges at the chessboard and around chessboard.
Gary, if I may, I don't know if you can see my board, but I definitely, first of all, hello. We don't get to see each other too often.
Now I can see your board.
You can see the board, and this is one of your good buddies, Peter Svidler, who did not play well in this event, but he looks like he's trying to win the Brilliancy Prize in this round, or shaping up to be in fine style. He's playing against Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey played an early G5. We've seen this happen often in this opening, but has he done it too early? As a Queen E2 and now C6, and given Peter this incredible D4, E takes D4, Bishop takes D4. This looks like something out of your style of play where you would be thinking, oh boy, I'm gonna have to kill this guy.
Look, the position that you showed me after move 6 or 7, was A6 and A4. We used to see it in the amateur chess, they move their pawns, H and A pawns. But now that's a serious chess because H6 G5 is one of the new modern plans, and I think again Peter responded with what he learned when he was a kid, So if something happens on the side, so just attack in the center. So I don't. But why are you thinking that it's so bad for black?
Well, first of all, I have an engine, so that kind of helps.
Okay, fine. That's.
But knight G6, my knight G6 plan is to castle and just blast. It looks like a natural.
Happened.
It just looks like. And did he castle?
Yeah, I believe so.
He did. Knight G6 happened. Castles has happened. I feel like I'm studying The Test of Time by Garry Kasparov. I feel like I'm studying one of Garry Kasparov's best games. With the game collections where this kind of position, you see the two bishops, you see the knight, the rook, you just need to bring the other pieces into play, and it doesn't feel like black is properly poised to deal with everything that's coming. He's played the move queen to e7. It feels just like an attacking game in your style.
Okay, I don't want to say that the attacking games are just my style. I guess only because there are many players that would probably call this mental as well. I just, think that, Peter did things, that's quite natural. So, though, again, I don't have a luxury of looking at the engine. So, again, this is optically doesn't seem to be so bad for black. So when I just look at this position, by the way, when the game is over, so, okay, ask them how they evaluated the position, the players. Yes, without having access to an engine. Yeah, can you show me Peter's face? Or there's any chance I can look at Peter's face?
Only behind a mask, Gary. You're not going to be able to determine.
Okay, no, but still, I'm behind the mask, but it's just.
He looks like he's gearing
machine
up.
Recommendation? Because what's machine recommendation?
Knight f1, actually.
Knight f1. That's what I saw. Knight f1, and then Knight goes on g3, and then move knight f5. So but it's I think it's just difficult for black to find the right to find the good location for the king. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine that Peter bringing his knight to g3, Gary. Well, it's very awkward for black's king. If he tries to go to the long side, a7 is hanging, and he tries to go short, things could work.
I still think the short might be the best choice, but it's just not. Doesn't look good. Yes, but I still think you have to go short.
So, for example, queen e7.
Maybe okay. Maybe now, knight e5.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. But the problem is now f4 is a threat, yes?
Exactly. So, bishop, anything like a bishop e6.
No, that's it. No, that's it. No, that's it.
Oh, dear. There's an execution coming on the G file. This is what the challenges that black is having in this game. Gary,
Peter played some good. I mean, it's obviously the age. Age plays a role, but he had some really good games in this one.
Yeah.
It was it was MVL. It was actually a very good game. He lost it by making one terrible mistake, 98, but it was, that he had at least two easy ways of making a draw. And it was a very high quality game.
Yeah.
It's not for the brilliant surprise, but it was a good game. Both played with a lot of creativity. So I thought it was a great game. And it's a pity that he just, instead of king e8, he made this terrible blunder, knight e8, and just, and then lost.
Exactly. Gary, I think it's a question that a lot of people who follow the Grand Chess Tour would like to ask. Could you give us any insight as to whether or not Magnus Carlsen might be in the next cycle?
It's Magnus' decision. So we invited him this year. He just decided that he had other things to do. He'll be invited again, of course, no doubt about it. And it's for him to decide. So we are not, we cannot force him to do the things.
Of course.
I think it was a great pity. He didn't take part in this Grand Chess Tour. So we'll see what happens, next year. But before next year, we'll see what happens in Dubai.
Yes.
In his match with Nepo. So I'm quite confident we'll have Nepo joining us next year. So as one of the top players, or God knows, as a new world champion. So as for Magnus, whether he will be the world champion, and again, as you know, I think he's a favorite in the match, or he'll be newly cooked ex-world champion. So it will be his decision to make.
All right, Gary. Well, thank you so much for joining us again. Any questions furthermore, Gary?
See you in St. Louis, in 10 days, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good time in Greece. See you soon.
Take care, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
And for those that are don't know, Garry Kasparov will be here at the St. Louis Chess Club moving the pieces. He will actually be playing chess. It's not going to be traditional chess. It will be chess 9LX, also known as Fischer Random Chess or Chess 960. He'll be participating with some of the top players in the world as we see much more chess to come right after the end of the Grand Chess Tour. We get a week break, more or less.
Right.
And we have Ultimate Moves coming up on September 7th, immediately after the Champions Show, then a Chess 9LX event with Gary, with Peter, with Favi, you name them, they'll be here. They're strong. We have the World Fischer Random World Champion, Wesley So, who demolished Magnus Carlsen to get that title. And he's coming here on September 8th to 10th, playing for that title. And a month break, not even, we're here with the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championship, October 5th to the 19th.
Crowning national champions in that event. I still remember Wesley going to Oslo to play against Magnus Carlsen in the Fischer Random World Chess Championship. It was the inaugural first time that the World Championship was being recognized by the FIDE, and the Norwegians came out in force. I mean, there was cameras and reporters and fans, and it was amazing, and Wesley dominated the match. And the closing ceremony was crickets. it was pretty funny. It's like Wesley kind of came close to me and said, could you escort me home? No problem, Wesley, will do. Maurice, over to you. What do you have for us, please?
This position, again, the one between Peter and Jeffrey Zhang, I actually surprised Gary wasn't licking his chops, saying, oh, my goodness, this is how I used to beat people up back in the day. You see the two bishops on the long diagonal. You see the king castled long as well. This is aggression on Peter's mind, looking to destroy White's position. Why do I bring this up? Because you mentioned the game. Actually, Gary mentioned the same game as well, Yaz, the game against Nikolic.
Exactly.
Let's go back in time to one of Gary's greatest games back in this Olympiad back in 1992. He had the white pieces here, and in this position, he castled queenside like Peter did, and after castled, he played e3 to open up the game for this file, of course, and after D takes e3, in this moment, Gary stopped and sank in deep thought. Just about everybody would play bishop takes on e3 in this position, attacking the queen, keeping the pawn structure. After much thought, Gary decided, I'm going to take with my f-pawn, weakening this pawn permanently, but opening up the file. Gary, the dynamic attacking player. After this, the queen dropped back, and the bishop went to the other diagonal, the c3 diagonal. That's where it really wanted to be. And after bishop to g4, bishop to d3. And does this give us any kind of memory? Peter Svidler right now with his bishops on the diagonal. Knight bd7, bishop f5, getting rid of this light square piece. And after takes, rook e8, thinking that right here he had everything covered. He's going to drop his bishop back. Hey, if you want to take my bishop, no problem. You got this weakie on e3. And this is where Gary exploded with, boom, knight takes on g7, ripping the position apart. The king took back queen f5, now threatening to play rook takes d7. Since this knight is simply pinned, so the queen couldn't take back, you lose your queen. Knight to f8, trying to save that piece, and then h4, Harry the h-pawn going up the board. Does this recall anything of what's happening in Peter's game? The h-pawn going up the board as well. h6, g4, hello. Here comes the full-scale problem as g5 is going to happen. The whole king side is going to be decimated. He tried exchanging queens in this moment. He played the move queen to c8. But that didn't stop Gary. He played queen takes on c8, rook c8, g5, give me the piece. And now that he's going to get his piece back no matter what, he said, let me keep rooks on the board. Took, move your bishop out the way and give me everything. Look at these rooks. You may have gotten to an endgame, but you're not going to survive. Look at this horrible knight, horrible bishop. King is still on the file. c5 was played. Gary was even able to wait after c5 with the move king to c2. I'm just going to chill and not let you play rook to d3 at all. Rook e6, rook g4, bishop h8, and now b4. Just take a look at these two bad pieces. b6, trade, And give me the B line. Here comes that rook. And Gary waited with rook to B2. Let's just finish out the game. Bishop to G7. And now the move rook B7. Give him this pawn. And then E6, a la MVL. We saw MVL play a nice E6 in this game, opening up the line for the bishop, hitting the pawn on F7. After rook takes on E6, rook takes G7, and his opponent resigned. What a nice move. Knight to F, F takes E3, the positional move. And then G7. Knight takes on G7, and just a sweet, sustained attack. I'm telling you guys, I look at this position. Well, now he's taking on F6. Castles, Queen E7. Surprisingly, he actually traded, did Peter. Played it positionally.
Yasser approved.
Instead of
it's a pawn, Yasser.
It's a pawn, but no, that was a great-looking bishop on.
That's such a dominant bishop. I'm surprised he just traded it so easily when he could have continued the attack with knight F1, as you mentioned. Bring the knight to G3. You're always threatening knight F5, maybe H5. Disrupt all of Black's pieces. Get a kingside attack, and F4 was being prepared as well. This feels just like straight greed.
Truly that. That 1992, especially, I was there in the Olympiad when Gary made the move, F2 takes E3. It was really, for us at the time, really just such a shocking move because, you know, bishop takes E3, everybody plays a la tempo. And when as Maurice would say, when he dropped that bomb on the board, knight G7, you go, okay, this game is something special because of the indications of those two moves. And it won the Brilliancy Prize, and I think justifiably so.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those games that even I knew, despite the fact that it happened way before I started playing chess.
Right.
It's a brilliancy you just learned.
Exactly. It's just very, very nice. Now, going back to the guys who are playing for first, let's just take a quick gander at the game of Richard Rapport and Fabiano. I have this kind of impression of a game that Richard played earlier in the tournament against MVL, and both guys just kind of stagnated.
Right.
It was sort of like the same kind of a structure. Somehow this knight got on A4, this knight got on D7, and neither side could improve the prospects of their pieces, and that game ended in a repetition, in a draw.
In a pretty strange repetition, but
yeah.
I get the same type of phantoms from that.
Echoes.
Echoes. I don't really know what either's plans is. It's really a strange position because you can imagine Black would love a break. Yeah. D5 would be awesome. Never going to happen.
Never.
F5, not so desirable. You already have a pawn on H6.
Right.
You're weakening a lot of light squares.
Yep.
So even if I give you F5 for free,
yeah,
it's
maybe
unclear that you really want to do it.
Right.
Meanwhile, White, it's in a similar position. Do you really want to play the move F4? Yes and no. You weaken your dark squares. You give E5 to the opponent knight. You arguments for, arguments against.
I think it really comes down to White. If White can somehow get in the move C4, C5 and cause D6 takes C5 to happen, so you can go knight A4.
And that's a difficulty, right?
And I've got something to work with.
Absolutely. The problem is we're not playing checkers.
D6
you can play
C5.
D6, D5.
You can go, right.
And that is the main problem for White in making progress. All of White's pieces are very well placed.
Last move, rook D1, by the way. Just, it feels, though, that White has a little bit more control.
White has a bit more space, a bit more control. Usually, I would say I'd rather be White.
Right.
I never feel like it's a lot. I've analyzed the kind of structures coming out of the Paulsen pretty often with engines. Engines love this position for White.
Oh, really?
But they're not entirely sure how to make progress either.
Okay.
So it's going to be a fight. It's probably going to be a very long fight as they maneuver around. So still, as you say, boiling.
Boiling. On a slow boil, the British might say. Let's, in this case, jump to the game of Wesley So and Lanier. Again, these two players came into this round tied for second, hoping that MVL would not win and that one of them would have chances of potentially tying for first in the Sinquefield Cup. Let's see how the players got here, because we actually left it at earlier at this position, knight b3, and it looked like Wesley had a chance to capture the dark squared bishop or go after the light squared bishop. Wesley's choice was to go after the light squared bishop, and
he got no bishop.
He didn't take it. I thought he played knight a5 with the idea of knight takes b7. He didn't do it. And just catching up with the players, we have this position on board. First knee-jerk impression is, what are these pieces doing over here? Second is, there's a Peshki. There's a Peshki.
And there's a Peshki on G7.
There's a Peshki
Not
over here.
sure I want to take it.
Yeah, because I feel these pieces are a little bit strange
Also,
on
rook
A6.
G8 might be an issue.
Yeah, I think you want to play bishop F1 in order to play bishop takes G7. I would
That being said, if I'm given a free move, I'm just capturing that pawn on A4. So
yes,
an immediate,
I am.
An immediate question being asked to Leonid Dominguez, how are you defending this pawn?
Exactly.
So let's try to answer that first.
And I was just going to say, you would get your gold membership card in the Pawn Grubbers Association by instantly playing rook takes A4. How do you defend the pawn? That is the question. Crickets. Crickets.
Let's do this, Yasser. We can do it.
Well,
we just need to defend the pawn. It can't be that hard, right?
It can be that hard, actually. Just a second. Because obviously anything that allows...
Bishop E5 is horrible.
Yes, anything that allows bishop to E5 would be immediate death, so that knight on D7, if you pardon the expression, stuck, just cannot move.
I'm trying to make something like A3 work.
Okay.
You really should take that if you have any chances of winning.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I stopped because of B4, actually.
But it doesn't quite work.
Why not? The bishop takes B4, will walk into a check, and then the C7 pawn.
That is a check.
That is a check.
That's a very annoying check. However, I'm not really sure what your follow-up is if I play simply bishop D6.
And that's important, because if you had gone the other direction, I could have taken the pawn on A3. Now, when you put your bishop on D6, I understand I have issues down the back rank, but could I play something like a combination of the moves knight C4 and F3? I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to do it. Let's start with F3. This pawn on A3, at the moment it's unclear. It might be a great asset.
It might.
Yeah, it feels very awkward trying to capture it for free.
Bishop A, let's continue down the line.
Right, bishop A8. Okay, that's a little bit of a relief. Now I don't have to worry about anything dropping.
Right.
So
I
to
did
speak,
have
on the
other
A file.
options, but
Right.
let's go with bishop A8 just to see what
Exactly.
white intends.
Exactly. Now, unfortunately, knight C4, you're just going to trade it all off, right?
I don't see a problem.
I don't have a particular. I mean, I don't have any tactic against the bishop on A8. Oh, right. But you had the other option. You said B2 takes A3.
And then some combination of rook A8 or rook A7. I'm not really sure. Probably rook A8, I would guess.
You want to embarrass. I have a traffic jam.
Yeah,
on the A file. Okay, well, hey, I'll drop back. You mentioned that my G2 pawn was potentially weak. Let me pull the bishop all the way back.
I'm not defending. I'm not getting my pawn back. This is very annoying.
Exactly, Maurice. We're having
some difficulties.
You're putting the hurt on Jeffrey Zhang over there, but we're thinking that Wesley might be just snipping a pawn and enjoying an advantage.
You guys can look at the end games and the extra pawns and stuff. I want to look at the middle games with the extra pawns.
Okay.
Take a look at this. Now, we had said here, you see all these juicy pieces,
right.
White with everything. Shouldn't white go for the attack? Peter said, I'm getting a pawn in my pocket. Right. That's what I know. Let him figure out whether or not he has compensation. I've got the short pawn. I've had a bad tournament so far. I can guarantee myself an extra pawn. Let's just go for it. Who can blame him? It's a free pawn. But is it so free as Jeffrey has frozen in this exact position, has not moved for quite some time? As a matter of fact, he played queen e7 at 108, and he's now at 56 minutes. So 12 minutes of thinking so far over should I take with the queen or should I take with the bishop? They both lead to very, very different games. Let's start with queen takes f6. Well, knight takes g4 hits your queen immediately. Makes sense to get rid of this guy. and queen takes, and now you get this move knight e5, the queen drops back, and then castles. Here, he has sacrificed the pawn. That's what we're going to call it. Sacrifice the pawn. For what? Is there any initiative in this position? He's got the dark square bishop on the long diagonal along with his queen. This knight, though, is not going anywhere. There's no b5, b4 that's going to happen anytime soon. And it looks like white just had a stable extra pawn right here. It's going to be very difficult, particularly if, let's say, he backs the bishop up, doesn't give you any target. Let's say he just moves this back. Where are you attacking white? You just look like you're down a pawn and hoping that you survive this position. So that's one challenge. The other challenge is if you take with the bishop. Now here, he's again going to play knight takes g4, and you're at a crossroads. If you decide to take this pawn, so you can get your pawn back in your pocket, well, there's g3. Bishop drops back. If you check, f4 is going to happen. So bishop drops back. Unfortunately, after takes and takes, you did steal a pawn, but your position looks awful. Like, you can't castle this way because this pawn is hanging, this pawn is weak, white's perfectly developed. You've got more weaknesses than you can count, and the f7 pawn as well. All kinds of pushes are about to happen. e5 with knight e4 and knight into d6 is threatened. It just looks like you're in major hurt land in this line. So again, after bishop f6, he still hasn't moved, so we can take a look. Bishop f6, knight takes on g4. You could try bishop takes here, and then bishop takes on c3, and then knight to e5, queen e2, and take a look at these mass exchanges. And it's this position, clear pawn down for black. Let's let him castle queenside. Clear pawn down for black, no question about it. But here, your guys' assessment, white's a pawn up, but these pawns don't necessarily breed great confidence. How do you assess this position? The engine is saying the advantage for white is so big, it's not worth talking about.
I would agree with the engine because it's always about the weakness of the king. And the pawn on c3 and the pawn on c2 do a good job of defending that.
No perpetual
king.
checks.
No perpetual checks. The black rooks can't enter the fray. That's the big thing for me when I see the position. Which rover is this rook going to go in? Is it going to go through g5? Not really. No. e5, I can always play f4.
Right.
Not really sure how the rooks are going to get into the game.
So that you can go like rook to c5 and pressure the c3 pawn?
No.
It's not easy to target.
Not easy to target. So
I like the extra pawn.
I like the extra pawn as well.
A lot.
Yeah. It looks as though Jeffrey his mind is racing through these variations and assessments as well. He might have seen compensation for himself, but as soon as Peter decided, I'm going to take your pawn, he's now looking and saying, wait a minute, I don't know if I like that variation. I think it's that special. I might actually just be down a pawn in this line. And then he's looking for other options that make sense for him.
Well, the other question I had for you, Marie, says, I liked all of those trades, but I wasn't sure with the
Grand Chess Tour.
Right.
And we did have a lot of problems with pandemic, travel restrictions. We actually had to replace a lot of players last minute, including for this tournament. But in the Grand Chess Tour, in the classical portion, those colors that we had in Bucharest, where one player had 5 whites and 4 blacks there, get reversed at the Singfield Cup. So at the end of the tour, you end up with the same amount of whites as blacks in classical chess.
Exactly. But to Cohen's point, and it's very, very relevant one, absolutely, I always felt that the double round robin was the absolute best. And don't forget, when the very first original Singfield Cup tournament was placed, it was a 4-player double round robin, and Hikaru actually started really, really well. Magnus came back, defeating Hikaru and defeating Levon in the no, I don't want to take your draw game. So yes, I'm with you 100%. I do like the double round robins.
Was it only a double round robin?
It was a double round robin in 2013 and a double round robin in 2014. It was Kamsky, Hikaru, Levon, and Magnus.
Yeah, I know. Was it only 6 games?
It was only 6 games.
Only 6 games.
That was it. He separated himself like that in 6 games.
It was amazing. I think Hikaru started with 2.5 out of 3.
Because I remember Hikaru beat Levon
with the blunder.
With the blunder, 97.
Exactly.
Attacking the rook on F8, it was trapped.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good memory, Alejandro.
I was there. It was right in front of me. Very visual.
Very nice. What's happening in the Wesley? Good question.
Excellent question. We
by
do
the
prefer.
Way, just to say, when we play those Blitz tournaments here in the Rapid and Blitz, guess what we're doing? Double round robins.
That being said, the Rapid, which is worth double, is a single round robin, and we do have some players that will play more white. But let's face it, chess isn't fair. If you have this concept that chess is a perfect game, that everything's fair, forget about it. There will be some advantages for some players. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky that you've got a player after playing Gary or after playing Magnus and he's just completely defeated.
Right.
And that's your next opponent.
Exactly.
So
when I played in those round robin tournaments with Gary, I just loved to be the number behind Gary. Gary was like this wrecking ball, just knocking down all of these pins. He would not only win the game, but he'd shatter the confidence of the opponent. And I was like, I want to follow Gary. How do you feel after playing Gary? Not so good. What's happening, Maurice? Jeffrey still in the tank after Bishop takes F6?
We're watching the countdown right now. Watching the countdown. One little exchange, Bishop takes knight, and the youngster has just been frozen as he flips these variations through his mind. This game has definitely taken a big turn. Unfortunately, this game doesn't have much bearings on the standings, except for maybe one Shakhriyar Mamedyarov doesn't want to see a victory in this game because one of those players will leapfrog him and push him back in the standings slightly.
Only Jeffrey could leapfrog him. Peter would catch him.
That doesn't help him
either.
But I guess if that's the case, if Jeffrey had drawn the game, somebody was going to catch him anyway. Right? So he really would prefer Peter catch him than Jeffrey.
We can see the standings of the tournament of the Singfield Cup right now, just to take a look at that. Not of the Grand Chess Tour, but of the Singfield to see where exactly they were.
Well, this does show us what he's playing for.
Exactly.
Because he's 6 points ahead of Fabiano Caruana. That 6 points matters.
22
and why does it matter is because he doesn't want Fabi to do so well that he loses $25,000 as a result of a Fabi win. That's what he's scared about right now. Fabi wins the game and he ties with Maxime for first place. Fabi gets a lot of Grand Chess Tour points and relegates Shaq way down the cellar and takes home an extra $25,000. And why is this relevant in the game we're talking about? Because if we look at the actual standings of the tournament itself, he's worried about being leapfrogged and having his points pushed down further. So let's take a look at the standings without an update, but we can update it ourselves. Shakhriyar is currently at 4 points with the half a point draw, which means that with a win, Jeffrey would leapfrog him and go to 4.5. That's bad news. Peter, with a win, ties him. That's still not great for him, but somebody's going to catch him.
Somebody's going to catch him.
Somebody's going to catch him in
Jeffrey
that
catches
uneven
him.
matchup. But he'd rather that, good for him, better for him anyway, than having Jeffrey win the game and blow by him and push him. And Jeffrey has finally taken with the bishop, and Peter, without much thought, said, I'm taking that. Let's see what Jeffrey does right now. Does he go for that position with bishop g4, bishop c3, knight e5, and keep the knight, as you mentioned, yes?
We'll see.
Let's take a look at the Linier Dominguez game. We had a pressing question. How do you defend that pawn on a4? Linier thought for an amazing amount of time, 25 minutes for one move. I guess we should get used to that from Linier. And some tactical complications spawning from that. Yasser, let's take a look.
He dropped back with the bishop. We were struggling in terms of making a reasonable suggestion for black. We had kind of looked at a4, a3, came away dissatisfied. After the bishop dropped back, well, Wesley said, what do you got? I'm taking your pawn.
And knight
b4.
Knight c5, we should point out for the audience, that's a double attack, attacking the rook on a4 and the bishop on a6. And this is where the tactics begin to fly. Bishop b4. White's position is incredibly awkward, but for the moment, you cannot, surprisingly, you cannot touch either one of the pieces. If you take the bishop on a6,
knight takes a6, yes.
Then I'll take your bishop on d6. Sorry. I'll take on c7 first, I think.
Okay. Forcing, since the bishop is pinned, there is only one way to recapture.
And then I assume I'm going to take on d6. I'm going to take on d6.
And at the end of the day, don't think about grabbing the pawn on b2. You might be a little bit crying after the move.
Well played, because rook takes b2, knight c4, king d5, counter-attacking the rook, but you still have rook d4.
Exactly. I don't... I love the
Let's
word
play that move, please.
intermezzo.
Intermezzo, yeah.
Zwischenzug. I do not capture the rook. I first rescue my rook from attack and play the move rook d4 with a tempo so that after you move your king, got it.
Sweet bit of calculation there.
Absolutely.
Now, if you take the rook, this is more or less clear. You'll take my rook on c7. There's
and that's nothing. That's just terrible.
Just easy.
That's terrible. So
king has to leave the bishop behind.
Yeah. Okay. Just to finish the thought, absolutely, the king has to give. The king has to give up the defense of the bishop on d6, and white will win a lot of material in this case.
Wait. Let's play one more move there.
Please.
Calculations about rook to b6.
Rook to b6.
Forking the two bishops,
and
except, sorry for you.
I got one
check.
Intermezzo again.
Now Linier played a move already, so he after rook
bishop
b4, he played bishop d5. Makes a lot of sense. It moves the bishop outside of the target range of that rook on a4. Now actually threatening the move knight takes a6,
as well as rook takes b4. In any case, the bishop is no longer a problem. It's nicely defended.
Well, we're going to let Wesley think here for a bit. We're going to take our second break of the day as Wesley decides how to defend all of his pieces, and plenty of action still out there. We'll see how many Sinquefield Cup winners we have. We're going to have at least one with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but still 3 other people in contention, 2 of them Welcome back to the last round of the Sinquefield Cup and of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. We do have a Grand Chess Tour winner in Wesley So, and we have at least one winner in the Sinquefield Cup in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but it will be a maximum of 2 winners at the Sinquefield Cup, as in a huge result for the tournament. Lenier Dominguez with the black pieces successfully defended against Wesley So. The players have split the point and finished in a tie for second. Let's take a look at how this game ended, but first let's stand the pairings for today. Mamedyarov drew against Vachier-Lagrave in a very quick game. Wesley So pushed against Lenier Dominguez, was unable to get anywhere, and the players have split the point. Let's take a quick look at how that happened, as we left it off in a still dangerous position for Lenier Dominguez.
Yeah, Lenier found a very good move in bishop to d6, and after rook takes a4, knight c5, there's some tactics going on in the position as the knight attacks both rook and bishop, a double attack. Wesley tried to turn the tables with this move, bishop to b4, pinning that knight on c5 that is stuck for the moment to the rook on c7. But after the bishop, which is undefended, dropped back, getting out of the way of rook takes a4, there wasn't really too much in the position. Bishop back, rook back, and now we can see that this rook tethered to the bishop required Wesley to give up one of his bishops, and frankly, the board got just hosed to pieces. And they finished with a draw by repeating back and forth a repetition with their bishops. A well-played, well-defended draw by Lenier. I want to give our big congratulations to Lenier for going through this tournament undefeated, played some magnificent chess, a contender for the Brilliancy Prize. Well done.
Both players going undefeated here. Remember, Wesley So also didn't lose any games in this event. It was just the brilliancy of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave earning so many victories, especially with the white pieces, that puts him half a point ahead of both Wesley and Lenier to take the Sinquefield Cup title. Now we're still waiting.
Overcoming a loss as well, yes.
Overcoming a loss. We're still waiting on the result of Richard Rapport against Fabiano Caruana, as if Fabi wins, he catches Maxime there for the tournament victory, and we think will pass Shahriar Mamedyarov in the Grand Chess Tour standings.
How big a result would that be for Fabi? Well, let's just check in as we go around with the 3 remaining games. When we left it, we more or less left it in this position, which is very, very stable for both players. Very hard for either player to achieve something concrete. If I were in black shoes, yes, I would seek to trade off these bishops, the dark square bishops, and on a very good day, try to maneuver the knight to the d4 square. Well, let's see how if Fabi could put that strategy to use. He did bring his bishop to g5, and while Fabi was making his strategy clear, the rooks doubled on the d file, and we have this current position. Again, I am reminded of that game between Richard and MVL earlier. Very similar position, very hard for either player to get advantage.
And we have a guest with us, undefeated through the tournament, +2 score, tying for second place. We have Lenier Dominguez.
A great result for Lenier after a long tournament. Lenier, you started off very well, but then couldn't quite get going in the second half of the tournament, but you still must be proud of this result, especially one particularly brilliant game you played.
Yeah, no, definitely it was a good result. Of course, I was hoping for more once I got to +2 so soon in the tournament. I mean, I was trying in my white games, game against Peter and then against Sam. I was trying to. I knew that I had to try to win one more game at least, but well, it wasn't for a lack of trying. So yeah, today very solid game. Yeah, and overall, I think my initial goal was just to play good games, try to get a good result after the World Cup, and I think it went well.
How do you assess that trend, playing in a good tournament? How does it feel to play in such a classic tournament, a great tournament like this one, and do well? What does it give you as far as confidence for the future?
Yeah, of course, in terms of confidence, it's very, very positive, so feels great. I just looking forward to continue playing classical chess.
As far as the Brilliancy Prize, are there any games you see that might beat out your Brilliancy Prize?
I don't think so.
Oh, immediate answer.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah, it looks like I'm the favorite so far.
He's spending those $5,000. You see that? The money in his eyes. Take a look at the magic of television.
You know, we have this great moment where this beautiful move you play, Queen to E1. Must have been a proud one. Is this going to go in your best games collections?
For sure, yeah. I was thinking it's top 3 of my best games for sure.
All right, lobbying hard. You might have a strong chance. We can't say anything yet, but you have a strong chance. Congratulations on a wonderful result. Absolutely brilliant play.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Lanier. Really, really marvelous. Very well done. Good luck in the U.S. Championships.
Coming up, not too far from now. Remember, some of these players, many of these players will be returning.
When you said the Olympiad team was chasing MVL, you weren't kidding.
I wasn't kidding. It was the Olympic team of America, and we have a lot of reinforcements in the tournament.
Right.
Remember, Darius Fiertz will also be participating in the U.S. Championship. Jeffrey's coming back. Sam's coming back.
Right.
Plenty of action there. But remember, we still have the closing ceremony tomorrow, and that's where we're going to be announcing the Brilliancy Prize. Now, to be honest, there's still other games in contention.
Right.
We still haven't talked.
Peter, we were kind of hoping Peter might throw in a contender as well, but he did play that move, Bishop F6. That was.
I don't know, the way that Jeffrey's playing with Bishop takes H4, I think he's asking, hey, Peter, it's $5,000, you know, for grabs. Are you sure you don't want to sacrifice a piece somewhere?
Okay.
And, well, what a great event we've had so far.
It's been really storied. And I tell you, so many good moments in this event. But we have another guest in the studio.
Another unbeaten player throughout the event, also tying for second. And the 2021 Grand Chess Tour champion, Wesley So.
Indeed, it's not easy to go through all those events, play those 4 tournaments, and still emerge victorious. Congratulations, Wesley, first of all. When you found out the news, what was your response?
Yeah, I knew yesterday if Fabiano and Richard draw, then I would basically be guaranteed no matter what happens, because even if I lose yesterday and draw today, I would still barely make it. But yeah, I was very happy, and I'll dedicate this win to Lord Jesus, and all glory to him. But I actually don't feel like a winner.
Yeah. How come?
Considering the way I played in this event, as usual, history happens. History repeats itself, because I usually finish like last or dead last or close to last in the Sinquefield Cup in 5 of my last 6 events. So this time I did a bit better.
A lot better.
Yeah.
A bit better.
Yeah.
You may be tying for second place.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed because I could have I missed some chances earlier on the tournament. Today Lanier is very solid, and also he knows all theory up to move 30, so it's hard to get a game. But I missed some chances earlier in the event when I had the white pieces, and yeah, obviously everyone wants to fight for first place. So I don't really feel like I played particularly well in my 2 tournaments here in St. Louis. So I'm very happy and very fortunate to win this.
I know you said history repeats itself. Do you mean in terms of your emotional reaction to the event? Because obviously the only history that's repeated itself here is you're winning the tour.
Nah, I usually play bad in the Sinquefield Cup in 2019, 2018. So I was kind of mentally prepared for a very tough tournament. But yeah, I want to congratulate Maxime on winning 4 games here. It's a very tough event, and to win 4 games is pretty fantastic. Also, I'd like to thank the arbiters, especially Chris Bird, for congratulating me earlier, encouraging me, my mother, and also to you guys, the commentators, for all your hard work. And also Grand Chess Tour for continuing on having this event. Yeah, I don't really feel like a winner right now. Of course, I'm very happy to win. Extra money is very good.
Very good.
And I'll take the win, but I'm not very happy, satisfied with my play here.
Well, if you're playing badly, I want to know what the other people feel like who are finishing behind you. You were very consistent throughout the whole time. You did well in Bucharest.
Yeah, +1, yeah.
+1. You won Paris.
Yeah.
You did well enough in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, fourth, yeah.
4th place, and now 2nd place. I mean, that's the mark of somebody who's consistent, wins one of the events, and shows that you're solid all the way at the top.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I was rescued by my performances in Europe. But somehow in the last few days of tournament, I didn't have enough energy like here to fight for clear first.
Guys, is it me or the guy comes in 4th place in one event and 2nd place in this event, or maybe 2nd, tie for 2nd, and he thinks it's not a great result?
Yeah, he has some very high standards, Maurice. He's got some very high standards.
I shouldn't really complain after earning so much money in 3 weeks.
But also 4th place and 2nd place, that doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah, looking at it in hindsight, things could be worse. So actually, if I had to go back in time, I could be pretty satisfied with my result.
I mean, after all, Shakir Mamedyarov won Bucharest, MVL wins the Sinquefield Cup, and you're walking out with the Grand Chess Tour title. Something must have happened on the way to all these tournaments.
Well, fortunately, Maxim finished tied for last in Romania, so that really hampered his chances. But he's bouncing back, and I could learn a lot of things from my games here.
All right, well, congratulations, of course, on winning the tour title. It's your 2nd tour title.
Yeah.
Joining only Magnus, who has done that twice as well. No one else has done that, so definitely a feather in your cap.
Yeah, thank you. It's very, very big win. Hopefully I can play better. But yeah, there will be a lot of tournaments coming up for me. So we have the 960 also coming up, so it's going to be very exciting.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Maurice.
Our congratulations to Wesley. A job, in our opinion, very, very well done.
Very impressive. And remember, he is the 960 world champion. Don't miss his performance coming up a week away after the closing ceremony of the Sinquefield Cup. We're going to have Chess 960 with some great names. Wesley So, of course, the headliner as the world champion. But we're going to have Garry Kasparov. We're going to have Peter Svidler. We're going to have Fabiano Caruana. Don't miss that event. We still have 3 games going on right now to determine if Wesley actually ties for 2nd. Remember, he could be tied for 3rd if Fabiano Caruana manages to defeat Richard Rapport. How does that position look like?
Well, let's take a look. In fact, I have got the game between Richard Rapport and Fabi on my screen. One of the things that I always liked in terms of having more space in a position than my opponent was my ability oftentimes to tie my opponent's pieces down. I really relish the idea of being in control. What we see at this moment is Richard, with his pawns on e4 and c4, is controlling these breaks. We spoke about them earlier by black. f5 and d5, essentially they're being ruled out. These 3 major pieces on a d3, d2, d1, all focused on this pawn on d6. Fabi's had to play the role of defender. There is a little button over here on the, oops, excuse me, that was supposed to be the a5 pawn, potentially a target as well. If white could play a move like knight, c3 to a4, angling for queen takes a4 without losing the pawn on e4, Fabi could find himself on a back foot. In the meanwhile, as white, I'm still thinking about bishop to g4, trying to trade off what I think is a good bishop, but I have to be careful the knight doesn't pivot and land on the d4 square. So a lot of strategical tension still taking place.
All you've said to me are good things for white. Anything good for black?
Exactly. The good thing for black is this idea of getting his knight to d4. Like, for example, he might be starting to think about moves like f6, so that knight f7, defending d6. It feels like Richard's for choice.
Richard's for choice in this position. I tend to agree with that.
Exactly.
The space advantage.
we have a very special guest in studio, a person who really kind of makes sure that all the organizers are working together on the Grand Chess Tour.
The Grand Chess Tour doesn't happen without him, and he will tell us more about the next season. With Maurice Ashley, we got Michael Khodorkovsky.
The big kahuna in charge of the tour, indeed, Mike Khodorkovsky. He also makes great fashion choices with his jackets. I'm just saying. Mike, welcome to the show. You must be excited to have a season wrap up with all the issues with the pandemic. Could have been a disaster somewhere. There were some challenges, certainly, but the tour did finish successfully.
Absolutely. Well, we look like twins today, obviously, fashionably. But yes, indeed, today is a happy day because we finish a very difficult season that when we started, we didn't know what would happen because every day it was something new. Somebody got sick, somebody could not come, restrictions, tests, masks, you know.
The way of the world.
Everything. And travel. Travel was difficult for everyone, especially to cross the Atlantic. So we were able to complete. And actually, I take this opportunity to thank not only players for their courage to play, but for the entire crew. Without crew, I wouldn't be able to pull everything up. And so that I appreciate Tony Rich, Teresa Pribanova, our sponsors and organizers on every single leg. And last but not least, you guys exceptionally well done here in the studio. And Maurice, when you traveled to Zagreb, it was also a big deal.
Well, it's fun for us. Certainly, you guys make it such a pleasure to have this tour and be a part of it. We now have this conclusion of the tour, but we got plans for next year. Talk about the new plans.
Well, as you remember, we already announced in Zagreb that 5 legs of the next year. We have full schedule. As Gary mentioned today, we have very strong group of sponsors for next year and actually following years as well. And we're still contemplating possibility for the final after 5 legs, but we will see whether it would work or not, because next year it's very difficult because again, because of the pandemic, the entire calendar for official tournaments kind of jammed. And after World Championship match that will take place this year, at the end of the year, right from February until mid-April, there will be 3 tournaments, Grand Prix tournaments, qualifiers for the candidates tournament, then candidates tournaments, then World Chess Olympiad. So we needed to communicate and collaborate with FIDE in order to make balanced, well-balanced calendar. So players will not be overwhelmed with all these tournaments, and at the same time, we will be able to host them. So therefore, next year, it's still in question in terms of whether we will be able to host finals or not. And not, very difficult to say what would happen with the pandemic, because we still have travel bans to many countries and from many countries, and we will see how it goes. But I'm very positive that whatever we announce, it will take place.
Right, certainly with all the Delta variant and all the issues that are going on, no one can predict what the world will do. You did mention that next year there may be a finals. We should have the fans know that that finals means in addition to the 5 events post-Sinquefield Cup, then the top players will come out of that and play a final as opposed to just accumulating points alone. You did say that you have plans for the following year, 2023. Am I hearing potential announcement? Can we get any secret inside info?
I'm not going to make announcement today, but we definitely have some extra legs to offer And we will see again how calendar will look like in 2023. But all these legs that we have, plus we will return back St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, because in 2022, because we have new venue in Warsaw, Poland, due to difficulties to accommodate this in the calendar, we made executive decision to pull off Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis. Although sponsors, organizers, and we all ready to be here. Having said this, we definitely will include back Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis in 2023 and other events that we already announced for 2022. Possible one more.
It sounds like chess is booming. My last question for you. Chess is booming. Not only is FIDE doing a lot of things, the Grand Chess Tour is doing a lot, the online world is also exploded with Magnus Carlsen tour that he's created, and other places that have created their own PogChamps and the like.
Yeah.
What is the challenge like to be able to fit anything in when the chess is just simply more popular than ever?
Well, we just need to find the balance between online events and over-the-board events. I'm sure right now most of the players are eager to play over the board. Just look what European Championship just started in Iceland, and they playing over the board. So before it was World Cup. Also, you know, I have to give credit to organizers in Russia, because they also dealt with very difficult tasks to do, but to their credit, they did very well, although there were some hiccups. But again, it's not because of organizers, because of pandemic.
All right, well, thank you so much for all the work that you do. I know how many challenges there were, and especially at the end, only having half your field of tour participants as well. Definitely working it out and making it happen. You do great work. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you too, guys.
Thank you, Michael, very, very much. And as we heard there in the interview, Michael giving the organizers of the Grand Chess Tour great deal of credit, as this will be our last broadcast of the Sinquefield Cup. Of course, we've got the closing ceremony. We ought to do a little shouting out of our own. I in particularly want to say thank you so much, I mean this so sincerely, to the staff of the club here, the St. Louis Chess Club. I come in the door, they've got smiles on their faces. They're underneath their masks, I should say. But they've got smiles. They're always here to host events, and they make us feel so very welcome. Alejandro, let's shout out some names.
We have a list here. It's a lot of people. You guys have no idea how much it takes to get this to you and
bring this event to life. No question about it.
Well, thank you to Spectrum Studios. We're just going to go with first names here. Randy, Kevin, Marcus, Brian, Jen, that's running around here in the studio, making sure we behave. Thank you for all your efforts. For Silverback, we have Kevin, Tom, Kite, Will, Sean, Nate, Megan, Jim, and Isla. We're not going to mess this one up again.
Our graphics artist, finally, you got her name right.
He got the name right.
I got the name. You've been the bad influence for like 3 weeks straight.
I have been
3 weeks straight.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm being told Isla is coming down here.
And beating me up. I get it.
From the Chess Club, Joy, Tony, Rebecca, Ryan, Emily, Eric, Jesse, Ben, and all of the staff. You know who you are. You're here all the time dealing with us. I don't know how you put up with us, but thank you so much. Kostya Kavutsky, who is doing our journalist work. Dennis Boros.
The tweets and everything else. Yeah, the social media.
Grandmaster Dennis Boros is helping us every day with theory, telling the truck which cameras to pull off. They're being great. Leonard, who does everything.
Right, the DGT boards of photography. Keeping me on my toes, too, by the way.
I mean, Leonard's not here, the tour doesn't happen. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Of course, the arbiters, Chris Bird and Enrique Huerta.
Fantastic.
For this event. And last but certainly not least, Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield, a great thank you for all your efforts for the St. Louis Chess Club, for the entire campus of St. Louis in chess, and of course, for the entirety of the Grand Chess Tour, because without their vision, we wouldn't be here.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Rex and Jeannie. It's always nice when Rex sneaks into our room. He comes over, he asks us a lot of questions about what's going on, and then Jen just kicks him out. I just like that. Mr. Singfield, it's time for you to go.
One day, Jen is going to go in front of a camera accidentally and we'll be like, that's the real boss. That's the real boss right there.
She makes it happen. She's got the magic touch.
She's a bit shy, though.
Right.
Well, thank you, everybody. Seriously, we mean it. Let's go back to chess.
Exactly. And what do you have for us, Maurice?
Well, this position between Peter and Jeffrey is confusing me. I'm going to say that. It's not that hard to confuse me, but this one's definitely confusing me. Because Peter thought he was taking a pawn on g4. But Jeffrey said, right here, right in this position, after he clipped this pawn on g4, I'm going to go back one move. He said, you know what? I'm taking your pawn. I'm not just going to let you keep this pawn on the square. I'm going to take this pawn and go for it. Peter played the move knight to e3, and after bishop to f6, he played very softly queen to d2. Didn't go for the aggression, g3, f4, didn't bring his rook over. He didn't want to see this capture on c3, and I'm wondering, is he just playing a bit more carefully than he needs to? Because this move is solid. Okay, he played h5, king b1. I mean, I'm waiting for the punches. I'm waiting for the hits. Go get him, Peter. h4, and it's like...
h4 is just asking for it.
I mean, clearly, but there is no easy way to just go right after black. It's not just like you go get him. But that said, yes, white's definitely better. I mean, structurally, everything is in his favor, and he's better developed. But it's not easy to get an f4, e5 push in. You think about, like, how do you attack the position exactly? This pawn is weakened, but a bishop can go to e5. Maybe you bring your bishop back and threaten knight c4. Something like this, keeping a pace. I'm waiting for a threat, though.
No. That last thing you said was very compelling to me. You go bishop b3, knight c4, knight d6. The guy's resigned.
I understand.
So what is the problem with bishop b3?
Well, he could stop you from playing the knight to that square with this move. Not that he necessarily wanted to do this, given that he's going to have to give away his dark square bishop to do so. Clearly, I mean, clearly this is better for white. Right. But it just feels like he's... Okay, maybe he is doing that. Maybe he's saying, I have the better position. I don't have to do anything but just build the pressure. Your position has weaknesses everywhere. This h-pawn could prove to be weak. This d-pawn is definitely weak, as is this f7 pawn for the future. My pawn structure is wholesome and solid, so why do I have to try to do anything whatsoever out of this game? So we'll see. He did not play the move bishop back. He actually played, in this position, rook to e1. He's continued building. Peter is playing some very sensible moves, no question about it, and daring the youngster to come up with a way to defend his position. I also have to say about this that I do remember Peter having a nice position. Who was it against? Maybe I'm guessing this incorrectly. But Peter has had these kind of good positions where he just couldn't. No, I'm thinking of a different game. It was. I remember Dariush having a nice position against the youngster Jeffrey Zhang. Should have won easily. I said easily. But the kid put up such a fight. You remember his moves?
Yep.
With the F5s and the D5s and the E5s. Yeah. And all of a sudden it's like, whoa, and then he had a chance to draw the game with Bishop D4 if he had found that. Jeffrey knows how to put up a fight, mix it up, make it crazy. So Peter has to watch this youngster very, very carefully because he's got tricks.
Speaking of F5 and D5 and boom, C5. Boom, boom, we have to go back to the Richard Rapport versus Fabiano Caruana game because things are heating up, things are exploding. Favi broke on F5 and Richard said, you know what, I can also break on C5. What is going on in this position?
It was really funny because way back when we were saying, okay, what are the various players' breaks? And we were saying, okay, from Black's point of view, He's not going to get in d5, maybe f5. Maybe he has drawbacks as well. And what is white trying to do? Well, it's not going to be that easy for white either. White needs to get in c5 or f4, but f4 has drawbacks, so it's got to be c5. So what do we see? F5 and c5. everybody happy. Everybody happy. The party's getting started in this game.
And a party it is. There's already so many variations that both sides have to calculate. You can take on e4, you can go f4, you could take on c5, even though I don't think that's going to be the move that Fabi wants to see played.
Probably taking on c5 is maybe the least of his very tempting options. When we get something like this, at the end of the day, these pawns are... Yeah, I'm afraid they're just a little bit too weak. Knight e4.
But Fabi has made his decision, and it is
d5.
And that's the question. That's what we were asking. c5 can almost always be met with the move
d6,
d5.
d5.
And that's a huge center running at Richard.
The other move I did want to point out that Fabi probably wanted to avoid for similar reasons, taking on e4, allowing this capture on d6. And again, this black pawn structure is not conducive for victory. But
d5.
d6, d5 is a real challenge for white.
Quickly taken by Richard. E takes d5.
Only move.
And we also think only move must be to take with the bishop on d5.
Threats abound from black's point of view. Sorry, that was trying to capture the pawn.
Right.
d5, d4, takes on e4. There's no choice.
No choice.
Pawn
takes
to
d5.
take that pawn. That's got to go. And because queen takes e5 is a killer threat.
It's a killer threat, yeah.
Bishop takes
d5
so that the queen now defends. So far, so good.
Now, white has to do something because black's position is still rolling through. f4 is a really serious threat in this position.
No question about it. f5, f4 on black's agenda.
Yeah.
In fact, it's that move, f5, f4, that's so attractive for black. It makes me think as white, maybe I should take and go into an ending where I'm going to try to make the c-pawn the big deal. Now, here's the ending I'm aspiring to, right? Try to make this c-pawn a very big deal by playing some move. Where am I moving my bishop, Alejandro? H5, F3, where does it go? Where does it go?
It actually doesn't have like a very nice square, right?
Well, in that case, let me defend it with a king.
All right, king f1 and warming up to that.
Oh, no, then knight e4.
Knight e4 I was going to play anyway. That's a beautiful pony on e4.
Okay, let's do it, Maurice. You're over there licking your chops. Let me get in on this, Maurice.
Well, it's a big moment in the game. He took on d5. He took on d5 immediately.
Immediately,
yeah,
which is fine. Or was it? Because there was f4. Sorry.
Can't imagine it's that bad.
Right, so knight takes d5. Now, this is a big moment in the game, and Fabi has to navigate it properly. Because, believe it or not, if he plays rook takes on d5 and rook takes back on d5.
Right.
Well, I have another variation I wanted to show right here. Rook takes d5 here. There's this strange move, b4.
What?
I know, it's a very strange move. b4, a takes b4, now rook takes d5. And if you take on d5, the move rook takes d5.
Wow.
And the point of b4 is revealed after bishop c4, queen e6. The move queen to b3.
Covering d1. That's so nice.
That's slick. The move b4 in that mix. Fabi won't fall for this. I'm going to say Fabi won't fall for this. But after bishop takes d5, actually he hasn't captured back as yet. Sorry, I was testing the variations with knight takes d5. So this is the position he's staring in right now. And he could capture on d5 and play for those tricks because this knight, for this bishop may say, I like this piece. I like being able to get on this diagonal. There's a 3 against 2 on this side. Right. Black's going to try to get his forces moving here. This position is as unbalanced as it gets.
Right.
It's not one of those, this is easy equality anywhere on the board. This is some sharp stuff. And it could all start with this capture on d5. Now, of course, after knight takes, he could also play pawn takes, as you guys were mentioning. This variation takes here allows takes, and rook takes d5. Rook takes, and again, bishop to c4, not allowing you to take that bishop. So white has some tricks that black has to be mindful of, or he could be in real trouble.
Right. That's a nice one, that final bishop e2, c4. I was holding this bishop saying, where am I going to move with the bishop? Oh, I know, c4. But the rook on d3 was in the way. I missed this very nice tactic.
It's beautiful. And those hidden ideas, right? You don't see the bishop crossing over because you have this mental block that there's a rook on d3.
Exactly. Just boldly pointing out the obvious moves that we were hoping that Peter might play, moves like bishop b3 and queen, bishop b3 to play knight c4 and queen takes d6. No, he just said, give me the pawn. I took one pawn on g4. I want to take another pawn. I see this as black having compensation on the darks, whereas the two bishops, we've already seen how Lanier handled his business so well, dropping a pawn, but with the two bishops of compensation, making a comfortable draw with Wesley. So,
not a fan. Not a fan, I have to say.
I mean, especially as he, Peter, had brought his pieces to the party. You know, rook on h1 to e1, and something's missing a little bit here.
It doesn't have the oomph that you would thought was a huge space advantage too, but development
advantage. Those two advantages usually add up to.
And both of them say don't trade queens.
Yeah.
Both of them indicate when you have a space advantage in chess, you don't trade queens. Why?
Exactly.
Because you want to use the maneuverability that's given by the space to use your queen into potent places.
This was the fear I had.
Yeah.
I said that.
Yeah.
The way he had just decided to play so conservatively with such a huge position, and then he just backed up and said, I'm just going to play the simplest line. I'll take a pawn. Here I can't lose. But
I think that Peter's carrying the baggage of the first 8 rounds where his results were not outstanding by his standards. And so he went into today, I'm sorry to say, with a kind of a negative attitude of I don't want to lose, I'm not going to take any risk. And he isn't. He's still for choice, but maybe missing opportunity as well.
Oh, definitely.
There
should have been more.
A game we haven't really talked about because of all of the jockeying that was going on for first place is the game between Sam Shankland and Derek. How do you like what your student has done so far?
It looks about equal. Normally, I would say, look at those bishops. They're a pair. Those are the pair-bishop advantage. But in this position, what do the bishops really accomplish? You have bishop maybe coming to c4. If I had to pick a side, probably I would take white. But
Sam's position.
But you know,
solid queen side.
Solid queen side. You can't really break through.
You got an anchor.
You got an anchor there. If you do lose the pair of bishops, somehow I do feel like Black would start thinking for an advantage.
Right. Don't want to allow.
Guys, let's get away from this game.
All right,
please.
And back.
Let's get to this other one. Let's drill some deeper into these positions. I'd love to hear your insights.
Yes.
In this moment, are there any other plans for White other than playing for f4? It looks like there's only 2 moves to play.
That's right.
I can't see.
I don't want to allow f5, f4 by black.
Oh, no.
Actually, I did have a question. What is the move after h4? I understand f4 is dangerous, but I didn't know how dangerous because I could play queen d2, and I didn't see something too clear after that.
This line, queen d2, is definitely working, forcing the knight to move.
Yeah, and I thought here you take on d5. You take on d5 with the pawn, and I go c6, I think.
c6 or d6.
I take on a5. Thank you, Yasser, for your training.
Terrible.
And I was thinking, okay, you have a really impressive center. It's very nice.
Very nice center.
I agree, but I'm taking on d5. c6 is not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Okay, I didn't see this move.
Well, that stops the c6, c7. It defends d5, but it also introduced some nasty ideas on the king side. Queen h4, rook g6, and maybe as e5, e4.
Maybe I'm playing too happily. Maybe I'm playing too happily.
Compensation.
You know, it's funny how you see that? He's sitting next to you telling you why you shouldn't take the pawn.
Generations
and
of players
you are sitting there just following behind
Generations of
Let me
players
grab the pawn, let me grab the pawn. You're being polluted, influenced.
I am so grateful.
Alejandro, come back to the light. Come back to the light. Don't just go grab
hand
pawns.
off the baton to a fellow pawn grubber.
While you spank him for grabbing the pawn in this line.
But I thought that f2, f4, Richard is saying, like, I don't want to see you, Mr. Caruana winning the Singfield Cup again.
You mean F2, F4 right now?
Yeah, let's go.
You see that, Alejandro? He's busy getting all the fun playing the active moves while you're busy trying to steal pawns.
Look, in this particular case, the active moves look really good.
There you go. It's not always about grabbing pawns. So knight e4.
Okay. I take on d5, I guess, and I take on e5.
Okay.
And what is this?
Well, first of all, there's like all kinds of things hanging, but it looks like, what is this move?
Whoa. Okay. Somebody's having some fun with the active moves.
What rook takes? Rook takes rook e4?
You right. Rook e4. Rook.
Wait, what's the body count at the end? King h2.
I'm a pawn up.
Hold on.
He was a trick. He was a trick the entire time. He won a pawn. He won a pawn.
It's not done yet. Not done yet. You still got squares to your rook's hanging.
All right, I'll move it.
Okay, two pawns are hanging.
He's going to win him back. Well, can I do something against him?
No. Queen
King
g3
is
maybe.
fine.
Queen g3,
You're going to lose something.
I was going to go queen g3 and rook c7, as Alejandro said.
Yeah, you could do that, except there's a rook e2, and there's an e5 hanging. That's going to hang. That's going to hang.
No, you know what's actually kind of nice? If you instead of rook e2, I think you can actually play rook takes a2. If you felt
really?
like it. Yeah, I think you can. And if rook c7,
wow.
If rook c7 or something, you take on g2.
Oh, true.
Don't tell me you got a perpetual.
I think that's a perpetual.
No
that
way.
Would be
Is that
impossible.
a perpetual?
Get out of here.
No!
Get out of here. Nobody believes
Imagine.
you.
Nobody believes you. Where are you going?
Check on e2.
Check, king back.
Check?
With this one?
Yes.
Come on, Alejandro.
What do you mean?
Stop it. Stop it.
And you get out of this. Oh, you go to g1 here.
Oh, queen
yeah,
F3,
you go to g1 here.
And now,
that's enough.
no, queen f3. Your last check has been played.
Wow, incredible. Well, that doesn't work.
But
you're
you were really, really close.
Yeah.
Real close.
6 feet of distance. Right. Okay.
F4
so what does it mean?
Knight d5 is a move. Richard, here's the deal. Too many moves. He's down to 18-21. He's got to make 14 moves, and he's digging deep. We've seen him in time pressure before. We've also seen him mishandle that time pressure against Shakhtar Mamedyarov in what was, if not the most brilliant game of the event, certainly the most fun game for us to call.
Yeah.
That was entertaining as ever.
Wow.
That one's memorable. I come out of this one. I was asked by an online news service, what was the most exciting moment for me of the Singfield Cup? And it was easy. That game. Like, what was that game all about? And he's played F4. There it is on the board. F4, super aggressive move, called for, as we would say.
Right.
And it's now in Fabi's.
But the point I think you want to say is E5 takes F4 is a mistake.
E5 takes F4 just is so anti-positional.
And it's knight E4.
Terrible.
Yeah, knight E4 is actually box, a forced move.
No, you don't want to go into this line at all.
Exactly.
This position takes.
And what you showed
takes
with
is
Bishop
painful
C4.
after takes and Bishop C4, and
that is nasty.
See you tomorrow. Fabi's not going to play this.
Right.
That you can bet. He's not taking on F4. That's just not going to happen. He's going to put his knight back on E4 and go for that crazy line. Knight E4, we saw all those exchanges, but in the end, Black has this D4 trick. We didn't finish analyzing this. This one here,
we took with the pawn.
Here, takes and D4. And rook takes d4, runs into the queen c5 shot.
Well, you don't have a choice, right?
Doesn't look like you can do anything. I mean, you move your queen away. This is going to hang with tempo, so it looks like you have to go here. Now your rook's hanging.
Right.
You can't drop back. You lose material.
Okay.
This is a very forcing line. What do? Your rook's hanging. So there's no...
No, there's no choice. You have
there is a check move.
Doesn't do any. 94 on the
but
board.
You're going to lose. So 94 is on the board.
They're going into your variation.
This looks all fours all the way down to the finish line.
Really?
Where then Black has a choice of how to maybe draw the game, but I don't think Black's in any danger.
Maurice, could we go back just a second to the current position?
Yeah.
I have a different approach for White after F4, knight E4. Knight takes D4, D5, C6 takes D5. Two moves we've seen. C5 5 C6. Can that be a disruptor?
I think you would run into D4.
There is an
And I go
intermezzo.
Queen C1 all the way home.
Rook C7 is forced.
Rook C6.
this is
And
coming,
then I want to
right?
take on E5. And I've got this Queen C4 check kind of business as well when I need it as a support for Rook takes on D4. Yeah, and Rook takes
No,
C6.
no, you're not defending anything, right?
Well, no, I was trying to win the pawn.
I know, I know.
Yeah, but
Is there anything else that?
F3?
Anything else?
Bishop F3.
Does it change things if I start with F takes E5, so that
In
you don't
this
have
current
this
position.
D4?
That makes a good
This
question.
position?
Yeah, I want to take first. So if you take on E5 with the queen, then I can pretend, Bishop F3 or something like this, and you're.
Okay.
I say that
okay.
for 1 second your pieces are awkward, and I don't
Right,
know.
because of the pin on the knight and the
Right.
pin on this file as well. Even here, the engine's not impressed, by the way, with.
I mean, I never try to impress the engine. I'm just making moves.
I'm just letting.
Yeah.
Bishop
No,
E6,
get it.
and
Get
you
it.
don't really have any advantage here because of the hanging C pawn.
Well, but there's a pawn on C6 that might be hanging. How can I do
Well,
that?
how do you do it?
Knight takes
Yeah, how do you do it,
E4.
Knight takes E4. There's a rook D3.
Rook D3, rook D3, rook D3, pawn takes, and C5 is
Another
hanging at the end.
You have to take. Another
Takes.
take. Somebody's going to
Queen
take.
takes, let's
He's gonna
say.
take
Yeah,
with
they
check,
check,
and
then
that's
you
a
go
check.
like
and then
king,
bishop
bishop
D5,
D5.
and you never win.
Yeah, this is done.
And Queen
I mean,
E8 check and Bishop
I'll
check.
move.
What bishop check?
Yeah, Bishop E4 check is what I. No,
it's
it's no.
dead, yeah?
Dead.
That's where it looks like it's all leading.
Boy.
Every variation you look at, you have that feel.
That
Like all of them are going
after all the
not
excitement.
to equality, but to dead equality.
Well, the good thing is
Yes.
it's chess players, and
Yes.
chess players, when there's 5 possibilities, they always find a 6th.
Absolutely, love it. Let's see. Let's hope for a 6th. And again, we've got an active audience who wants to keep us on our toes, Alejandro.
Remember, it's the last opportunity for you guys to tweet at us, #SingFieldCup. Join in on the conversation as we have. Thanks for the show. Question for Yasser, but anyone's take is welcome. Do you miss the days when there was mystery around world champions and top players, as opposed to now when many are full-time YouTubers de facto, active on Twitter, and play Banter Blitz weekly?
The answer is absolutely yes. I loved coming up in chess and analyzing positions and trying to get to the truth and solve the mystery, if you will. I love today that we have these engines that say, no, this is the truth. And in fact, yes, you were right. Black's better. So in other words, I like both set of circumstances. The one thing I despise about today's chess world as opposed to the old chess world is we have these, I want to call them couch potatoes, who with their chess engines say, Mr. Alejandro, I don't play chess very well, but couldn't you have played that 13-move combination and won the game for the St. Louis University chess team? And you go, yes, I could have.
But I
I'm
think
sorry.
the question is slightly different.
The question is more
the question is
as
not about the engines.
the
It's about
engines.
the mystery of the world champions.
of the players themselves.
players,
that
actually not-
everybody's
not knowing
accessible
who they are.
to Magnus. We know them too well that there's a movie about Magnus, about his personal life. You can basically share Hikaru's life because the guy's on 10 hours a day on streaming. Do you miss the mystery, the veil behind
Not
some of
knowing
these
who they
players?
are.
Oh, from that perspective, I got the question wrong. My apologies. No, I love knowing the human story, the life of the chess players. I want to see Magnus in a hot tub playing 1-minute chess. Like, what's going on over there?
Can we just clip that? I love watching Magnus on a hot tub. We need a clip of just that.
That's great stuff. One of the things that was really sad was in the old world is we never knew about I think we lost Alejandro, by the way.
I'm sorry.
But Maurice, jump in. I mean, wouldn't you like to have known more about, for example, Alekhein's death? Today.
Like Kasparov in a hot tub?
No, I don't want to go there. I think we'll end that sharply.
You're actually referring to a very specific video. Folks, don't think Yasser was just coming up with that out of his mind.
No,
like, what did Yasser come up with that? No, there was an actual video with Magnus playing.
On the set here.
Yes, it was shown to him. Magnus doesn't follow Yasser doesn't follow social media. It's often given to him, and that was one of those dramatic ones.
I was cracking up. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, no, that wasn't hilarious. Yes, I agree. It's so much better to have a feel for the players. Back in the old days, people would say, chess grandmasters, they're kind of weird. They're reclusive. They don't have personality. They just want to sit at home and study chess all day. And part of that is true, but also you get to see now very vividly, and with broadcasts like this one, we interview the players, grandmasters showing their personalities, saying, "Look, I'm not just in the house all day. Yeah, I'm in a hot tub playing chess, or playing basketball, or playing tennis, or running, or cracking jokes, eating chips. You name it. You see the human side of these great geniuses." And so it's good to me. When you didn't know who the heck Karpov is because it's too mysterious, you never meet him personally, you never get to interact. I think that's no way. We wanted that. We're sad we never had access. Right. This is the golden age of chess and chess access. And I think the players, many of the players at least, have embraced it and have gone on and played Mantra Blitz and the like. If you think they're gods, now you know they're not.
True. Jump in. Happy to have you back on the show. We lost you there with this image of Magnus in the hot tub. Apologies for that, but what's your take on today's? You get to see the grandmasters. You get to talk to them.
I feel like a lot of these grandmasters are part of my social circles anyway. Right. So I get to enjoy them, and I've actually been trying to stay off social media more and more, simply because it's too time-consuming. Right. But I like for the normal players, the ones that don't really get access to them all the time, that are not present physically at the Sinquefield Cup, they can see their lives, they can see their training regime, they can ask pertinent questions about how they do it, because it's really, really hard, it's really a lot of work, and the fact that they take time away from all the effort that they have to put in to be this level of players, I think it's a great gift, and I think I like this a lot more than the mystery I kept hearing about these grandmasters that refused to give interviews and were really private about absolutely everything because they were afraid that there was a conspiracy theory trying to get their secrets out or trying to ruin their routine. This is a better meta.
No question about it. And also there was the Cold War going on. There really was an iron curtain between, the communist world, the capitalist world, and so all of those really, really great players were really hidden, I want to say, from the American public.
I remember being at chess tournaments and grandmasters, you walk up to a grandmaster and, could I have your autograph? And get over here.
What? You got refused?
Yeah, not you, Yaz. You were one of the more personable ones. You were always very cordial. You'd answer any dumb question somebody would ask you, and you do it with a smile while refuting their variation, of course. But there were some who were just like, no, just get away. That was the old school attitude. Okay. Nowadays, it's such easy access. People take advantage of it. By the way, the fact that somebody's going to always stop and take a selfie or sign an autograph or say a few words and the like. But by and large, every grandmaster will be personable and it's a whole different kind of attitude. And I think that's great for the game. By the way,
we have moves.
We do have a move. Knight takes d5, c5, c6 on the board.
No, that was your suggestion, Yasser, and we said d4.
We said d4 as the
queen
intermezzo. D4, queen c1. He hasn't played it yet. D4 is not on the board. Okay. But this is what we project will happen. This is a dynamic. This is hanging. This pawn will be clipped. Queen c4 will happen. But it looks like it's going to be fine for black. Black has to move the rook away.
Right.
And then we're going to see a line like this one, queen takes.
And right here, a pause for just a moment.
Right, definitely, because that's a pass pawn, that's a pass pawn, blockaded, sharp position of knight c3 being threatened well, not actually, knight c3 is not a threat just yet.
Because rook takes c3.
If you're going after the bishop, maybe, but definitely not. Your knight's not secure on this square.
Right. It's a check on d8.
So we start right now with a queen c4 check for white. Let's say the king just moves, and say bishop f3, and we say your turn. We don't take yet on d4. Our next move, we're planning to take on d4. Any advantage here for any of the players, Maurice?
Maybe for black after rook to d6.
Wow,
Your c pawn
black.
is weak.
So
and the c3 square becomes a factor. Now you can. Well, what do you want to do here? You want to take d4?
No, but if I take on d4, rook c takes c6 looks extremely dangerous. And I don't see a good square for that queen. Queen a4 is met with knight c3. You have to keep on defending this rook on. No, I don't like this.
Rook takes e4, rook takes d1, queen takes e4, defends the rook. That's a nice variation for sure.
Right.
Yeah, okay, I get that. That looks really, really, really good. And if we started with, oh, sorry, you instead of taking on d4, yeah, that whole variation, again, if you please, Maurice, I think that this...
you take first. Here first.
Takes, we got a check, we went bishop, we went rook d6. If we take
bishop f3,
bishop f3, rook d6, we could take on e4 at once, and we take on d4.
Take on the pawn.
And again, the same problem.
Yeah,
it's the same. I take on d6, and now this is queen versus two rooks. But again, a likely draw. I don't see any.
Ooh, is it a likely draw? This pawn on e3 is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't say advantage white. I'd say draw.
Really?
What do you do?
I don't think
rook
you can
d3?
defend this ending.
What? Rook?
And you go check and queen f5, right?
I was trying to get
queen
the king.
F2,
I thought that,
more likely.
Or queen f2. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, you're absolutely right. I was thinking that the pawn on the e pawn was really close to the king and not a runaway passer. There we found a variation that it was.
I had another question actually.
Please.
Instead, because c6 is played, and I think you have to play to c7 after d4. But can you take on f4 immediately?
After c6.
After c6, yeah. Because if you take on f4, I was hoping I can get away with queen c5.
Yep.
And pick up the pawn.
Okay.
That's
f5 is also hanging, though.
I understand, but I mean, you do have a lot of problems on your dark squares.
Yeah,
I do.
Knight f2 move.
I do.
Knight f2 is coming. If you play king
fun.
h2, I can always give you a jaquecito on the b8, 8h, h2.
Takes.
Is there anything with queen b6? Some issues may be going over there.
Maybe queen b6 is a good
I don't know.
move,
I don't know. You still have rook d6. Now I don't get to play c7 anymore. So that e5 takes f4 has to be considered.
This is quite complicated. No, because rook d6, maybe you can get away with taking on d5.
And bishop c4?
And bishop c4.
Oh, we've seen that variation before. Rook takes... Oh, okay. I was going to draw the rook off the d8 square for a second.
With c7 first, but
No,
I couldn't make it happen. Oh, rook takes, you mean?
Rook takes d5, rook takes d5,
And then
rook
bishop
takes d5,
c4.
and then bishop to c4.
And then I say I have a powerful pawn on c6.
And maybe...
And maybe I'm okay.
And maybe it's just a draw because of this
Pat.
check and this check.
Party pooper. I mean,
Jeez.
we're exercising our brilliance.
We're trying.
Nice,
No.
nice.
No.
One of the things that seems a theme in much of our analysis is a lot of these are going to drawn positions. At the end, you just showed us a variation right there, Maurice, where it was 0-0-0 after all because of that queen e1 check.
It's interesting. If you don't pay attention to it at all,
right?
Because of all the action going on here, over on this side, this pawn structure is symmetrical.
Right.
The king on both g1, g8, g2, h3, g7, h6, f4, f5. All this is the same.
Right.
And it's exposed both kings in a similar way. So white's weak on the dark squares, so that perpet happens on these dark squares. So it does feel like black has this kind of counterplay with this rock solid knight on e4. And if you're not getting rid of it, you're probably not sneaking past it. So it just feels like black will always have some kind of move, and white's looking to get, it's so far down the board, it feels like it should work, but we're being told that this game.
There you go. It's a draw between
has ended-
Sam Shankland and Darius Schwirtzer. Just making sure that was an actual threefold repetition. But not much to say about this game. A solid affair.
When we left it, we had the two bishops, but we thought that the knight on e6 was well anchored, as well as the bishop on b4. So we really didn't consider that the two bishops was a serious enough advantage to make any claims. And once they went into a bishops of opposite color ending, there was simply nothing to discuss, and the players made a draw.
Easy enough?
Well, for Derek, welcome to the big leagues. He's probably happy that the event is over, probably sad he left a lot of half points here and there. But on the other hand, what an opportunity he got. I'm so glad he accepted his invitation.
What a great experience.
Last second, you know, like, hi, would you like to play against these monsters?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, not an easy decision, but it's going to be great practice for him as he's playing the U.S. Championships coming up next month.
Right.
And immediately following that, he'll be going to the Grand Swiss in Riga. So certainly
trying to become a candidate.
Trying to become a candidate, as well as a lot of players here from the
You mean the
Singfield
following
Cup.
month, October?
In October, yes.
We're still in August right now. So
not the next, yes. Still
about 6 weeks away, just maybe a little under it. There are 2 games left.
How is Fiddler doing?
This Fiddler game, I got to tell you, I'm not impressed. This dark square bishop and this knight on a dark square leaves a big impression. Although he has this knight here on f5. It's a pawn, but it's not your greatest pawn in the world. I will point out, though, that it's only 7 minutes for Jeffrey to make 15 moves.
Whoa.
Make that 16, because he hasn't made his 25th
That's
move
a
yet.
lot.
7 minutes to make 16 moves. You might be equal down a pawn with activity, but boy, when you don't have much time on your clock, you start getting nervous and you start making mistakes. And he just played a radical move. Rook takes on d6.
The one move I was about to say that you shouldn't.
You should not, right? Like, look,
because b7
like
is hanging like what? What?
I am confused.
I'm completely. I mean, this would have been a commentator's nightmare to sit there and say, don't.
Well, we were about to, right?
Don't blunder
You're
a
on
pawn with
d6.
rook takes d6.
And pawn,
and he
that's
did
kind
it.
of-
Okay, so
Okay. Why can't I take the pawn?
we're all confused.
Knight takes
Knight
b7.
takes b7. So there's bishop d2. What? This knight has got.
It's not trapped at all, right? Not even close.
It's got 2 avenues of escape, either through a5 or c5. Both look perfectly decent.
I don't get it. Maurice, help us. We're floundering here.
He's going to be down pawn. I mean, that's.
I mean, the only thing I'm looking at is like bishop d2 and bishop g2 and rook.
What? But why would you give a pawn for that?
I have no idea, none whatsoever. I am confused. Well, as we sift through this confusion, we do have another special guest in studio, Alejandro.
And we will have in just a second, of course, a former U.S. champion, Sam Shankland, will be joining us in just a second as we take a look at the results of today's round. Very solid affair so far, a very quick draw between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Vasyl Lagrave. Meanwhile, Wesley So tried to put some pressure on Leinier Dominguez. That game also didn't go anywhere. And Sam Shankland also tried to put pressure on Darius Schwirtz, but he was unable to put a full point performance. He's here with us now. Maurice, take it away.
You mentioned that Sam is a former U.S. champion. You should also mention that he's a gold medalist from the Olympiad, as well as the author of a couple of books, and he's doing chess videos and the like. Pretty accomplished career so far. Sam, tell us about your tournament, the way you assess how you played here.
It's funny, I cannot remember playing this badly in a very long time, but somehow I still managed to put points on the scoreboard and have a 2700 performance. But I think about everything I did wrong. My sense of danger completely eluded me against Maxime when I was just 1 move away from a draw. I allowed a trivially lost pawn ending. Jeffrey played the troll accelerated dragon against me. I got a +2 position and didn't beat him. I missed a win in 2 moves against Dominguez yesterday. I was worse with white against Mamedyarov after 5 moves. I think I just did absolutely everything wrong this tournament, but it's a very good sign that if you're really, really off form and just playing really, really badly, that you're still, breaking even on rating. That's a sign that you've probably got stronger.
That's a very good way to look at it. How does this prep you for your tournaments to come?
Well, it's a great event. I think this is probably the second strongest tournament I've ever played after Weikanze. I'm sort of disappointed to have made -1, but it's far from a disaster, to be playing against a higher rated field and with an extra black. I think when breaking even rating wise, it's fine. But it was a good experience to play an event like this. I would certainly love to play more. It's very rare for me to get an opportunity like this one. I really appreciated the invitation, and I wish I could have put up a better result.
What is your next tournament?
I'll play European Club Cup. Well, first I'll be back here for 960, but next classical chess event is European Club Cup, and then back here again for U.S. Championship. So there's definitely some good events coming up that I'm looking forward to.
Appreciating the shift back to classical chess?
Absolutely. there's both in terms of face-to-face and in terms of the time control. I've said that in terms of my ability to calculate, I actually think I do best on a 3D board, second best blindfolded, and third best on a 2D board. Like when I was playing these online events, I find myself staring into space at some point, like the arbiters were saying, like, what the hell are you looking at? But yeah, that and also just it being slower and more, the kind of training I do really works for classical and is kind of useless in blitz. So I've just noticed my head's just not that fast. And if, for example, if my reflexes or reaction time is like 1/10 of a second slower than everyone else's in classical, that totally doesn't matter. In Rapid, it probably doesn't even matter either. But in blitz, well, you saw what happened. So yeah, I'm glad classical chess is coming back, and yeah.
All right. Well, we look to seeing you again in Chess 960. That's coming up really shortly.
Yeah,
get yourself rested.
That'll be a lot of fun.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Thanks. Sam, I have a question for you, if you please. These really great elite tournaments where you have 2,800, 2,700 players and the mix of these players, often opening theory is a very important advantage in these events and coming out of the opening with advantages. Overall, this Sinquefield Cup, did you see it as a theoretical battle? Because I think of you as a really great theoretician. And how do you think about opening theory and whether this tournament advanced it or not?
There's definitely, I don't know, there's some games that are more important than others. Like what Jeffrey did against me was nonsense. What I did against Lanier was nonsense. There's just certain things that are just not good. Then people take some liberties, and that's fine. But there's definitely a lot of preparation that goes into it, but ultimately it's the gameplay. I think of the preparation I did here, the best game I had was with Maxime, where I was just better with black out of the opening, and then I managed to lose because he outplayed me, and he just played better. But I don't know, this tournament I just sort of told myself I'm going to play every game like there's no tomorrow. I ended up playing multiple Najdorfs, I played the Scotch, I did all sorts of aggressive things, and then finally today I thought, maybe I'll do something just a little bit more sedate, but then he just prepared well, and I got absolutely nowhere. So maybe I should have kept going nuts even more.
All right. Thank you very much, Sam, and good luck on your future events. We'll be seeing you in the 960 as well as the U.S. Championships. Big events, as Sam's saying, coming up. But now I got that Fabi might be getting a little bit of an edge.
Might be. Well, let's take a look at the game.
Shall we jump right to it?
Definitely the most important of the two, as we determine how many Sinquefield Cup winners we will have. It'll be either 1 or 2. So Fabiano Caruana is still in the mix as he's taken on e5. We saw the lines of queen c4 check, and the little whisper on our ear told us that it's slightly better for black, but we found a lot of draws in these kind of variations.
Exactly, yes we did. And it wasn't even clear to me exactly how we were supposed to do this. Should we be playing queen c4 check and rook takes d4 immediately?
We didn't want to allow rook d6, right?
Right, and what conclusions did we come to?
I don't remember anymore. We've seen so many lines.
I remember now. This was a line with rook e4 that we didn't want to allow.
It didn't work because rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes,
queen
defends
takes
the rook.
e4. And if we take the rook here,
Then we were talking about dark square weaknesses. and the necessity of getting rid of this knight on e4.
Maybe still a bit unpleasant for white. And remember, the time situation, it's coming down at this point. Rapport only with 8 minutes and some left, while Fabi has 11 minutes, still 9 moves to make for both sides. We do have, as he's played the move
Queen
C4
check.
Before they get into serious time trouble, we do have a guest with us, Dariusz Świerc. Well, first time playing the big dogs, playing those hungry lions. Let's take a look at what he feels this tournament was like.
So your teacher your coach, just described you as first time playing the Hungry Lions. What was it like to be in there with the kings of the jungle?
Very, very challenging, difficult, definitely. But anyway, I'm very happy to have played this tournament. It was a great experience. I learned a lot. So yeah, it was a great experience, definitely. Yeah, starting the tournament 0 out of 3 sort of defined my fate in this tournament. It was very difficult, even though I managed to win against Jeffrey, still it was difficult. So yeah, result-wise, I expected to do a little bit better, of course, but you know, it's hard to start when it's hard to perform well when you start 0 out of 3. So yeah, but I learned some things, so I hope it will, you know, bear its fruits like in the future.
Can you tell us a few of the things you learned, maybe not specifically chess-wise, but from a performance standpoint? Like anything you could have done to just perform better? Or was it a real challenge being asked to come in at the very end as opposed to having a month or so to prepare for the tournament?
I mean, I think definitely coming like as a last-minute replacement kind of shaped my decision making, sort of, and it was definitely incorrect. It was difficult to adjust mentally to whatever was happening and so on. And let's say certain decisions like to play against, you know, Lenier, like, you know, trying to play for an equal position, you know, probably shouldn't have happened. Just, you know, find a way to make a draw and that's it. Yeah, like certain decisions like this, you know, affected me significantly. So yeah, like if I could take back time, I would probably approach this tournament differently, because it was, now I know sort of how to, let's say, approach this tournament, such tournaments right now rather than earlier, because I never played this, and especially having had like only one day to prepare, it was very difficult to prepare, pretty much.
I think it would be for anyone at all. You feel coming out of this that you're good. Your soul has cleaned out this tournament, and you look into the future with optimism?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking to the future of the optimism. US Championships coming up, and then FIDE Grand Swiss in Latvia, in Riga. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and probably I would take like 2 or 3 days off after this tournament, but since like I feel, let's say, ready to work, I would definitely begin working and getting ready for my next events.
Wonderful attitude for sure. We know it was a difficult tournament for you, but we expect you to bounce back. I'm sure your coach expects you to bounce back as well, as he is part of the team. Congratulations, and good luck in your next couple of events.
Thank you.
Dariusz, I have a question for you. When I was playing in these elite tournaments, especially for the first time, and you know, my rookie experience, one of the real difficulties I had was getting my preparation on the board. It seemed like my opponents were always getting the variations that they were working hard to achieve, and somehow I wasn't able to get my preparation in. Was that your experience too? I mean, I know you worked very hard with Alejandro during the tournament, but were you able to get in the variations that you wanted?
I will say this. Many times actually I got my preparation in, like for instance today against Sam, like I got my preparation against actually Peter Svidler that I prepared with Alejandro, but it didn't work against Peter, but out of pure chance it happened today. So actually I got some games with preparation that I managed to, you know, So I have actually them appear on the board against, let's say, Maxime. Also, I get like, you know, up one move 18, but then one bad move and basically it was it.
Wow.
So I don't think my preparation, opening preparation, was that bad. Of course, it was could have been definitely way better, and but you know, sometimes it just happens that, like, you know, even if you get your preparation, just one bad move defines the game, and this is what happened against Maxime. So yeah, but yeah, in general, I feel like I managed to get in some games my preparation on the board, but you know, still it didn't sort of, it's helped helped a little bit for sure, but it didn't help me, you know, perform as I would like to perform.
All right, very good. Well, good luck in your upcoming tournaments, and especially the U.S. Championship, as well as the one in Riga, the
Grand Swiss.
Grand Swiss. I was going to say the FIDE Swiss, but I know it's not the FIDE Swiss, the Grand Swiss. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what do we have in the Fabi game? We just had the situation where the queen went check, and very quickly, by the way, Fabi played the move King H7, and check this out, Bishop F4, Bishop F3.
Yeah, we have these updates. Bishop F3, Knight G5. We expected Rook D6.
Fabi's going to kick himself.
Really?
The opportunity to be able to play Rook to D6.
Okay.
And after Knight G5,
a quick H4 was played by Richard.
Another rather, surprise, like, okay, you're hunting down and take the bishop.
Before we go into this line, can I show you something?
Please.
So here we had talked about Rook to D6.
Exactly.
Okay. Right? We said take this.
Right.
Got to kill that. And then take this one.
But then he takes that one.
And now we realize you couldn't take because his endgame was terrible. But you could defend your Rook.
Exactly. Stay on D4.
Just defend the Rook and say, let's trade down.
No, but
make a draw.
Rook
Make a draw.
G6 looks crushing.
But this move is so strong.
Yikes.
That you're in big trouble. You can defend this position by going super passive with this move.
Really?
No way.
Wow.
I wanted to take that pawn.
Nah, that pawn's poisoned.
I know you do. I know you do. That's why we're here. Because Yasser is the guy who wants to take the pawn.
Yeah.
The problem is this is just winning.
Uh-oh.
And that's game over. King takes.
Oh.
Okay, what just happened?
It's very poisoned. It's a very poisoned
That was how bad it was.
That was a very poisoned pawn. Even the computer didn't like it.
Okay, let's try that again. Takes. All right, and now check.
Right.
And there's just no place to put your king. You're going to die. Like, it's over.
Wow.
If you go to the back rank, for example, king to F1, then queen to H2, and there's just too many threats. Mate, check on it. There's just too many threats.
Gotcha.
The game is over. And if you step up after Rook C2 check, you go to F3, then this nice little check, and you're just in trouble. You could go back to G2, but Queen G3 check, and you're just being raked over the coals.
Gotcha.
So you can't touch the pawn. You have to go passive. You can go passive, though, with this move. Pawn up, and then Rook to E2. It's not so easy to break through, as we know, but because this major piece ending, it's not enough to have a passed pawn. You've got to have something else going for you, because that pawn alone, a player can just put his rooks in front of, guard those rooks, and then not give you anything else. You've got to find another way to break in. The engine will give you an advantage, but you just won't get anywhere. You got the great pawn, but you can't do anything. We have this position on the board, however. Fabi didn't go for this line. He's gone for another line with taking on F3, Rook takes F3, and this is similar. It looks like you're going to liquidate down to a pretty even, maybe single Rook, maybe queens, double queen.
They're saying that basically, how do we liquidate this? How do we exchange the C pawn for the D pawn?
Queen E4. Let's start with the obvious Queen E4.
Queen E4 is your obvious move, yes?
I'm hitting H4, I'm hitting C6, I'm defending D4.
Rook D5 what's on top, right?
Well, yeah.
Rook D6 or Rook D5, yeah.
Yeah, well, what's there not to like?
Queen D3. Threatens the F5 pawn.
That's...
Maybe I should defend it, right? Rook D... Can I play Rook
Rook
D5?
D5 to defend the D5.
I am threatening C6 now because nobody's defending it.
Yay.
Wow.
And then you die.
And then you die.
Oh man!
Yeah, we could try.
Oh man!
I'm sure
but how are we supposed to try?
This move drops the D pawn, so
drops the D pawn.
That's not going to happen. I need a way to put the arrow back. Is there a back arrow here somewhere? Oh, here we go.
Just click.
That was a big back
You
arrow.
found it. It's definitely a back arrow.
That was a big back arrow.
All the way.
I'll find it somewhere, guys. All right, H4.
You
takes,
see?
takes.
You guys complain about my mouse. He's got a touchpad.
I've never said anything about your mouse.
This thing,
never.
when your elbow hits it, you got a problem.
Right.
But anyway, no, this is not easy. It's just not easy to win. These major piece endings, they're so direct.
Yes.
That.
Yeah, this is the draw.
If you move this rook away, that's going to push and disrupt everything. Everybody's being defended, so not easy at all. They are now at move 35.
Quickly approaching the move.
Fabi only has
time
422 left. Note that Fabi's only looking for ways to keep the game going.
Right.
Yeah, draw's really not
He can
good.
draw if he wants to. He
Right.
figures, I can kill the C6
There's
pawn.
a lot of ways of
whatever.
trading everything off.
He's trying to find the way that makes Richard suffer.
Right.
And it doesn't look like it's there. And unfortunately, for him, a draw is not good enough.
Forces him to answer some very difficult questions. By the way, we've got a commercial timeout before we get into the
Time pressure?
Yeah.
It's a Q Boutique timeout, and a special thank you for our audience. Thank you for watching our show. All merchandise, including the Singfield Cup 2021 and everything related to the Grand Chess Tour 2021 that you can buy at QBoutiqueSTL.com. Well, guess what? Today, it's 20% off. Just use the code SCUP21 on checkout. Remember, QBoutiqueSTL.com. All the merchandise that we are offering there is 20% off. Today's the day to do it. Don't postpone it. Beautiful gear that we have there, and you'll be matching with your favorite players.
Yeah, a great gift giving. Back over to you, Maurice, and the game of Jeffrey.
I got Jeffrey under a minute, needing to make 8 moves. 8 moves. He's played Bishop A6, hitting a pawn. He liquidated down, taking this. Was there a piece on D? There was a knight on D3. Taking this piece off the board and trading down. Now he's got the 2 bishops. He's looking to try to win this pawn back. He doesn't mind giving away anything else. Well, this pawn is defended because this check does nothing. But in the meantime, he's getting counterplay here. Bishop C4 looks natural, takes, and this extra pawn doesn't look like a free pawn. I mean, it does look like an extra pawn.
Well, you can go Bishop C1, right?
But here, Bishop to C1 is playable, forcing some kind of ugly defense with this move.
Rook D2.
Nope, nobody believes anything here. If I got to play Rook D2, and you have to play Rook G1.
Nah, nobody's playing this for
Nobody's playing this variation. Too weird. So Bishop A6 on the board. After takes Bishop A6.
Right.
And what to do? Peter. I mean, he's got to be frustrated.
Yes.
Yes.
He's got to be frustrated.
Very
He
frustrated.
played so simplistically this game.
Right.
Let me just win a pawn. Oh, wait a minute. The guy got the pawn back. Well, let me win another pawn. Oh, wait a minute. The guy got counterplay. Let me keep trading down. It just didn't feel like he had the energy to fight this game.
Right.
And now he's played Rook to G7 with check. Black is perfectly fine. We can see that the reduced material plus Black having all that activity, the 2 bishops, the Rook on the 7th, Black's pieces are better than White's.
It's this awkward knight on C3. It just doesn't have a useful purpose because of the pawn on C6 surprisingly controlling it.
Yeah. True. I must say, though, I'm still rather stunned by the entire conception that Jeffrey brought to this game. First of all, overcoming the reluctance of stepping into a fork. Rook
Right.
takes D6, knight takes D6, king E7. He comes to that position, and most grandmasters will just stop and say, what am I doing? I'm blundering a pawn. Of course I'm not going to play rook takes D6. But Jeffrey looked deeper, and he saw that after knight takes D7, well, his rook wants to come to H2, but his bishop's in the way. He came to the conclusion through stone, cold, calculating, hard work that, you know what? That rook on H2, that bishop on G5, that knight on E5 is worth 2 pawns.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That is really a remarkable concept. And the fact that he's achieved this position
Kudos
Shows
to
good
Jeffrey.
Yeah,
Kudos
really,
to Jeffrey, yeah.
really, not bad. I mean, it goes to show that having these opportunities to really play against these top guys brings out the best in you.
We'll keep an eye on him as Fabi is down to a minute and 8 seconds.
Let's jump back to
Shockingly, he spent, if I'm reading this properly, he spent 5 minutes in the last move out of a remaining 6.
With the move Rook D5.
Right. Was that really necessary to spend, what is it, 80%, 90% of your time?
I think he was looking for some kind of try.
Right,
Some
but you
kind of
don't
something.
find the try, you make some random move, you're 1 minute on the clock, and things can go wrong.
I don't think he's thinking things are going to go wrong. He's thinking, I want to win the Sinquefield Cup. I don't see the move now. Let me just bail. Go for Rook C5, take my pawn.
Wow.
And trade down rooks.
Okay.
I figured that's what he's thinking because this was his last chance to win the Sinquefield Cup. And if White now is able to win the D pawn, the Sinquefield Cup is gone.
Okay.
Right? He doesn't. He has to keep looking.
Okay, well, let's try to get into Fabi's head for just a second and understand why he chose this move as a way of giving his opponent a problem and not something else. So Rook D5, I can imagine that you want to play Rook C5, but I don't think it's an immediate threat. On the other hand, White has to make a move, so it seems rather natural to start with the obvious question, what happens if I double my rooks with Rook F3 to D3 with the idea of taking the pawn on D4? Does Fabi have some marvelous try with Rook C5? Alejandro, what do you think Fabi has in mind? Crickets.
That pawn seems very dead to me. I don't get it.
I'm looking forward to. I'm kind of coming up empty-handed myself.
And Richard has instead chosen the move H5, which goes back to what you were saying. Rook C5 might not be an immediate alternative.
It's an immediate threat, sorry.
Threat, yeah. And H5, why not play
it's
H5?
It's actually a very useful
move. That king on H7 feeling a bit more uncomfortable with now the G6 square under White's control. You never know if a queen might land there with checkmate.
Exactly. So H4, H5, and just asking his opponent.
And 40 seconds. Queen E4 played by Fabiano. I still don't think that has a threat.
I tell you, a moment ago the pawn was on H4 and under threat, and that was our key move. Now that it's on H5, I feel so much better that the pawn is on H5. Okay, now having said all of that.
Could I quickly jump in?
Please. Yes,
You guys are going to love this, but it's unsatisfying finish.
Okay.
Sorry.
Dissatisfying.
It's just, but the process of it getting there. In this position, Peter has an extraordinary study-like move or sequence. And the idea is to play the move E5 check.
Right.
The beautiful thing about this move is if pawn takes,
mate.
Knight E4 is mate. Just like that alone, that's visual.
That's right.
What a beautiful checkmate. All right, E5 check. So king takes.
Right.
Now rook check, hitting the king and trying to skewer this bishop. Okay. If king to d4, you no longer defend this pawn. You drop this pawn. And now bishop takes on d3 is the bad move because it runs into rook d7, skewering the other bishop.
Pretty cute.
Nice, right? It's not winning, but I'm going to go with the line just because. So rook e7 check. He can still play this, by the way, and play for bishop c1, but we're going to ignore that.
Right.
King f4. Rook to e4 check. You've got to go down. Bishop to d1 check. You've got to go down. Bishop to g4, threatening knight d1. Oh. Doesn't this feel like a study?
Yeah.
We've seen these before. It's like every move going. And now the threat. The problem is, right here, he can play bishop to d2, other moves as well, and after rook e2 check, trying to skewer his rook. I mean, he screwed a bishop on e3, a bishop on d3. Now he's trying to skewer this rook. But now king to g1, and you get nothing. By the way, king g3 would have run into knight e4. Oh, I should have shown that point as well. Where was I? Right here. This move runs into this move, knight check. 4 king pieces, study-like, all the way down. But king g1, and stop.
I like the walking the plank.
Walking the plank. The chess is so beautiful with its variations sometimes, but that mate on e4 was visual.
Yeah.
Just all of a sudden. Unfortunately, it all doesn't work, and it's no big deal.
And what did he play? Did he play anything?
In this position,
still
it looks like he played bishop c4.
All right.
Takes, a5, rook f7, bishop to d4, king to b3, and this game is not going to be decisive.
No, this looks pretty drawish, right?
Yeah.
You could play even rook h3 here.
Right, rook h3 is also a really nice
Go into
move
the
as
rook
well.
endgame, right?
Yeah.
This is,
eventually.
it's not going to be anything.
All right, let's go into Favi's game, and then because he does have 40 seconds left, only a few more moves, 3 more moves.
Whoa. Things changed when we left it. Queen e4 was Fabi's last move. Rook slid over to F1. I was trying to
get the d pawn.
Get the d pawn, and 15 seconds. D3, rook F4. There's a queen E3.
7
check.
seconds.
Queen E3.
Queen E6, allowing a pin.
What?
Well, he's threatening the c6 pawn.
Good point. Good point. Oh
Queen
my
E6
goodness.
makes
And
sense,
Queen E, keeping the check on E3 in
on
reserve.
tap, right?
Yes.
So, for example, a move like rook takes F5. I could play Queen E3 check.
And the H5 pawn could hang.
And if the H5 pawn hangs, I'm starting to think about mating. You remember, I don't know how many times. How is it we've gotten so many heavy piece endgames? They're really, really not so common, but I've seen so many over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I think there's entire tournaments we go through without a single one.
Right, and now there's suddenly a dime a dozen. Rook F4, Queen E6, and has Richard outfoxed himself?
Because rook takes E6 is a threat.
Big time threat.
Big time threat.
Hello.
You don't see a defense against it.
Hello. So if I go rook F5, let's just take a look. If I go rook F5.
All right, I don't want to take on F5 either with the rook because I lose immediately, and with the queen, I also lose immediately.
Right.
So I probably have to give a check on E3.
Okay, I'll drop back with my rook, having stolen a pawn and hoping to steal some more.
The question is, do I play rook H5 immediately? It's a pawn, right? Why not? Let's take that one.
Okay, but now I feel like I've just got time enough to catch my breath to deal with this guy.
How do you deal with that guy?
I'm thinking I want to trade queens.
Okay.
Queen F4.
Queen F4 looks very sensible.
Trying to trade queens. I feel like any kind of rook and pawn endgame, I should be able to quickly bring my rook behind the pawn on D4.
Yeah, it feels like it's just fast enough just to calculate queen takes, rook takes. Even a move like rook D5 I wanted to play actually to not allow you to go behind my pawn.
And
but
if
rook
I
C4, D2. But I don't think this is enough because after rook D1, rook E7, you probably could consider C7 to be honest. But even king F2 is just completely...
Might be just good enough.
Good enough, yeah.
Yeah, I was...
And we're going to maybe see this because rook takes F5 on the board, queen E3 check on the board as well. We're expecting the move rook 5F2. I don't see a problem with king H2 just yet.
Yeah, exactly.
As there is a draw between Peter Svidler and Jeffrey Chung. We were expecting that. One game remaining in the 2021 Sinquefield Cup.
And
Let's
it could
just jump
decide
into
first.
it. It could decide first. Is it going to be MBL?
Whoa. A king move allows rook D4.
And
whoa! What does he do about rook D4?
Oh, what has he done? What has Richard done?
Oh, rook E1.
What?
Rook E1.
Rook D4.
Yeah, I'm like that serious.
With the idea of rook H4 checkmate.
Oh my God.
If the queen were forced to move, Fabi would win on the spot. But rook D4, rook E1.
I think it's the only move too. I don't know if there's another move, is there? Because you have to prevent checkmate.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
You can't move the queen.
I guess he could also play rook F3.
No. If you play rook F3.
Yes.
Actually, maybe rook F3 also works.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it also works.
It's just one of those things that you...
No. Queen E5 check. You lose your queen. You lose
No. Rook 1 F3.
Rook D4 is on the move. The first time we saw rook D4, we thought, oh my goodness, Richard's blundered the game away.
But here's the
not
thing.
the case.
It is move 40.
It is. They have made time control. Rook D4 is the 40th move.
Yeah.
Also, allowing rook D4, I have to say, is kind of insane.
Crazy.
You see that move? Who does that, right? Why don't you know? Why not play rook 5f2?
Right. That was.
Bobby's got to be excited.
I think.
By the way, this rook move.
My heart leaped out of my chest when I saw rook d4.
This rook move does allow queen e4. And.
What?
Oh, because queen h4, d2 ideas, right?
This is hanging. This push is coming.
Ooh.
Your queen is hanging. I mean.
Let's go back to the camera view as we have one more move until 40. It's a and it's a big decision. Oh, sorry, never mind.
No, it's
40. No, it's move 40.
It's move 40.
Oh, it's move 40. These people are chilling.
I'm telling you, take it easy. I mean, whenever I made the 40th move,
and he sees rook e1. Why is he rushing?
Because
does he not know?
There's no other move.
No, but why is he so nervously rushing? He's like
he was reaching for the
reached for it, and then he pulled it back, and then he's
like,
looking at the clock.
As if it's,
there's no reason.
And he's shaking his head.
He should just relax.
Whenever I made the 40th move, and unless I have to play a recapture only move, I always got up from the board. I went to the bathroom.
Rushing to make. No, he's already. No, he's got plenty of time.
Yeah, I don't understand why he's taking no time. But there you go, rook e1.
Rook e1.
Played by Richard.
That's weird that he took
no time at all to do this.
Yeah, but I mean, now he gets up, he goes and washes his face, he recalibrates his emotions, he's made the time control. But this was a big time decision, this 41st move. I mean, things could have gone wrong, right? I mean, you can see how things can go wrong. And he still rushed to make his 41st move. I'm not quite sure about that.
Well, we have reached move 40 in this game. Things calm down a little bit.
Seriously, but didn't you just have that quick emotion? I mean, it wasn't the cold shower experience. It was the opposite. It was like suddenly, oh, I'm going to win the game.
Yeah, with rook d4.
Right? I mean, it was like rook d4. I remember, wasn't it a Magnus Carlsen Fabi game here at the Sinquefield Cup where it was like the last move of time control, it was rook d2, and that was the blunder that cost the game.
Yeah, it was actually rook d2, even though it was a losing blunder, it also flagged
as
Fabi.
Well.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right, and that was just kind of a deja vu kind of experience there because I saw rook d4 and I thought, oh my gosh, we're going to have a tie for first in the Sinquefield Cup.
Well, we don't know quite yet. I didn't think that Maurice was too happy with the way that Richard's played this position so far. But let's take a look and see how real the chances are for Fabiano Caruana now that we've reached move 40.
Well, now that we can calmly
think
about
professionally,
as professionals are wont to do. So we take the queen. You take my queen.
I don't think we have a choice on rook
I
c4,
move my
right?
rook back to d4. I'm ready to promote my pawn. I think a rook is coming back. I just don't know which one.
Let me think for a second.
Would you
because
like
I think I'm gonna have to play rook something to the 8th rank.
What? To the 8th rank?
Maybe rook f8.
Okay.
I don't know the difference.
Yeah, we don't know the difference yet. And you've got a threat of mate in 1. I feel you. And after this...
The question is, do I have anything?
It's a very good thing that my rook is on c7. Otherwise, it would be mate in 1.
Yeah, maybe I'm just playing with fire here for no reason, right?
Probably so. I was just thinking that if you drop back with the rook, we would be in one of those rook endings where, well, a likely draw,
but
maybe
no?
maybe black has the one with the most dangerous pawn. I don't know.
I'd take black, but
sure.
No guarantees that it's a big advantage.
Exactly, rook e1, but we have a guest in studio, Alejandro.
Absolutely. With Maurice Ashley, we have Peter Svidler.
8-time Russian champion Peter Svidler, commentator extraordinaire. Peter, this event wasn't what you wanted.
No.
Give us a sense of this particular game, first of all.
Yeah, this is kind of regrettable because that was a very good chance to, you know, end the tournament on a slightly more cheerful note. And I think I played fine up to a point, but I had a brief talk with Leonard outside, and he showed me some computer evaluations. And it's extremely annoying that I think it's like a function of how the beginning of the tournament went for me, that I just couldn't like convince myself to do things I knew in my heart to be right. And I think I was still probably close to winning even after not doing that. But specifically the position, to kind of give some kind of a context with the board, the position after after Rook H1, Bishop G5. If we could bring it up on.
We have it. We're right here.
Yeah. First of all, Bishop takes F6 is such a Florida move, right?
A what move?
Florida?
Yeah,
Florida?
It's such a Florida move. Like,
where do you get that one from?
I've been thinking, like, I played Bishop F6, and Jeffrey thought for like 40 minutes, so I had time to describe it to myself, and I thought it's just such a like retirement village move.
Now we understand the retirement village.
It's
move.
just
lazy man's move.
Just go. Just go.
I live in Florida now.
I know.
Retiring in Florida.
And, that was one of the reasons I was really looking forward to saying that. But yeah, just go knight f1 in that position and play. But also Jeffrey was playing much faster than me, and this is like move 13, and I had like 40 minutes left. I'm sure I'm better, but I don't know how clear it is, because when that gets to G3, I still have no direct threats. It's not like I'm going to be winning in 3 moves here. But yeah, I mean, clearly this is the way to go for maximum. And then Jeffrey sort of re-gifted the game back to me, because I think after takes, knight G4, like in his spot, I would have just I would have taken on G4, C3, played knight E5 on long castles in about 3 seconds flat. And that position, I mean, I do have an extra pawn, but the knight, what I missed originally, I was kind of happy about this. And then, no, you take on C3 first, of course. You need to break this open, otherwise there's really no counterplay. And then you go knight E5, and after queen E2, I'm such a, for me, bishops are always better than knights. So I kind of took on C4 in this position in my mind. And then white is much, much better. But what you do here is you castle and you get the knight from E5 to C5. And I don't think I can stop it. And with the knight on C5, it's not that the counterplay is very strong. I will put the bishop on B3. There is never going to be any threats to my king, I don't think. But it's kind of difficult for me to push with the knight on C5, kind of keeping an eye on things. And as Jeffrey was thinking, I kept on like running this position in my head, and I thought, okay, I mean, I have more pawns, it's excellent, but how easy will this be to win? And I came to the conclusion that probably not easy at all. The one thing that was kind of cheering me up during that process was that Jeffrey continued thinking, and I could see that he wasn't really very enthused about this. But bishop takes h4, I think, is just a horrible decision. You just have to take your lumps there. The opening did not go to plan, so yeah. And here, it's kind of hard to criticize what I did, but I think just playing g3 here effectively wins the game as well. Yeah, bishop f6, I think, takes f4. We don't need to even discuss this position. The reason I decided not to was that it allows an endgame. I wanted to, I thought I will just give mate in the game. And here black can take on g4, go queen g5, check. But we play f4, and after bishop e7, we have a very important move, rook h5, which I had seen. It's not like I didn't see it. I mean, this is about as winning an endgame as you can have with material equal. Because, black maybe doesn't lose any material immediately, like rook d8, d7, bishop f6, bishop f8, g7 somehow. But I don't even need to collect anything. Like, every single piece of mine is better than every single piece of his.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I knew this was kind of close to winning. And then, instead, you can play takes bishop f6 here. And this maybe would have been playable.
Sorry.
Bishop f6 in this position, yeah.
In this position.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think after f4, the king just never gets to c8. This is the problem. If black could castle queenside here, black would be completely fine. But with the queen on g4, I don't think the king ever gets to c8. And in fact, I'm going to start playing e5, f5 any moment now, the true Benoni style. And yeah, this is just much better than what I did. But the one that really hurts, this, okay, I can understand. I wanted to keep the queens on, and I really thought knight e3 was like borderline winning. But then he found this very interesting idea of h5, h4, which I don't know if it's good, but it's a very interesting try to keep like some control over the dark squares. And here my plan, as I was playing rook h1, my plan was to wait until he plays bishop g5, which I think is strictly the only move in the position, because otherwise knight f5 will win the next move. So rook h1 as I played, bishop g5. And my plan was just to come to the board and play e4, e5 in this position. And then
e4, e5.
Yeah, and then I talked myself out of it. And this is just heartbreaking because, you know, I knew this was correct. I knew this is how you're supposed to play these positions. And then I started calculating d4, and d5, knight e4. No, d5, bishop d5 I think is completely lost. I don't think you can hold this. But d5, knight e4, and I played king f8 for him in this position, I think. I think king f8 was worrying me more than castles, although castles also doesn't lose by force. And I started thinking, like, if I don't give mate immediately, how winning is this? Because the files in front of the black king are closed for now. Opening up the f file or the g file is not going to be very easy. And if you imagine black like landing the king on g7 and then starting to like take on e3 and play bishop b6, it's a solid position. Like black obviously needs a few tempi, but yeah, but the machine says knight d6 more or less wins in this position apparently, which I did not really understand from. Even now, after I've seen it on a computer screen, I still don't understand why it's so crushing. Like bishop e6, for instance, bishop takes and queen takes e6, for instance. But obviously, machine is never wrong about these things, and if it says it's winning, it's winning. But it's kind of really upsetting not to make moves like this when you know I used to be a good dynamic player, and. Like everything screamed at me that like you have to, queen takes e6 is a cop-out. I'm still much better in that endgame, but it's a cop-out. And just do this and then think later.
And then collect the brilliancy prize too.
I don't know. Yeah, well, and then I think a very, very big chance was missed when I missed some, for once I decided to trust my hand, because I think I kind of refocused and played this quite well. And for instance, I really like the move king a2, which I think against like 7 minutes is a very, very strong choice because we're keeping things together and we're passing the move to black, and it's difficult to make a choice. And it might, the point of king a2 is I'm sidestepping like knight f3 d2 counterplay. I'm making sure that knight d2 is never a check. So it's a very useful kind of a holding move, passing the decision to Jeffrey. And the decision is annoying enough that he actually gave me the b7 pawn here. And then I just thought I was winning by force, and I decided not to calculate any further. And here, yeah, knight a5 I think is much stronger than knight c5. Because as I didn't realize at the time, we're threatening f4, knight c6, knight d5.
f4, knight c6. Ah, it's a very nice
Yeah, so like rook
idea.
h2, f4, I'm instantly winning.
Wow.
Because I get rid of all of my weaknesses, I trade off some passive pieces, and we're two up in an endgame.
Exactly.
And the threat of f4 basically means that Jeffrey doesn't have time to play rook h2, and if he doesn't have time to play rook h2, I'm 2 pawns up, and I should be able to stabilize. But I thought knight c5 was just winning. I calculated knight c5, rook h2, rook g1, and after f6, basically what I missed is the move bishop e3 as played in the game. I thought he has to play king d6 here, as after rook g7 check. And after king d6 we take king c5, and very, very importantly, I can go knight d5, bishop g5, knight c7. And I thought this was very strong. Even here after king d4, I don't know why I thought this was so good looking at this position. But I will win the a7 pawn, so at least you know this will be a race at least. But in the game, I end up with those stupid pieces on b3 and c3. I'm not even better. I think after rook g8, bishop b3, I have to be careful not to be worse.
Let's hold for a second, please,
Sure.
because the exchanges did happen in the other game that is going on right now, the only game left. The queens were exchanged after rook to e1. Fabi found nothing better than to take on c4 and go to this endgame where his pawn looks firmly blockaded in this double rook ending. So, Peter, you end up drawing this game. How do you assess your tournament overall and looking forward to future events?
Well, had I won today, I would have said, it's kind of reasonably well salvaged. And in general, the second half, I resembled a human being in most games. But yeah, it hasn't been an unqualified success, let's put it like this. And yeah, I'm very disappointed with my play here. I think I haven't really managed to play a single game sort of from start to finish without glitching. I've come close in some games, but 40 moves without something that I myself evaluate very, very harshly, seems to be, beyond me for this particular event, which is annoying. But I mean, it's over now, and there is time to reflect and regroup and think about where to go next.
All right, we'll let you reflect and regroup. We know you'll be back, and we'll look forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Too many Floridian moves.
I don't think he said.
I've been told our audience is leaving us by droves.
We lost Florida.
We have 3 lawsuits.
Including me, who was going to come and kick his rear end a little bit later.
Hey, there's retirement, it's Florida moves. I like that. A lazy man's chess, Queen D6.
Not enough for this tournament.
Not enough for this tournament. Knight F1 was
Gotta go
begging
for
to
it.
play.
Yeah,
you
you
had to go for it. Speaking of going for it, when we left it, it's this game of Richard and Fabi. Bad news for Fabi fans. With that pawn blockaded, A3 followed by B4 is so obviously on Richard's agenda, and he's thinking that he'll be able to use his queenside pawn. He'll trade this pawn over here for this pawn over here, and that will make it a draw.
Well,
is there anything he can do?
Well, let's
Shall
take
we
a look.
start
Rook
with
D3.
Rook D3. That looks like a very good start.
I assume you go B4. You could
I
also
do.
go A4, but I don't think you will. And I'll go A4 myself to preserve some chance of winning this game.
Exactly. And now I'll wait for you to eventually get to the important.
Why do you have to wait?
What?
Well, what?
You want me to play B5? Yeah, makes
not?
sense. Okay, I'll play B5. The plan all along, of course, had been to use this pawn as a decoy. Shall we?
Shall we?
Oh, there is a.
No, that's a check.
That's a check.
That's a check.
Yep.
Then I'll make pretense, right?
Right.
Take
Because.
it. I know you should have put your king on G.
Yeah, I was about to say, I probably have instant regrets that I put my king here and allowed myself to fall victim to this
Should have put the king
moment. Okay, so we'll go back. Is this the game position? And once again,
A3
rook to
play, yes.
D3. And once
rook
again,
four.
B4. And once again, A4.
Why don't we play king G1 first?
Okay, king G1.
King G1, Rook C1?
Rook C1.
And then we resign. So why don't we play...
Surprisingly awkward, actually.
Why don't we play... Is he pushing going to do that?
I waited with rook
I
F2.
think Rook F2.
What's wrong with G3?
Well, if you're going to play G3, why not just play G4 then? If you're saying that, because
That it
it's
doesn't matter.
possible that the H pawn could be
I
vulnerable.
just wanted to
in
put my
some
king on
lines.
G2, that's all. And
Yes.
and then go for...
B5.
So what are you going to do?
I'm going to bring my king. King G8.
Pause
Yeah,
just a
king
second,
G2.
because you do have, with the pawn on G4, you do have another idea, Alejandro. You could
Rook
play
A2 and then take on. Oh, I
and
like that. And then
then
Rook
check
check
across
and check.
and
Pick up
start-
the pawn. Let's show that. Rook A2. Let's assume that. I don't know.
King G2, what-
King G2, whatever.
Right.
And here we take on A3, and the idea is that because you have a weak G pawn, it didn't really matter if your king was on H2. I can always give it a check and force it to the G file.
Right.
The idea is that once the king's on the G
What do you mean?
file,
But then there's rook G2.
Oops. By the way, this is a shocking.
checkmate.
That will clear the cobwebs. It's like, oh dear, did I really do that? Shame on me. I had to go king F1. But okay,
But okay,
I mean,
we take and we play
things
on, right?
kind of flare.
Things can happen here.
Right. I mean, I can go
Rook
around.
B3,
and
Rook H3, maybe capture those pawn on H5.
maybe we weren't happy about pushing out G pawn. Shall we have another look? Rook D3, B4, A4. And
Maybe we
this
should
is the
just,
moment.
Just shuffle with Rook F2 maybe is the correct way to do it.
Right.
Rook F2, Rook E2.
You're welcome to try to, I'm just making some bad moves, but you're welcome to try to move your king around. Eventually, I do want you to take this pawn.
I don't think you're going to have a choice. I don't see another way of making progress. Maybe can I play Rook D5 and ask you how you defend that pawn?
Rook David?
Yeah, because it is a check. You can't go to G1 as we've analyzed. The move Rook C1 is just too dangerous.
Yeah, it just wins, yeah.
Well,
Or
not
does it
anymore,
win?
but it's
Yes.
still not great.
Okay. But after rook here,
it's a surprisingly awkward pawn to defend. We don't want to play g4 and weaken the third rank like we did in the previous
And then you'll come right back.
I'll come right back. How do you defend that, dude?
I know, it is fun. Kind of funny, isn't it? Okay, what if I don't defend the dude? And I'll play for an active
Well,
king.
could we play G4 again, please?
Okay.
G4.
In this moment. Oh, sorry.
Rook d5 doesn't matter. G4 here. Let's go.
Okay, the
Rook
thing that
A2.
I was afraid of was this
Rook
move.
F2.
Rook F2. And the thing I was afraid of was this move.
And take it with the
And then I was going to go check and
King G1.
And check.
And Rook G2.
And Rook G2. And did I do anything clever by my...
I could have played A3 though. Maybe A3 first?
Immediately?
I don't know what...
I was afraid that if I get ever into a single rook ending...
No, but here I pick up
will
2
just-
pawns, right?
What?
What?
A3? Like if you take on G3, I take on G4,
we're not
right?
taking on G3.
You can't do that right now. So I'm going to use the tempo to play A3 because
Okay.
you cannot take.
Fair, fair.
I don't know if I'm threatening anything, but hoping I will.
One day. Wow.
It's not easy yet.
It's not easy.
It's really not easy. It's a hard endgame for white. I feel
Still some niggling advantage for black, I would say.
Well said. All right, well, let's take a look at what we've done today so far. 4 draws. An early one between Shaq and MVL means that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is guaranteed first place in this tournament. Sviller drew against Jeffrey Chong, Sam Shanley against Darius Schwiertz. Wesley So also tried against Dominguez but was unable to get that full point. And it all comes down to this game of Richard Rapport and Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana could tie for the Sinquefield Cup with MVL. The thing we do know for sure, the winner of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour is Wesley So. He was the winner even before today's round started. Congratulations to an incredibly successful season, not just in the Grand Chess Tour, but overall to this year. Absolutely brilliant play by Wesley So.
No question about it. And we're going to see you on the other side of this break. I think
Yeah,
we're going to
I
take
think
a
so.
quick break as we'll see if somehow, some way, Fabi can grind down Richard Rapport to share first.
And don't go anywhere. We have a KasparovChess.com lesson for you. It's Jovi, Jovanka Hoska with Anastasia's mate.
It is often said that just knowing your checkmating patterns will help you identify all those opportunities that occur on the chessboard. Take this position, for example, that occurred in both 1908 and also in 2013 between 2 grandmasters. Now, in a move that spanned the centuries, both players of the white pieces ended up playing knight to a3. Now, unfortunately, this natural developing move is actually a terrible mistake because it sets into motion a catastrophic chain of events that starts off with bishop takes knight, and after pawn takes bishop, black plays knight to c3, attacking this bishop but also threatening knight to e2, forking the king and queen. Because queen h4 doesn't work on account of f6 and after queen takes pawn, black will simply play bishop to d5. I have to say, there are a medley of threats in the position. The most dangerous being queen takes g2 checkmate and knight to e2 forking the king and queen. White can't really play this move and is therefore practically forced to play queen takes queen. But after pawn takes queen, the h line is opened, which is an important marker of the Anastasia's checkmate. Now, as this bishop on b5 is attacked, white either needs to move it out of the way or defend it with a4. The thing is, it actually doesn't matter because black's response is essentially the same. So after a4, black will play knight to e2 check, driving the king into the corner. And here with the knight on e2 and the rook on h8, you can see the skeleton outline of the Anastasia's checkmate in play. The only thing missing is that this rook on b8 needs to swing into the game. So that's why black played the deadliest move on the board, king to e7. Wow. Now the penny drops for white because checkmate is unavoidable. The only salvation lies in bishop f4, and after knight takes bishop, white has dropped one whole piece. But if white tries some spite checks such as bishop a3, black has to be moderately careful and play king to e6, covering this important d7 square, and after bishop c4 check, king to f5. And now really black cannot stop the checkmate. After a move like h3, on account of this pin against the king, black will simply play rook takes h3 checkmate, and if white tries to bury their head in the sand and play f3, well, black will play rook takes pawn check, and after king takes rook, rook h8 with a rather artful Anastasia's checkmate.
Welcome back. We have one game left in the entire Grand Chess Tour, and an important one it is.
What an important game.
What an important game. We already know the winner of the Grand Chess Tour 2021. It's Wesley So. And he is being followed by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has clinched second place with his performance in this tournament. However, we are still determining who is going to take third place in the Grand Chess Tour. Is it going to be Shahryar Mamedyarov, or is it going to be Fabiano Caruana?
And it would appear to us that should Fabi win,
yes,
not only would he tie by number of points with MVL in the tournament, but he would overtake Shahryar in the Grand Chess Tour to seize a third prize money of $25,000. However, the real question is Fabi winning, and should he win, what the heck is going on with the Sinquefield Cup itself?
And we're going to take a look at that in just a second, as we should first answer the question.
Can Fabi win?
Can Fabi win?
And let's see, when we left it, we just left it at this point where obviously we're in a 4-rook ending, and black has the most dangerous pass pawn in the position, this pawn on d2, making it very awkward for white's king to come back to the first rank, because we've seen ideas of rook c1 winning on the spot.
But pass pawns, you have to jail them and throw away the key, as the great Nimzovich said.
No wonder a whole generations were destroyed. But this move, rook d5, provoked king not back to g1, king to g3 by Richard. And then after king g3 came rook check, and the king got pressed up to h4. Now I think we're going to see the following sequence of moves.
Rook d4.
Rook d4. Or check, g4, right?
Yes.
Okay, rook here.
Threatening a jaquecito.
Threatening mate. We've got to defend the rook and put our...
That's how chess works.
Yeah, our rook very passively. Now, this rook ending, I think this is closer to a draw than a win, okay?
That's more optimism than I had on that endgame.
I was going to suggest rook here.
Keeping the tension.
Keeping the tension. And
what happens if I start running?
I think it's absolutely required.
Yeah, and I run because I don't have another plan.
Exactly required. And here, let's say I go here.
I'll run because I don't have another plan.
Right. And now, exactly here, how do I get that? I wanted a sequence where I'm trying to combine threats against your king as well as your queen side. And I'm just wondering, well, we do have the sequence we've expected so far, and we're anticipating rook on d4 to d3 by Fabi. Now, I've got this moment, but how do I improve my position to its maximum? I think I'm going to just take, frankly. I'll take, and you're going to take, right? And I'm going to take. So now we've got 4 rooks, but the ending I want, now I'm looking for a single rook ending where I can get my rook behind the pawn. Can I achieve that?
Excellent. Let's give it a try. I'm going to try to be active in this position, not just give up. Rook dt takes d2, rook b6, rook d8, I think.
Rook d8, okay. And you're looking for an opportunity to activate this rook, right?
Yeah, the moment you escape and you try to block my rooks from coming to the a file, because I want to put my rook on a8. Say this pawn isn't going anywhere, I need to put the rook behind it.
Then you get the threat of mates against my own king.
If you put both of your rooks on the a file, I'll play rook somewhere, threaten rook 8th, and then checkmate on h8.
Okay, so I've achieved essentially the maximum I possibly can here.
I think so.
And now you have to pass.
Well, honestly, at this point, I think I can play rook h3.
Rook h3, because I was a half a move away from playing either rook to
b3, which we don't guarantee much, by the way. If I can stay on h1 and h2, I still think it's a draw.
Man, good grief. Good grief.
This doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. Some kind of Zugzwang? Nothing, right? Material seems too reduced.
It feels closer to a draw, but I'm still... Yeah, it just feels closer to a draw. This rook, unfortunately, is really active.
Yeah.
I couldn't get the tempo I wanted. I felt I was getting close, but after this move, by the way, have they played this
He's
move?
played rook h2, of course, because we needed to defend from checkmate, and I believe that Fabi
is about to play rook c2, right?
Is played the move rook c2, correct? Yes.
Right, and this is where we played b4. All of the sequence seems absolutely forced. Neither player can deviate.
Is that true? Can I go rook h3 here?
Rook h3 here?
Just a question.
Oh my goodness.
It's a little asking for it, I'm not going to lie.
That's
But,
kind of stunning, but I think you can. That's... Wow.
Yeah, the idea is, of course, that if you take on h3 and you take on h3, although even I'm not so sure how to evaluate this.
Take on b3.
This endgame is just a draw, right?
Yeah, this actually feels rather trivial, in fact.
Rook d5, anything, right?
Right. Yeah, this actually feels trivial. So, wow, so you could play rook h3. So I reached this position.
And rook c2 already played.
Right, I have no choice.
Yeah,
Fabi
if you take on
no
b3,
choice.
it's nothing, so you have to play rook to c2, sorry, defending the pawn.
Right.
I'm thinking rook h3, but...
Well, in that case, you might as well get in b3,
b4,
b4 and a4, and then play
rook h3.
Except I might have given you, in this case, the option of rook b3, which maybe I would prefer not.
Not giving up that idea, right?
Okay, so, your rook h3 has my attention, Alejandro. That makes, whenever you're trying to make a draw and you have such a, if there's a forcing sequence to get you to get a draw, go for the forcing sequence.
Actually,
imagine
wait.
Oh, pardon.
Maybe I blundered.
What?
No, rook h3.
Okay,
rook c1. If you take on d3, I take on d1, and you can't avoid
the old rook check.
Good old check and promote.
Exactly.
So, but you still do have rook h1.
And again, seeking a single rook ending, a pawn down, but white would have an active rook.
So in this case, if I take on d1 and take on d1, I don't take your stuff. I simply, at all, I simply start running with my king.
Is your king in time?
Is it on time?
Oh, excuse me, it's AB, AB.
King f7.
King f7.
It's on time.
Yes, perfectly so.
Yeah, this is winning, right? Looks winning. Because you always have rook d4 against
and
g5.
Any g5 moves will be met by rook d4 and h3.
Even that, I don't know if it's winning or not.
What a time to cop out, but this is a really tough technical ending, Maurice. How is the computer defending it for Richard?
Well, you guys have been throwing out some great moves, but I have bigger news to report. We were incorrect in assessing that MVL would tie for first and they would split the trophy. It turns out that Fabi, if he wins, because of the rules and regulations, the tiebreak would go to him, the trophy would go to him, the title of Sinquefield Cup champion would go solely to him, and MVL would be left out of the party based on the Sonnenberg-Berger tiebreaks, which is his own complication. Their head-to-head, it was a draw. Their more decisive games, if Fabi wins, it would be even in terms of decisive games. And that mathematical formula would be the third tiebreak used, and Fabi's tiebreaks are better than MVL's. They would split the money. They would split the Grand Chess Tour points. MVL would end up second in the Grand Chess Tour. That's a given.
It's done.
So that's done. MVL knows he's second on the tour. That's no doubt about it. But he will not add a Sinquefield Cup title to his mantle if Fabi wins this game. That is what I've been told by Tony Rich, who's the executive director of the chess club and part of the board of the Grand Chess Tour. Michael Khodorkovsky has confirmed it as well. He's the head executive director of the Grand Chess Tour. So it looks like this game could actually decide the sole winner of the Sinquefield Cup.
Wow. That's a big turnaround.
Boy, have we got it wrong for 9 days. I told you, Alejandro, read the rules and regulations and figure out Sonnenberg-Berger tie breaks. Didn't I say that? No, I didn't. I mean, but we should have known this. Our bad.
Yeah, our mistake.
Real bad, because we were thinking that MVL was going to join, two winners.
The Hall of Fame.
Past.
The Hall of Fame of the Sinquefield Cup. Who has won this tournament twice?
But if they tie, Fabi will be a 3-time winner.
And
Correct.
That's it. That's it.
And nobody will ever mention MVL in the same breath as tying for first in 2021 Sinquefield Cup.
That's kind of crazy.
Kind of unfair.
Kind of unfair, but
what the heck is the Sonnenberg-Berger tie-breaking system anyway? What is it?
It basically, I think it rewards doing well against people that did well. That's
okay.
It's a
so
difficult.
You got your points against the top half of the field.
I
got my points against the bottom half of the field. You outperformed me. It's
Correct.
a way of outperforming.
Yeah, in a very simplistic way. That's how it works.
Explanation.
Yeah.
In lieu of a playoff.
And one day we'll know why we didn't have a playoff.
Oh dear. Okay, now having got the rules and regulations out of the way, is Fabi
do they matter? Do they matter? Because is Fabi going to win?
Of winning or not?
I mean, we don't know if he's going to win. That's that you're predicting the future. He's not winning now. The position is even, or slightly better for black.
Okay.
So it's fine for white at the moment. Still, they're in the second time control. 21 minutes for Richard, 10 minutes for Fabi as he feverishly searches for a way to continue to some kind of challenging position and not give Richard a break as his B-pawn is trying to race down the board and distract one of his rooks. So Richard should be up to the task. The only people with eggs on their faces will be the commentators.
Speak for yourself.
No. I'm starting to get it. This is a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy.
Explain the conspiracy. Who's against us?
Me. It's a conspiracy against me.
Okay, how does that work?
I was resting on my laurels. I said, what a great commentator I am.
Right.
Picking the winner, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, at least tied for first. And somehow, last-minute changes.
Oh my goodness!
Last-minute changes, surprisingly. What is this? What? I saw Maurice going around during the breaks. Now I know what he was doing. He was rewriting with crayons the regulations.
Baby needs new shoes. You see that shooter, boy.
Yeah, baby.
Come
on, Fabi.
You're right.
Total
you win by
conspiracy.
yourself.
You're right. I see it now.
It's clear as day, right?
Right.
Yeah, sir. Please, I don't know why you opened
I was
your
so
mouth.
close.
Look how close you were. I mean,
I was so close.
Hey, your guy's like, if your guy had a 14th place, he'd be 11, 12,
No. He's on the side of justice.
Exactly.
The side of justice.
And truth. And
Justice,
honor.
yes.
Dignity.
I'm surprised those words actually come out of your mouth. Like, it's in you. You can pronounce those
Dignity
words.
at all times, everywhere.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh
Stay
my
out of
gosh.
this. Stay out of this.
But
Yeah.
that was
Oh,
a moment
Fabi.
of fun because Fabi's not winning.
No, Fabi is.
Why isn't Fabi winning?
You know what? Here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
We could have kept quiet about this. None of the fans would have known. The game ends in a draw, right? It ends in a draw, and that would have been that. And we, so
We thanked
it does
everybody.
show. Why do they keep showing this replay with me throwing dice?
Why wouldn't they? Is a good question. The question is, why wouldn't they?
The fans wouldn't have known that the commentators didn't read the rules, followed slavishly what was told to them previously, because we just walk in as prima donnas, Jen, where's
I
my
rely on the
coffee?
production.
Where's my tea? Where's the lunch? You know, and like everybody just, and then the production, and nobody, it's not just us. Nobody read the rules.
Somebody read the rules.
Yeah, that's right.
Somebody read the rules.
Production, we're blaming you too.
I think it was
That's
Leonard.
right, we're blaming
I
you
think
too.
Leonard was at the base of all of this. He said, by the way, guys, they're not splitting the tournament. We were all like, what?
Hey, what? Oh, and they're telling us now?
Now? I mean,
now?
Well,
Okay.
better now than like an hour.
Right?
With
right?
the
Oh my goodness.
crying at the
And by the
closing
way,
ceremony.
If Maxime is by the pool, sitting by the pool, and he was sipping
Pina coladas.
pina colada, he's already. Oh my goodness, Maxime.
Oh my goodness.
He's already called family and friends, and they already congratulated him.
Right.
And now somebody has to alert him that if Fabi wins,
that's it.
He's not going to talk to us, guys. I mean, we already congratulated him as a co-winner.
Right.
Minimum.
Man, he already made dinner reservations.
Right. I was saying checks on you, dude.
Listen.
That was my plan.
Yasser, you drew the short straw.
What?
You're telling him. You go tell him.
No, that's
you
what
go
happened
apologize.
during the Kasparov Deep Blue match. Do you remember that?
What happened?
What happened was Gary resigned. Gary resigned. We were in the Equitable Building. We were all staying at the Michelangelo Hotel across from the Equitable Building. I went to my room, and Jonathan Tisdall had sent me an email. And the email message Jonathan had sent me was, why did Gary resign? He has a draw. I was like, what? And I went through all the variations, and there was a perpetual check. I went down, and I told Frederick Friedel, Gary missed a draw. He shouldn't have resigned. And Frederick said, what? And I told him. He said, you go tell Gary. I said, no, I'm not going to go tell Gary. You got to go tell Gary. I'm not going to go tell Gary. So the bottom line was that Frederick told Gary as they were getting in the car, in the taxi. So they were getting in the taxi, and Frederick says, oh, by the way, Yasser wants you to know.
Oh, Yasser wants you to know.
Yasser wants you to know you resigned prematurely and you had a draw. And he went in the car. And according to Frederick, Gary's screams could be heard all the way down Broadway. Because we were right on Broadway, if you remember. Woo!
It's like Sam.
Woo!
It's like Sam accepting a draw against Lanier. That changed this tournament as well. Remember, Sam had a winning move, accepted a draw in a winning position.
Yeah. Right.
It happens.
Wow.
But like I said, we didn't have to tell you fans, we didn't have to tell you that we screwed up. But honesty and integrity, words these
Forced
guys really
us to
don't
do
know. You know, maybe come out
Dignity,
here
dignity at all times.
and admit we did not know. And by the way, I despise the Sonnenberger tie breaks.
Oh,
I
me
mean,
too.
I just despise them.
Me too.
I mean, it's like, what? What? You guys go to the math? Why don't we have a playoff?
Thank you.
Let's just have a playoffs.
Right?
I think Fabi should come down here. If he wins and we tell him he's won based on Sonnenberger, he should say, no, I refuse. Let's play tomorrow and let's have a playoffs. That's what I think he should do.
Wow,
and then after everybody tells him, you can't refuse, then he goes, okay, good, I'll take it.
I'll take the title.
But he should at least offer. You know what I mean? Just offer.
Right. No, I mean, a big shout out to Magnus. No, seriously, it was quite extraordinary. He was playing in one of his namesake tournaments on tour. It was a remote. Dingler got disconnected and forfeited. And Magnus got the whole point. And Magnus said, no, that's not the way I play chess. I don't want the whole point. He played a few moves in the next game and resigned very quickly after sacrificing his queen, returned at the point and said, let's play.
Now notice that was a one-on-one match that did not affect other people because that would be a very big change.
Exactly.
But on a one-on-one, well, I mean, if the guys agreed to do a playoff,
I think that was one of the great sporting moments in chess history, and one we'll all remember.
Now,
absolutely,
this
that was
all
great.
could be theoretical because the way it's going, Fabi's going to flag.
At this
point, we don't think it's gonna matter.
We do know about flags, though. We saw it 1 second left. What are you talking about?
Remember, Durov is sitting somewhere laughing.
Like what?
I just won 25K because that was good. Really went dumb. Fabi's not going to flag. He knows he can make a draw well.
He did like the rook h3 move. Notice that he played it after throwing in b4, a4, b5. So
well, this is what Fabi is calculating. A trade of rooks on h3, followed by rook takes, rook check. Oh, we should bring that up on the sideboard there.
Yeah.
Let me bring up my...
There you go.
There we go. So this is the position that Fabiano is considering. We're looking at rook takes, king takes, rook takes, rook takes. Now, it's 3 versus 3 until we notice this check. Once we notice this check, we say, well, it's a 2-result game. Fabi can either win or draw. But after we get to this position, after we get to this position where the rook gets behind the pawn, now we understand that, in fact, it's a very easy draw. This was the problem.
Absolutely trivial. And for that reason, Fabi decided not to take on h3.
Okay.
He decided to go rook d6. I assume stopping the pawn from going to b6, maybe?
Yeah.
And, well, white's a bit stuck, but now at least his rook on h3 can move.
Right.
I wonder if you just put it back on h2, though. And let's see what he's done. Rook h2, in essence, threatening the move b6.
Distracting, decoying one of the rooks away from the defense of the d2 pawn. That move looks like a very good move.
This is a draw.
After all of that,
After all
apologies
that,
and everything else.
Did you see how casual he threw it out?
I told you we didn't have to tell the fans that we screwed up.
We never
Why do we get this
we? First of all, like, what is this we?
I know.
We screwed up.
I mean,
somebody screwed up.
I mean, I come in here, the production team.
Hold on, I have a list of people here.
Right,
thanks, Jen Humer, for a list of people that I can blame over for this gaffe. I can find people in this list to blame.
The hall of shame here.
You see these guys, they're still 13 years old.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
We all
got a
should have
couple of
known
culprits right here.
That rule.
Silverback video. Let me know. Spectrum Studios. What a list of culprits. Holy smokes. Even Marcus got on this list as a likely messed up.
I'm being told official confirmation by the producer that we're
That
throwing Marcus under the bus. Yeah, he's the one. Congratulations, Marcus.
You don't want to blame Marcus. Marcus is a dangerous guy. He looks all quiet and babyface, but he'll get somebody to hunt you down on the streets. Don't blame Marcus. That guy's the wrong dude.
Is he the guy you hustled in pool basketball, by the way?
Whoa.
Marcus was victimized.
Now you're trying to get me in trouble?
No,
you're switching the subject.
I'm not switching subject.
I wanted to know
Let's get back to the chess game.
Got hustled by the Brooklyn hustler.
I bought my man one of my special boom hats. So.
After he paid.
No.
I bought it with his own money. Yeah?
No. I had ordered it beforehand. It was on its way.
Oh.
He accidentally decided to test my skills.
To donate.
You know,
okay.
and then he was upset when I was like, oh, you shouldn't have tested my skills.
Okay.
But then the next day, his gift arrived. So wham, you see that? That's called seeing in advance stuff you didn't even know was going to happen. That's what I'm talking about.
Boom.
That's Grandmaster chess.
Our Grandmaster, show us what is going on. Rook A2 on the board for Fabi. Take it away.
By the way, Rook H3, H2.
He can just defend his pawn and laugh. The only thing you could possibly try to do is bring this king somehow into the game. And let's say we try to go here.
Okay.
And now he can just chill. And your king's not going anywhere. Maybe you can sneak up the board. Maybe you can get mated. That's what can happen. Maybe you try to bring your king up and get mated. That would be funny.
What
not
a
for Fabi, but that would be
that
funny.
happens. We're canceling reservations with Maxime. We're calling Shaq.
Yeah.
Shaq, that's 25 grand.
Something like that.
We're having dinner at Le Petit Suisse. Come on over.
Le Grand Suisse. No,
Le Grand Suisse. Nice. The Michelin star. No, really, no trickies at all. Can Fabi lay any traps, Maurice?
You know the answer to that question.
No.
This pawn is the problem. This is the ugliest pawn ever, and it just doesn't allow you to hide your king around in any way. It's just the side pawn, even the ones more in, don't help. But Richard knows exactly what's happening right now.
And he's played Rook G2.
And he's not going to do anything different. He's going to watch Fabi's time tick down as Fabi tries to figure out a win. And Fabi's head is going to be banging against the wall thinking, ugh, if only, if only. And if you only had drawn against one...
Jeffrey?
Wait a second. If Fabi had drawn against Jeffrey...
Yes.
He would lose the
He would lose on tiebreaks because he would not have as many decisive games. Correct.
Exactly. That's hilarious. He would have lost no games.
Been undefeated and lost this summer.
And had the same score and lost on tiebreak because he has less decisive games because Maxime won 4 games and lost 1.
Gotcha.
And he won 3 games.
And therefore didn't win as many points.
We're going to get fired because we're going to be disrespecting these tiebreaks.
The arbiters are sitting there going, I mean,
it's not the fault of the commentators that the tiebreaks are dubious.
We like to see.
He said it.
We like to see.
We heard it from Alejandro's mouth. That's it.
What?
He just called the tiebreaks dubious.
Now, I'm going to have to admit something. Anything that's not a playoff, in my opinion,
I love playoffs.
By definition is dubious. You don't have a good mathematical formula. You don't have a fair system for it. This thing that, if you play more blacks or whites, it's very disputable. Who did you get black against? Who did you get white against?
Because you had more losses.
Because you have more losses, or you can call it more wins. It doesn't matter what you do. If it's not an actual physical, let's sit on the board and play it out, it's dubious. It's dubious by definition.
Right.
You want to win the Singfield Cup, something as prestigious as this, over the board.
Agreed. Wholeheartedly.
The man's right. The man's right. What can we say? We all agree with that from a long time ago.
I'm being told I'm being fired right this moment. Guys, have fun.
There's a locker that they want you to clear out your locker. You got security ready to escort you out the building. But this is Fabi's.
Except for that 0. What a
score.
brilliant tournament. It really was a brilliant tournament.
Nice. It really was.
A +2 score. I think Fabi won't be thrilled.
No.
But I don't think he will be upset with it either, especially considering how the rest of the year has gone for him. Really a downhill slide since Tata Steel.
Alejandro, I mean, you said something on a previous show that really kind of stunned me. That, Fabi's had a bad year and he slipped below 2,800. This result, if this game is a draw,
correct,
will he have gone above, or will he still be below that 2,800 mark? It's a very important psychological rating.
If Fabiano draws this game, he falls to 2799.7, which will round up to 2,800 when the rating list comes out.
Wow.
So he would actually end up on top of 2,800 by the next list.
By a fraction.
By a fraction, because I don't think he's playing anything in September. So on the October list, he'll be back to 2,800.
He's 2,800. Come on. We could have told you that.
But will he have been passed, by the way, by Ding Liren?
No, Ding Liren is 27.99. So Fabi retains the second place spot. And also at exactly 2,700, Peter Svidler, by a smidge, does not fall out of the 2,700 club again since 2003.
Happy. So we said something good. It took us like 20 minutes to get to that good news. Wow. Okay.
And you know what? It's a good thing because we had something to
thing.
talk about all this time. These guys have just been sitting still for so long, making 2 or 3 moves. So.
And by the way, is time ever going to be a factor in the secondary time control?
Well, Fabi's at 154, so.
And we just saw the move King G8. You did mention that black could walk his king into a checkmate. Oops.
And at some point, I think you could consider just going B6, right? Is there something actually wrong with this?
Doesn't seem that way.
I think B6, rook takes A3, and I think what Richard is trying to avoid is a variation with 4 rooks on the board. That's my explanation for why he's not played B6 already. But I do like that rook E2 move, waiting for king to come to the F file so you can go like rook F1 mate. It's like what?
Sweet.
Yeah, that would be terrible.
Yeah, you could also wait with rook F2 in this position.
Also? Yeah.
Probably if I had to play this in a bullet game, play rook F2, mainly because the guy pre-moved king F7.
Exactly, and you gain a couple of half seconds there.
15 minutes for Richard.
It was a tweet that had been asked by the audience about bullet and blitz, and you both basically said that bullet no, blitz yes. That's something that you practice at the SLU team. Do you guys ever have training games in blitz?
Training games we have pretty often, but constantly I'm going to the chess room.
Okay.
And they're playing against each other. And they have this horrible time control. I really hate this time control.
1 +
Call
1?
it this, yeah, the SLU special.
And that is?
1 + 1. I hate it.
I don't know why that became popular.
I have no idea.
Right?
But it's all the rage for some reason.
Okay.
1 + 1, it's horrible chess. You get this 1 second increment so you don't flag when you're up a rook. But no substance.
Okay. Now, honestly, how do you do against your team when you guys get into a blitz battle royale?
It depends on the day, but usually my
time of the day.
my kids are usually just stronger than I am.
Wow.
I have players that, you know, when you look at their Dark's blitz is huge. It's over 2,700.
Right.
Even people that haven't had the opportunity to play real blitz tournaments, Nicolas Theodorou, Robbie Keflishvili, has ratings in blitz are negligible.
Right.
They're really good. They just play blitz all day. If they're not playing against each other, they're online on chess.com. Their chess.com ratings are something disgusting, like 33,000, 3,100.
Off the charts.
Off the charts. And then they come and play me, who's like been commentating all day.
They look at you.
They look at me like food, right?
Fresh meat. Fresh meat.
And then they laugh, you know, like, haha, you look blundered a piece. I'm like, what do you want?
Right. By the way, not for nothing, but another opportunity to give a shout out to Hikaru. After Hikaru won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, he ended up playing in a Title Tuesday event and did something nobody ever had done before. He went a perfect 11-0.
Wow, good for him.
Here comes that king.
Yeah, rook e2, king f6, a position that will live in infamy.
There it is.
There it is. King f6, my man. You can hear my Mediaro
Yeah, right.
King f6.
King f6 will
not be played.
happen.
But oh my goodness, what?
Can you imagine?
No. I remember it was a Linares where Nigel Short voluntarily moved his king all the way down the board against Alexander Beliavsky and walked into a mate and won.
Sad.
It was very, and I mean, I think Nigel sat there and looked at the board for like the next 20 minutes. I mean, he was in a state of shock.
Right? Yeah.
He just couldn't believe it had just totally blindness. Rook e2. This is the situation we're talking about, folks. Let me just bring it up on my board. Rook e2 was the last move. And what, pardon me, what Fabi would love to do is walk with his king all the way over to this pawn on b5. Well, white should do nothing. Just allow that to happen, and black wins. So rook e2. Now this rook can't move because, of course, it's going to queen or something bad is going to happen. So black's going to move his king up the board. And oh dear, that was the mate in one. I don't recall this ever happening to me, ever, ever, ever.
Were you blundering mate in one? Or?
Yeah, ever. But for those for whom it has happened,
you never forget it.
Yeah, unforgettable for sure. And we of course, Fabi did not walk into mate in one. He did play the move rook here.
How about rook f1?
Yeah, are you thinking about the same rooks to the 8th rank?
I'm thinking of rooks to the 8th
positions?
rank, but I'm also thinking
like
you
check.
probably will cover, right?
I'm expecting rook f6, and then I could probably go
rook
back.
d1.
Right,
then-
but this is what we were wondering. Check. I guess it's just horrible.
Well, it's probably
only move, right?
That's definitely the only move. G5.
Right.
It's probably still just a draw, right? You take, and I check with the f rook. It's just a perpetual.
And it's just a perpetual, yes, just a perpetual, of course.
It doesn't really matter which one you take with. I can, at the very least, I don't think I have anything better either.
Because you're not going anywhere.
You're not
you're
going
just
anywhere.
going
You're
back.
just stuck.
Okay. Whew. And of course, the computer engine is just laughing at Fabi's attempts. Isn't that the case, Maurice? The computer's just going 0-0s across the board?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. We are,
Good stuff. No surprise there. No surprise. Closing ceremony. When does that happen? Tomorrow night? What time?
Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Yasser, don't miss it because
World Chess Hall of Fame.
At some point, we need to decide.
Yeah, we got to get
prize.
together. You guys want to come over and discuss things tonight?
We have to discuss it. You
I
don't already know the answer to the question.
I don't know that. I need to be persuaded.
What?
I agree with that. I think we have to closely analyze every game that was played. We should grab a chessboard.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Has good commentating. Does Maurice
I'm
have a
gonna
date tonight?
email my-
If Maurice
my
has a
vote.
date, we're going to be up till 9, 10 this evening. I mean nothing to be 5,000.
It's a lot of money. We have to be responsible.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. He's on a date.
Yeah, he's on a date.
Excellent. Excellent. And this is what we're talking about right here, Alejandro.
We do have a brilliancy prize in this tournament. Thank you, Brian Priester, for providing that prize fund. Is $5,000. We can determine how many people get it, how they get it, for what reason they get it, with whom they get it with, and well, we have some candidates.
We have 3 very, very deserving candidates.
What?
3.
3.
3.
3.
Very.
And we'll tell you which the candidates
Stop
are
it.
if you say no to your date. Hang out with us.
What date?
Nice.
You like how we made up this rumor?
I know. Hey, we gotta keep him on his toes, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
Look at the production crew. They have a
understands
favorite. They have a favorite. This is a bias.
I'm telling you.
I think they've been
it's because of
corrupted.
Lanier.
They've been
Lanier
corrupted.
came in and polluted their minds by
Yeah.
saying, what it was all about.
He did make a
gave us
good
all
case.
those variations.
He made a good case for it, though.
Yeah,
He's
but
like, I'm going to put it on my top 3. I'm going to like, it's a great game.
I'm in pole position.
I'm in pole position. I mean, and the guys on the truck just ate it up. They ate it up. They were like, oh yeah, for sure, Lanier won.
I think that is a very good standard Lanier put, and that is, would you include the game in your best games collection?
And he said top 3.
No, let's not talk. I'm just saying. So Lanier said that.
Right.
Now my question, he said top 3. Would Fabi put his win in his best game collection?
No.
The win against Sam?
No.
Okay. Would Mamajirov, would Shakhriyar say, yes, one of the best games I ever played?
Oof.
Maybe one of the most entertaining, best
Best games, brilliant games on Shaq's list. Come on.
I don't know, especially Shaq, right? He has so many brilliant
See,
games.
this is what I'm saying. This is why I need to be persuaded. I need to have this conversation over many
But
hours.
remember, we've played 45 games of chess. I think we should give each one its equal value. We should replay it with the board.
Right. Right.
the
triple-weighted sets, too. Right?
Triple-weighted sets.
Are you punch drunk or something? Your students must be
Look, Rook F1 check, by the way.
I think we're repeating. This is the second repetition, right?
Yeah, Rook
D1, and
F1 check.
I think Rook D6 is a draw. I think that's the end of the Sinquefield Cup at the Grand Chess Tour 2021.
Boy,
You
put
have
the
to defend that guy,
Sonnenberg
right?
burger to the
And
to rest.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins the Sinquefield Cup.
Is that it?
Clear.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I think
hold
Rook
on.
D1 you could have claimed. Rook D6 could have claimed, right? Am I missing a move?
I'm not 100% sure, but doubtlessly.
That's it.
That's it.
Wow. Thank goodness no Sonnenberg burger.
We made some fake
were
drama.
off
We made the
hook.
best kind of drama, the one that doesn't exist, but that's it. No wins again the 3rd day in a row. Thank you, production team, for the...
Not
Yes.
the 3rd day in a row.
What?
Round 6 was a draw. Round 6 was all draws, then 8, then 9. 7 was a win.
I apologize. And we do have the final round done. 5 draws to finish the event. Fabiano Caruana is unable to catch and surpass Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the top, which means it's MVL that wins the 2021 Sinquefield Cup, a deserved winner. An incredible performance with White scoring 4.5 out of 5. Great stuff there from the Frenchman, regaining his status as the #1 player in France. What more can you ask for from a tournament?
And on top of that, becoming a twice winner and clear winner.
The only person to have won the tournament clear twice in the history of this event.
And doing it by losing a game, the first person ever to do that.
Absolutely, bravo to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Of course, we're going to have these two players joining us soon to get their final thoughts on what was a great event, quite honestly.
No question about it.
Maxime, by the way, also jumps back into the top 10 in the world.
Awesome.
We all know.
We all know he
Maxime
deserves to be there.
Right.
And he had slipped out. He'd been down 16, maybe even 17. Whoop, right back, top 10 player. Any rumors about his demise have been grossly overstated, as Maxime shows he can play with the best of them and dominate even when the best are in the business.
Absolutely. Yeah. And for, I want to say for Fabio, kind of a return to form. I mean, MVL was having a crisis, and, well, certainly his trip to St. Louis cured that crisis. And for Fabi,
Not
what
bad.
he did in this Rapid and Blitz was very impressive, and what he did here also very impressive, just a little short at the very end.
Oh, Hikaru put a clinic in that Rapid and Blitz, but no, don't take away from Fabi, who won a clear second before the tournament finished. I think 2 rounds before the tournament finished, we had the German who was second.
Right.
He played a great tournament, and here he had that mess up with Jeffrey Chong, definitely from a better position, not a position that he should ever lose.
Exactly.
But besides that, a good event, finishing tied for second. Not, of course, what he wants to do. He wants to win the tournament. But as you say, a return to form.
Exactly.
A lot more chess is coming. Take a look at this. You get a week, a couple of days break. But Ultimate Moves, September 7th, the traditional match between the Sinkfields and all the trash talking, hosted, of course, by your favorite Maurice Ashley. That'll be September 7th. Immediately after, we have Champions Showdown Chess 9LX. That's Fischer Random or Chess 960, where the pieces are scrambled instead of starting in their original squares, under certain rules, of course. That will be September 8th through 10th. A lot of your favorite players will be coming back for that one, including Wesley So, including Garry Kasparov, including Fabiano Caruana. Don't miss that one. And then the next classical event here at the St. Louis Chess Club, the US and US Women's Chess Championship, October 5th through the 19th. Tons of favorites coming back for that one. We'll have Fabi, we'll have Wesley, we'll have Hikaru. That'll be an amazing event. And the final standings of the 2021 Grand Chess, the final standings of the Sinkfield Cup, and how many points they get, how much money they get. MVL, 13 points, securing his second place at Grand Chess Tour. He gets $90,000 from this tournament alone. Fabiano Caruana, 8.3 points, sharing second with Wesley So. They both get 8.3 Grand Chess Tour points. That secures Wesley his first place. I'm too tired to do the math, but we're going to calculate how much Fabi got.
Right.
And $45,000 for both of them. Lanier, of course, a wild card, tying for second, also gets $45,000. Richard Rapport, 6 points, $25,000. Jeffrey, a wild card, tying with Chakriyar and Sam. They all get $17,500. All right, this is an easy math. 8.3 minus 4 is not 6. So Chak takes third place in the Grand Chess Tour. Sam Shankland, $17,500. And of course, as we were mentioning, Wesley So, winner of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour before the final round was even played. A very solid performance from him.
Consistent throughout.
Consistent all throughout. And somebody that is back in form, it's second place for Fabiano Caruana.
Indeed, second place in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Second place, tie for second here. Fabi, I know you play to win tournaments, not to come in second, but you've had a great summer so far.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a bit disappointed at the moment, but I guess overall, okay, it was a bit up and down, but the tournament had some bright moments, so that's good.
Your thoughts about the tour itself? You had a couple of results earlier that you might have wanted to get back a little bit more.
Yeah, I started very badly. I really pretty much doomed myself with the tournaments in Bucharest and Paris. I mean, I already was like basically writing the tour off. Somehow I still had some chance at a placement. If I had, had a little bit of a better result in this tournament, and I had my chances to do that, then I would have gotten third place, I guess, which is not, I mean, it's not like it's a spectacular result or anything, but it would have been a nice consolation.
Your thoughts about how Maxime performed in this event?
Yeah, Maxime played great. I mean, it was also impressive how he bounced back. He had that tough game against Lenier. I mean, a great game by all means. Lenier played an amazing game, but it must have been tough for Maxime, and he took it in stride. I mean, after that, did he score +2 after that? In any case, he played extremely well throughout. He won a lot of games, so kudos to him.
What about Wesley's performance? He was a solid +2, enough to win him the Grand Chess Tour title.
Yeah, he was all around very solid and stable, and he won Paris convincingly. So well-deserved victory for him.
What's next for you? Upcoming next couple of events?
I think there's I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's
Chess 9 LX?
Chess 9 LX, yeah, the Fischer Random tournament. That's coming up. That's going to be my next event, and then the U.S. Championship after that, which will be exciting. I didn't have a chance to play the U.S. Championship, which was held online last year. And so it's been 2 years since I played a U.S. Championship, and that now will be in person, which is even more fun.
That's an important tournament for you. I mean, you won it once. Seemed like you won it the first time you played, but you haven't won since. It's a tough championship to win.
Yeah, it's tough. I had some subpar results, and then I had one in 2018. I thought I played pretty much a great tournament, but then Sam ran away with it. I think I was +5, and it wasn't enough. So yeah, I'm hoping to make a mark this time.
And final question, your thoughts about the Brilliancy Prize for this tournament. That game that you won, would it be among your best games in your career if you had to do a best games book?
No.
That's the wrong answer. That was a trick question. Did you not get any malice from that question?
He's an honest gentleman. You see that? That's why we love and respect Fabi. And yeah, exactly. And that's why I picked you to win the tournament as well. See, your guy has no kind of loyalty.
Excuse me, who won the tournament? Can we get those predictions up anytime soon?
You see this? You see this? You got to talk to this guy.
No, I have to be straight up on this one. It was a satisfying game, but it wasn't close to one of my best.
Okay.
But I did tell you that it would be my best chance at the Brilliancy Prize.
There wasn't wrong about that.
Was it the first round? Wow. All right. Well. Thanks so much for joining us, and good luck with the Chess 9 LX.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Fabi. Today's game, it was rather a controlled affair. I might even say kind of a dull affair until the position rather exploded. After the move f7, f5 by yourself, your opponent played the move c5, d5, and the position really kind of blew up from here. Exciting things happened. Tough, big fight, draw in the end. Take us through your mindset. What was going through your mind at this point? Were you ambitious?
Yeah, I was very ambitious. I saw that if he doesn't play f4, then he's basically getting steamrolled with d4 and e4 and everything coming in the center. So f4, unfortunately, he has, but still I thought that I have chances here, and then I felt like I was pretty much winning at some point. Like
winning?
I know that's not the case because I was told after the game that there was nothing, but it's really very, very close to being tactically winning because his king is so weak. Because like here I have nothing after rook d5. That was basically telling him. Well, I mean, I had no time to really think. Telling him, okay, play rook fd3 and we'll make a draw soon. And then Richard shocks me because he started to play for a win with h5, which is, I think, pretty much a crazy move. Like this is borderline losing. It's only holding because he has this rook e1 move. If rook f3, rook 1 f3, then queen e4 wins. I mean, I'm mating him, and I have a passed d pawn, so I think this wins. Maybe there's something. So rook e1 only move, and the endgame is also borderline losing. So I even had, the reason I spent time here was because I have queen e1, queen d4, d2. So he has to play rook d5 or I promote. And it looks crazy, but I have to move rook e7 here. With a threat of d1 queen, and then queen h4 rook e1. And queen d3 rook e4 is winning. And he has, I think, only one move, which is queen g4. Unfortunately, not only does it save the game, it might also win the game. So.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah, I had a feeling that the endgame was actually winning, but I was told that it wasn't.
Nifty, nifty piece of calculation there, Fabi. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And really, I thought you played a great tournament and found some nice form.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah, congratulations, Fabi. Tied for second place in this event. A nice bounce back from some tough tournaments coming through the summer.
Yes.
And it's good to see him play well. It
No
really
question
is.
about it. I mean, Gary had this great tweet where he said the world is just a better place when Levon is playing well. I think we can say the same about a lot of players, but especially Fabi. He really is a hometown favorite.
Well, it really is dear to our hearts. So when he plays well, we feel good.
We do indeed.
Also, when Magnus is the only 2,800 in the world, we feel like, who's challenging him?
Right.
Who's threatening him? We need other players to be somewhere within the range to threaten the best player on the planet. And Fabi has made it very clear that he can fight, punch back and forth with Magnus. So you need players like that to just keep the world champion honest and feeling challenged, right? And when Fabi is playing on that level, that's what happens.
Very nice. And Alejandro, we have a special guest in studio as well.
Yes, with us we have Richard Rapport. He's finishing up a roller coaster of an event, I want to say. Let's see what he thinks.
Richard, this tournament, if you seem like you have a sort of guarded face about how this all went, tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, I basically learned the lesson that, you know, ambition is the enemy of success. I even, you know, my loss was clearly, you know, due to overambition, and also like my yesterday and today's play, I'm very, let's say, displeased or unsatisfied with the quality of my play. Yesterday also, he was playing very solid and I was trying to take chances. And okay, I ended up, you know, giving him all the chances he could hope for. And today, basically, I, you know, got a very nice position. And I guess due to tiredness and also the class of my opponent, he just, you know, kind of tricked me, you know, like not a little bit, yeah, like a lot around the time travel. And I think it's kind of a miracle that my position was still, you know, holdable, because I had this like rook e1 was like, you know, really lucky move that nothing was working for him. And of course, I mean, I kind of saw the idea, but of course I couldn't foresee that, you know, nothing will work in the rook endgame as well. I was just, you know, holding on to for my life. Yeah.
Did you miss rook d4?
No, I saw. I mean, you know, I actually played this rook f4 was, I think, just very stupid. I missed this queen e6. And after queen e6, I saw this rook e1 idea. I mean, I saw rook f5 check, king h2, rook d4, rook e1. And at the rook endgame, I'm catching the pawn. But it easily could have been that, you know, he enters the rook endgame, I am catching the pawn, but the rook endgame is lost for me, right? So that was a bit lucky. But yeah, around move, I don't know, 40, usually I made quite a few mistakes in this tournament, so yeah.
The critical 40th move. You ended up in clear fifth, right outside the top four players, first place and then second through fourth. Do you feel like that's the fair result for how you play this tournament?
I don't know what's fair actually for anyone really. I mean, 50% is, you know, I guess with, you know, not capitalizing on my chances, but giving some chances as well. I guess it's balanced. You know, yeah, it's just very strange that my game was the longest one, right? Because basically speaking, I think I was the only player where, you know, even if I had won the game, it wouldn't have changed much in the standings. So, yeah, but I think, you know, I mean, I could have done better, it could have done worse. I think it's okay.
All right, well, we admire your fighting spirit, and we'll know you'll bounce back. Before you go, tell us your next events coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing in Norway. I think it starts really soon. I think September 7th or something like that. Yeah, after that I'm not sure yet if I will be playing this Grand Swiss or not, or something similar. We'll see. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck in Norway and the rest of your tournaments.
Thanks.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, definitely a lot of good luck to Richard. He's really such a creative player.
It's awesome to see him play. It really is. It really is. He baffles and entertains and just shocks us with his moves. Really creative player. I really enjoy having him in this tournament. I think he added a lot of value to the games. But let's take a look at the final Grand Chess Tour standings for this year. 4 people that were able to participate in their 4 allotted tournaments. Wesley So, with 36.6 points, takes home the Grand Chess Tour title. But it's actually MVL that ends up with more money.
I like the way that works if you're number 2. Winning the Sinquefield Cup, $90,000.
That certainly helps.
That's one way of getting it done.
Well, that's because of the tournament. That's the tournament prize.
Yeah.
But Wesley will add a nice chunk of $100,000.
That's just of course.
On top of this, and his $100,000 will make him the big money winner for the tour, while MVL will be quite happy taking second place with another $50K, and Shakrau will move up as well with $25,000.
Not bad at all.
Wonderful.
Fabiano just missing out on the 3rd place in the last game. Maurice, your final thoughts on the Sinquefield Cup and the Grand Chess Tour this year?
Well, the Grand Chess Tour, the big picture is that it actually happened.
Right.
We actually had a chance to see it happen. Yes, it was not what we hoped it would be with all the players participating because of issues around COVID, around visas and the like.
Restrictions.
What can we do? We've got to deal with the hand that has been dealt. We got to play the hand that has been dealt. And the players did that. They did that. They showed up. They fought. They produced some scintillating chess, some exciting games, some brilliancies, some ambitiousness that didn't work out. But nevertheless, they regaled us with their genius. These are incredible players, some of the best on the planet. And they show that over-the-board chess is real, it's back, it matters, and it's entertaining. It was an incredibly entertaining tour itself, an entertaining Sinquefield Cup. Look forward to seeing what 2022 brings, but before then, more chess on the way.
Yep, absolutely, Maurice. Very grateful to the players, but join us tomorrow, Alejandro.
Closing ceremony coverage begins at 6 p.m. We'll be honoring the winners of the event, but not only that, we're going to be announcing who won the Brilliancy Prize. We'll be deciding that tonight, maybe tomorrow before the ceremony, but we will have an announcement of exactly what the Brilliancy Prize will be, who won it, and why.
Exactly. And since we got in all the thank yous that we could possibly, I wanted to say once again, Alejandro, once again, Maurice Ashley, it was a great honor and a pleasure working with you both. You're both wonderful.
You guys make it easy.
Congratulations on predicting correctly the winner of the Sinquefield Cup.
Only natural. I do follow chess. I know what I'm talking about.
Working hard each and every day.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. A special thanks to everybody that watched this show. We do it for you. It's a pleasure. It is amazing to do commentary with these 2 legends of chess. Trust me, I am super happy every time I get to sit here. But thank you for making it possible. I had a ton of fun.
Absolutely.
And
we did.
Join us tomorrow for the closing ceremony. And until next time, we have plenty of tournaments coming up.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.